the soul sun in his heart, and the halo was a sun that was actually used before they interpret it as a physical being. I'll leave it there.
Okay, let's get our SPF 30 on.
Can I just quickly, before I go, one of my friends is waiting for me. Sorry, I have to go, but like, I have a question for my bestie, Lalima. Listen, it came just to my mind right now. What if we believe, because we do, but if we even do believe that we come back again, what if we again came back and then as a baby we just got out? What about that? Then we didn't got the free will yet. I don't get the answer for this.
If you had a baby with what?
For this.
I didn't hear the question. If you have a baby with who?
No. My question in general was like human beings. They have free will when they came to the earth and we born as believing that we have, as a human being, we have a free will. But why is it different between, like, let's say me and a little baby, or who has like...
She has an issue with babies dying and they didn't get to experience or act out their free will the same way as an adult.
Yeah.
So she's saying their free will wasn't equal to ours, and why would God do that?
If we come back again, but what if we come, because it's not our... we don't have... I need answer.
Miss.
So, baby go to hell, boo-hoo, don't like God.
What?
All I can say is I've learned nothing over the past 45 minutes of listening to this. Thank you very little.
Probably, I take offense to that.
I don't get it.
His name is Aleister Crowley. I mean, I don't think we need to...
Isn't it cute?
So nobody can answer me.
No,
Miss Mona, we attempted numerous times to give you a few different answers, and this is why I ended up telling you that you're asking a God question, right? We can't answer God questions, right?
Oh no.
So that means we don't have an answer for it.
We gave you the best answer that we could give you. I think that you're looking for an answer that only God can tell you. That's what I'm trying to tell you right now.
I would say pray about it. Here's Aga.
Wait, then I want to ask this. Why do you think that it needs to be fair?
Because God is fair. It should be. Because if not, why do we believe in? Why
God is not fair. God is just. There is a very specific difference between fairness and justness.
God is just. Be fair. In this world.
Listen, I'm sorry, everybody, but I got to go. I'm going to meet a friend, so let me go real quick, okay? I got a question for you. I've got to go meet my friend. I got to ask the question before I go.
Got to go, but here's another question.
Please ask Aleister.
I want to cover something that Sun said about halos and the sun. Moon. What's his name? Sun. Yeah.
Yes, okay. That's good.
Right. Have you ever seen the Egyptian moon god? Nothing. Khonsu. I don't know how you say it.
That god, they're called Newt, right? That's called Newt, and that was just the sky moon goddess, and that's where most of the people get grafted from moon. The women came from the moon, and they always say the men came from the Orion.
Magic. Yeah, don't need the magic. So, have you ever seen a statue of an Egyptian god with like a half moon on its head? Well, sometimes it looks like cow's horns.
I don't think most Egyptians use half moon. Yeah, I've never seen it. If you have a picture of it, maybe you could put it up in PTR.
I can't pull a picture of it.
I can't find what the thing
I'll put a link in that's cool. But anyway, that's where the halo comes from.
Halos, you mean the round halos, the sun halos?
Yeah, the thing on somebody's head.
He has to come from the moon. That was the sun Ra, and that was actually Horus. No moon. The moon has its own kind of patterns. You could call it the zodiac or the right sign, right? And that was actually has to be a goddess of the moon, which is called Nut. And most of the time, it could be a half moon or full moon. That's what the Greek described. Based on the Cometians, they always draw the full moon anyway because they're the goddess of the moon. But if you have a picture, that would be great for the links. Cool, good.
I got Megatron's PTR.
Okay, that makes sense. So what evidence is there that that's what the halo behind Jesus' head is?
The halo behind Jesus' head is the inner sun. That was our soul. That was our sun, small sun in our heart. That's our soul. And the halo is the bigger sun, and they believe that was the sun that gave life to human or nature. Based on some people actually use sun to make a lot of life, like living, cooking, dry foods, and cook food, grow food, stuff like that. All the natural stuff that we know.
Right. Have you ever seen something called Zeitgeist?
Yes. LSF, look at my PTR. That's called the Isis tablet. It's one of the most famous Egyptian hieroglyphic art. It's a 5x3 copper plate that even Roman emperors used to own, and it's translatable. Have you ever heard of it?
Yeah.
But it's mystical. The Jews took the magic of the Egyptians and brought it with them to Babylon. Then they took Cyrus's magic and brought it back to the promised land.
Jesus came and
Go on, right hand corner. In fact, there's a
Alice,
thing on.
those books, right? Is it a scroll or picture?
The PTR it's called the Isis, or it's called the Isiaq tablet, and it's a 5x3 copper plate with gold and silver and enamel, and it's a hieroglyphic pictogram of it's hard to describe. There's poetry involved in it because it's fully translatable.
I think Mr. Sign's PTR. So if you'll pull down on your screen to refresh, Aleister Crowley's picture has changed, and that's the picture he's referring to.
Yeah, I think it was actually going on that. That looked like some, I get what you're saying here. You have them in the temple of the Dandara. You will see most of all those, that's where they took some of those pictures from. And it was based on ritual, and it was based on their normal ways of doing things as well, of paying homage to their goddess and goddesses. But they do worship sun, and they do worship sun. They admire sun, right? And that was Tutankhamun was actually the one that came to one God after, because he decided to go on one God as the sun Ra, and he called himself Tutankhamun Ra as well. Came before that. They always put Ra. When they put Ra, I just say they just admire sun as one God after. But before it was polytheistic worshipping of other deities and stuff like that. But when he died, the priest decided to go back to the old ways and worshipping many deities after that. But suppose when the Bible came along as well and changed it to one God, and that was they took it away S-U-N and they put to S-O-N, become the sons of God, or the sons of God after. But it was son before then. And that's actually true. You say most of these people.
It's the same thing with lawsuits. When they say I'm going to sue you, that's like saying I'm going to take the sun and put the light of the sun on you.
If I can segue from what Sun is saying and an interpretation from Gemini of Megatron's PTR, it says The diagram provided is a visual breakdown, historical theological shift in ancient history in Judah, specifically tracing how different regional influences and political alliances shaped the transition from polytheism to Yahweh alone, monotheism. And then it explains the regional deities and cultural spheres, and that is encompassing what Sun is referring to. The diagram divides Levant into three primary cultural geographical influences. And then you have Egypt, South Egypt, associates Yahweh, the flame, and the, I can't say that, Sashu people, or nomadic tribes of the Median Idiom region. This reflects the Mediite Canaanite hypothesis, which suggests Yahweh originated in the south before moving north. And then it has the North Canaan, Syria, highlights El, the father deity of the Canaanite pantheon. In North Israel, El was the primary high god. Then there's the Phoenician alliance, representing Baal, the husband, often a rival or companion deity in the region's or religious practices. The theological convergence, the arrows moving towards the center, illustrate the process of religious syncretism and exclusivism, which El versus Yahweh. In early Israelite history, it attributes El, the creator or father, and Yahweh, the warrior storm god, began to merge. You can see this as an anti-Egyptian alliance. Yahweh is nestled in El. The conflict with Baal, or the Phoenician alliance triangle, shows Baal versus Yahweh, representing a biblical narrative where Yahweh's followers fought to displace Baal's worship. And then the Josiah reform. At the top of the diagram, Josiah, the king of Judah, late 7th century BCE. This represents a pivotal turning point in biblical history. Yahweh alone. Josiah's reform, following the discovery of the Book of the Law, mandates the worship of Yahweh exclusively, centralized all worship in Jerusalem. And then the absorption of El. Note the small L triangle being submerged by the large Yahweh triangle. By this stage, El's titles and functions were fully attributed to Yahweh. And then the final point is the geopolitical pressures. So the large arrow on the periphery represents the empires that squeeze these smaller kingdoms, forcing the alliance mentioned in the center, the Egyptian and Phoenician, influencing both south and west, Assyrian and Babylon. The lost 10 tribe triangles indicates the Assyrian conquest of northern kingdom Israel in 722 BCE, which effectively ended northern El dominance that pushed refugees and their traditions to south into Judah. Okay, hopefully that gives some clarification to his PTR and how that is encompassed in a time where there was a lot of pagan, I call it pagan, but sun gods and a whole bunch of other gods.
Yeah, and
what we understand to be God.
Stop talking. Yahweh was one of those. Just another one of those pagan gods.
Only becoming and Anu becomes one of their top gods. They call him anyway, but they believe he's the force. But that was when and kill Alelu and send Alelu out of their planet to go and die somewhere else. So Alelu was actually the first, and it was actually the god of the Pumapunku. He built Pumapunku, but Enlil destroyed it, because Enlil has been known as a destroyer, as the Yahweh. He's the one that bring the flood as well in the Bible.
Yes.
And he's the one that made all that to destroy.
Therefore, showing that Yahweh, being the ultimate creator, had commanded Moses to, through a burning bush, a series of what I would call and is historically known as the 10 Commandments, showing that there shall be no placement of worshiping gods or goddesses above him, and that he is ultimately not only the creator of life, the only, that even pagan idols of things that are like breaking a commandment of the those, don't kill, honor your mom and dad, don't worship a bunch of gods. But that's just my belief. Sorry, Megtron.
Cool. It sounds like anybody apart from me.
Sorry, LSF. That's what I believe. Love you.
Your stupidity.
Very interesting, Kitty. I think you're very knowledgeable about stories. You read it well as well. Based on the Mesopotamians, all right? And that was Alelu, that was Homosaurus. And he's actually kind of a half-breed, kind of a reptile kind of thing. So when he landed, they use him as a snake. And most of the time when they say there's a snake in the garden, they're actually referring to Enki or Alalu. But when they go into the Bible scripture, we know about snakes as the whisperers and adversary. So it's just some characteristics of somebody that actually whispered. And that was Enki as well in Mesopotamia. But when you go to the Kemetic Egyptians, they call Dijiwuti, which is thought. So it's very interesting how they flip everything around to all those people that are disagreeable one. I'll leave it there.
I can't. But the Bible's polemical, so it's an attack on pagan gods. It's an attack on the God. So, like the plagues of Egypt, those are all showing that Yahweh dominates their so-called pagan gods and that their gods are false, up into including Pharaoh, who's looked at as a god.
Right,
Yahweh power over his.
You can't post up.
Did he?
Got it right in when you can't post up.
Yeah, because he fucking killed them.
Did he?
Yeah, it was big. He sent the.
Which one did he kill?
He sent the angel of death.
Which one did he kill?
His firstborn.
Which one? What's his name?
I don't know his name.
Well,
Yeah.
find him.
You have
What
a
man?
question again,
I
LSF?
can't even pronounce those sand people names.
If God killed him, he must have known. Even though God killed him, he must be named.
Wait, what's the question?
You're talking about the Canaanites, the Amorites, the Jebusites, the Hittites.
God did which Egyptian king did God kill?
Egyptian
One
king
in the Bible.
was killed.
The one in the
Uh-huh.
Bible. What's his name?
I don't know, LSF. If you
Everybody
already
knows
know it,
it's
why
just
don't
the
you
one
give
that
it
was
to?
written in the Bible.
Thanks, Kat.
Oh, have a look, shall I? Seeing as none of the Christians could be from.
Oh,
If it's just
The
the Bible.
name of the
no name.
Pharaoh.
Yeah,
There is no
Pharaoh. That one.
There is no name of the pharaohs. He didn't even
God
kill. He
killed.
didn't even kill the pharaoh that he killed his firstborn son. But we don't have the names of those pharaohs. They never named them out.
Yeah, that's
we
not
just
important.
have a God that just whacked them. Got it? And that, we have a bunch of kings that we talk about that he put in part of these 12 tribes of Judah.
He never
And
killed
we
them
have,
all.
yeah, he didn't kill them, no, but they made mistakes too. Let's not negate that fact. And I think that was also,
Like
yeah.
you were saying, he never killed the pharaoh, never killed the pharaoh king. I mean, he killed his. I mean, technically, he sent the angel of death in the plague and killed the firstborn sons of Egypt. But
yeah.
it doesn't mention the pharaoh's names.
And what's up is good.
You're not gonna find a name. Is what I'm saying. You're not gonna find a name for any of
Yeah,
these.
there is no
Why are they
name. to it.
deliberately not in there?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because
Yeah,
they
please.
found it unimportant. They don't need because the person that's writing this is assuming that the audience that it's writing to understands and knows this story. Like they have some sort of precondition of it. If you just read kind of how they're even writing it or what they're saying, is that obviously the book is not written to you. It's written to people in that time who understood these events, who probably passed it down orally before it even got written. So you have to understand, they kind of probably already knew what Pharaoh they were talking about. He also mentions these places particularly that you can kind of get an idea of when, he gives some particular historical ideas like mud and brick. Archaeologists would constantly debate this about is the Exodus story even true, yada yada. I could argue that probably you can that if you actually structure it through a line of different pharaohs, and you keep the idea right in your head that this is not the same pharaoh when Moses comes back, and it even mentions that. So there's several pharaohs in this narrative. It's not just one pharaoh that you're dealing with. Right? So that problem that a lot of people run into is they're not paying attention to like the Egyptian history of what happens. And I also see like a lot of people try to like, I've dug into this quite a bit, but I'm just saying like, you're not going to see them writing the names because they felt no need to do so. It's not like they're trying to glorify the name of this pharaoh. What they need to do is make the pharaohs anonymous in the sense because it doesn't give them any glory, because that's what every pharaoh did. Like look down the history, type it in right now. Did every pharaoh write down their accomplishments, or did they write down their defeats?
Yes,
they never wrote down any of their defeats, and they never wrote down any issues that they ever had. They always held themselves in high esteem. They always had to have their name on everything. Like that's how pharaohs operated in the ancient world. So if they were defeated in an army, you think they're honestly going to write about it? No, absolutely not. Pharaohs were seen as deities. Like they were seen as literal gods.
Exactly, but that's logical.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is
Most write down the pharaohs that
most people are not going to think logically about the pharaohs because they don't understand the historical sort of culture that the Egyptians lived in. Right?
Most people are like MJ, they just pander to the non-believers.
Yeah, it's like the problem is you have to just like look at it from the perspective of Egyptian, right? Like to an Egyptian, like a regular Egyptian citizen, the pharaoh was seen as like a god, right? Like he had authority of the gods. He was a god, even in some respect. Like I mean, interesting pharaohs. I think one trace of history that people need to look into more is the female pharaoh. There's a particular female pharaoh who reigned in a short time, but her name crossed out almost everything. After even her apprentice's name was crossed out. I guess she had to like people say it's an adopted son. It was a Senmut. Type in Senmut and
Hatshepsut was her name.
yeah, Hatshepsut, yeah, exactly. Hatshepsut, she was by far one of the most interesting pieces of Egyptian history you could ever come across. Because at some point, somebody felt the need to remove her name out of everything. But she was seen as a living god. Because she even set up an altar to a particular goddess that she emphasized and made herself look like. Her name was, I think it was it? Let me find it. Hatshepsut had. It wasn't Mut. I don't know if it was Mut. Maybe it was Mut.
Their achievements were recorded on the two walls.
Right.
But, yeah,
None of their defeats. They were not made about their defeats. Like so let's say right that the plague of Egypt, let's say it historically didn't happen. Right? Let's say for a moment, let's say it did. You honestly think the pharaoh of that time is going to write about such an event? You honestly think he's going to tell people that another the enslaved people I had, their God defeated me? No, he's not going to say that shit. He's not going to tell you that shit. Why would he tell you that? He's supposed to have a glorious legacy, greater than all the other pharaohs. Every pharaoh wanted to outdo the other one. Like you got to just look at that and then think about it from that perspective. But then there's you can make the arguments like just from historical analysis that we don't have any complete evidence to it, but I mean like all the evidence of Egypt, all the evidence of the ancient world is constantly nothing but educated opinions. You have people who think, well, maybe this is how it went, maybe this is how it went. Why do you think they're still debating how the pyramids are built? I mean, it's like we don't really have absolute certainty.
But it is.
So what I'm saying then is that people's biases are heavily present.
I think there's a lot of biases, but it's also keep in mind, right? You can just go with the facts. Like you can say what I would say is this, right? I'm not saying you can definitively prove the Exodus. What I'm saying is that if you look at it from a different perspective, I think you could at least point to an historical path that could lead you to at least the paradigm for what the Exodus may have been built off of. If you just pay attention to how the history of the pharaohs was and what particular events occurred throughout the history, then you probably, like some people even look at Exodus stories like a culmination event of like, they probably look at it like symbolically, like it's a culmination of multiple different pharaohs over the eras. Moses being like a conglomerate figure of many Israelite leaders in the early time, and then kind of becoming like this figure in the overall narrative of leading against Egypt's gods. You know what I mean? Like so some people look at it that like a sort of symbolic sort of story, but it's using these emphasis of characters that are just culminations of different people in one person. Does that make sense? There's some people look at it that way. There's some people who look at it literally, like they say, well, this whole story did actually happen, which, I mean, that's going to be difficult to prove with certainty. What I'm saying is to dismiss it entirely.
I can prove it.
To dismiss it entirely.
Because it isn't really written.
I'm not saying. Well, I mean, I think it would be difficult to prove with certainty. A lot of Egyptologists would probably disagree and say, well, no, I don't think you can say that with.
Tenant, isn't the history irrelevant, because isn't the analogies and the symbols important for our, personal development or enjoyment? I mean, who cares?
Historical claims aren't going to be certain, but because they're provisional. But when it comes to the Bible, we can be certain it's true because it's God's word.
Oh yeah, of course you
The
can.
point isn't to be for the people at that time. I mean, these are things that are meant to be passed down. I mean, they were.
I don't think they weren't not meant to be passed down. Is what I'm saying though, is that there is some sort of understanding. Like there's certain texts even throughout the Torah, right? Like that people are not going to really get like straight up, because it doesn't explain some of these things. I can point out a few of them. The text doesn't really tell you what it is, because it's going to assume that some of the readers may already have an idea of what that is.
Well, I think
You know what I'm saying? Like there's even moments in the
It's based on
gospel.
archaeological sites as well. If you check my PTR, there's a girl called Joanna James. This girl, she go to Egypt and she actually show you videos of what they're doing. And there's so many stuff in there. It was Moat. Yeah, it was Moat. I was correct.
But that's just how we communicate.
She still try to.
Anytime we communicate, there's like hidden assumptions. We never communicate without hidden assumptions. So
yeah, and I think that it assumes a certain
so
interpretation.
normality. Then what's your point?
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that because I believe in the Exodus narrative. I believe it did actually occur, but the way I'd probably go about explaining that, I wouldn't say I could 100% clearly show it without a doubt that it's there.
You can.
You have a few. Well, I mean, how do you take the years then? Like, do you take? Like, if you were to construct a timeline, have you ever tried to construct a timeline to the Exodus?
Yeah, no, can prove it.
Like, how do you, because you're going to have a few issues that you might run into. Unless, of course, right, you have to change the dates, right? You have to assume that the dating is flawed for at least 4 or 5 pharaohs. You have to push them back a little bit. You also have to understand, right, if you were to actually make this work historically.
Archaeology and historians catch up to the Bible.
Right. But what I'm saying is that if
well, this is an absolute
ask yourself this question, right? When the baby, right, when Moses was found, right, when Moses was brought to this river, and Pharaoh's daughter saw him, what claims does it actually make about the Pharaoh's daughter in that text? Like, do you think, have you ever looked at it and just examined that text for a minute?
Yeah, females, what do they say?
Well, the thing is, the Pharaoh's daughter.
Hasn't fucking read it.
The timeline of Moses and the Pharaoh that actually fought him wasn't aligning properly, because they even as a real name of the Pharaoh either. They just call him what they call him again. I forgot his name. You probably know anyway. But based on the histories of the Egyptians, right, they have 3 Moses: Akhmoses, Thutmose, and Akhmos. And those are the grandchildren and the fathers as well. So the Moses that came after that, it was in the Bible, was actually known as a Hyksos, right? He was actually known as a Hyksos, which he came as somebody that took their knowledge and he became Egyptian as well, because they describe him as one of them. Then when it comes to the disagreeable time, the Shatsu, that's where the Christian came from. So he became the Shatsu, and the Shatsus are those ones that are not it. They're just the east side of the Egypt as one of their own. The Pharaoh at that time decided that they need to leave. and they decided to actually leave by actually taking some stuff with. That's when the Moses of the Bible came from. That's just where all my research is all about. So there's other Moses that has got for another 42 days exile. And I think some of those stories was conflated with the new Moses that we have today. That's just my research. I'm not confirming it's fact or not, but that's just me.
No, you can definitely see an Egyptian remnant in his name for sure. Moses means born of. I think they might have called him. It comes from another Egyptian name.
Do you know about he took the Ark of Covenant? Do you know about he took the Ark of Covenant out of Egypt?
No, don't care about it either. Right. Ramesses the first. The second, which would be anywhere from 1279 to what's the latest one? Amenhotep, which is 4,500. So you a wide timeline. So which one is it? PMARS. PMARS has got the answers.
Well, you got to look at.
Hang on, PMARS. Hang on. Let's PMARS answer this question because he's the one who said he knows. PMARS.
Can someone check? What do you say?
Who was the pharaoh when the Exodus happened?
I don't know.
Well, find out. You said you know. Oh, yeah, it definitely happened. I know it happened. I can prove it happened. Well, in that case, do that.
I said it happened with certainty.
Yeah, how do you know that?
It's in the Bible.
The Bible is true.
Yeah.
The thing is, because of the Bible. Because of the Bible.
Your answer to everything is a needle in your arm.
Okay. So you can see this is something I've actually done some research on. But okay, so I propose there's a possibility. Okay, but this is going to go with a big theory here. Okay, but this isn't. Keep in mind, I'm not saying this 100% certain, but this is the theory. Okay, so Moses would have been born around like the 15 something BC, or maybe around like 1526 BC, maybe around there, or maybe a bit earlier. I'm still debating on what that is exactly, because I mean we have to look at the years of his life. It says that Moses lived about 120 years. He was sent out for like around 40 years, and then in 80. Apparently, if you're going to take the years literally, like you're going to take that literally. So the pharaohs that would have been in alignment with when Moses was born, like when he was a baby, the pharaoh that most likely would have been in his time frame when he was born was Amos the first.
Oh, that kind of is going backwards.
Yeah, so you know how type in Amos. Ahmose.
Amenhotep. Amenhotep.
No, Amos is before him. Before him, there's Amenhotep first, and then there's Amos.
Yeah, that was a father of Thutmose. So these are the granddad Friday. So those are the first.
This is their great grandfather. So what I'm saying is, if you follow the line, right, you're gonna have.
How are you putting a date? How are you putting a date on the Exodus?
Well, I'm putting a. How am I putting? Like, what do you mean? Like, which date?
A date. How do you have a date for the Exodus?
Well,
when the Exodus happened.
There's a lot of reasons for that, but I have to get into it. Okay, so let me go up here so I can give you some of the notes that I wrote on why I say what I'm saying here. Okay. Is there any extra biblical source for an Exodus? No.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, right. So the only thing we've got is the Bible.
Yes. Correct.
Right. And the only thing from the Bible that exists that tells us about the Exodus is at the most 100 years before Jesus was born. Maybe 200.
It's definitely, yes, probably way before that. Maybe a little bit more than that.
Well, what's the oldest existing
Cuneiform has been broken. Even Moses broke the 10 Commandments.
We have copied about 100 BC. 100 BC.
That's what I just said.
Right. So that's the oldest
The
copy.
Exodus happened somewhere around 1500 BC. So we've got approximately 1300 years of time to account for between the recording of this event and it happening.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got nothing outside of that document that says it happened. Nothing.
Never find it. Now they're still digging.
To be fair, we have a lot of documents from that time.
No, but all I do know is definitely there are stories of his cost that fights the of the king of that time, and that was when Moses come along. So he was like a savior to them, and he wasn't the name Moses. It's just descriptions of taking somebody else's characters and taking it along. That's the way I kind of see it anyway, because there's other Moses.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's some people who hold that view as well, who would say that the
It wouldn't surprise me if he sprouts wings and flies in a minute.
Spent 42 days in the desert. That's not really making sense because this where he is to where it's going, land of Canaan. That's how to go to those lands. So all the stories, some of them were made up by just story books, and we had that when I was in school and I was young.
I think it's interesting that there's a plausibility. I think that it's possible. I'm not saying it is the truth, but it's possible. I think that if we were to point to a figure, I think in history that could be the historical Moses. Me now?
It's a bit better.
Is it better?
Yeah.
I said if we were to propose, I think,
and do you have to check the oldest names of it?
Senenmut. I think that he might be a candidate for being the historical Moses. I've heard a lot of the arguments that actually Egyptologists give for why he can't be, and I don't think they're very strong at all. I have not been compelled to think so. I've went through it with them a few times, and I've seen a few videos on it, why people say it's not the case. There's one particular Egyptologist who said it, and I thought all his arguments were pretty weak on why it can't be the case. Yeah, because he used like even something as simple as like, well, it says Moses was slow of speech. How could he have been this guy being a tutor if he was slow of speech? It doesn't. I don't think that really defines any of it. Like I don't think that. I think he's just stretching that to mean like, oh, Moses is not very well educated. Moses is not this or that, even though you have later texts that confirm that he was educated in all the ways of the Egyptians and the wisdom, et cetera, of the Egyptians. So it's like, I don't know. I just think that was a bad argument from an actual Egyptologist to use. But there's more to it than that.
Setmos was could be the same story that took us 42 years of Moses we know of. But even pre-dynasties of the Egyptians, they have migrations too. They have moved places too. And some of them are Maphite. Those are the first dynasty. And that's when the Khufu came around and the Khafre. They came in the 5th dynasty. And the Khufu's son came in the 6th dynasty. He's the one that discovered Sphinx as well. And they say Khufu himself is the one that built pyramids. I don't really 100% confirm that yet. So, but there's a lot of things going on based on their stories anyway. You never find out.
Moses had, access to what can only be God tech, like technology of the gods, like when these celestial beings actually, no, this is, I'm not laughing with you at that, bro. I mean, this is all seriousness. Like these are, I see them as celestial beings, It was a which I thought it was divine, but they're saying, no, God magic. And hi, Kat, I heard Nate called me on my personal phone to tell me you were back. But I was busy. I was busy with my family at the time. But I'm so happy to hear you hear your voice.
Oh, thank you. I'm so happy to hear your voice too.
He was using what was there. He was using what's already there, and actually the snakes and all this magic stuff that you're talking about is already stuff that was already there. It's just the pharaohs wasn't happy with him as well, and some of the council, because he was tapping into the metaphysics of healing and stuff like that. That's when it shows the Hebrew people that when they look up to the snakes and stuff and all that. So it wasn't really, they call it magic or evil spirit. Those are just people that I get of you because you and them. That's what they may drink.
African people ruin this app. Changed my mind.
Also, this. Always tear the roof off of people. Yeah, it's coming out dumb right now. I think you're intelligent, but you're coming out stupid.
I mean, it's stupid or not, but it is God.
If you go to 11, can you give this to the fitters? I forgot to give it back. The fitters that's right on the right there. The guys who know that.
Do you guys know any history about Hatshepsut or Senenmut and their relationship and the types of things his name meant and all that? Do you understand any of that?
I know what they did for this moment.
You guys know anything about it or know about the story of Hatshepsut?
Yes, she was actually become one of the top pharaohs after they died. They say you couldn't become a pharaoh as a woman. That's actually in African culture too, that you can't become a king. But we've seen the movie for the woman king. We saw a lot of stories of these Asian people decided to take the role of the man when he died. We've seen Nefertiti take the role when Kitover died, but after then it was just the same thing with herself.
After the death of her husband, yeah.
she take a role. So,
third, right?
So this is the same thing. When a woman take a role, some people them just because they think they can empower them. Mostly the priest or the priesthood always do divinations to decide the power to see say she want to rule. So Hatshepsut was powerful women discredited after she died. They took all her image and scratched all her figurines out when the next
I don't think that's why because she was
she's powerful, she's so brutal, and she's a fighter.
More to it than
warrior.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, read your scroll then. Read something for us about her. I've just told you what I know.
I'm trying to make a point here, okay? So after the death of her husband, right? So she takes on the co-regent role because her son Tutmos III is too young to rule, right? So Hatshepsut she's this great. And she did this for around like 20 years, they say. So on year 7 of her co-regency, Hatshepsut took on all these full pharaonic titles. She wore the false beard. We were looking at depictions of her. She has the Nemus headdress, and she has calls herself the Matkar, or aka that's like her throne name. And she often bestows herself in a fashion that's similar to the goddess Mut. And if you know anything about Mut and its connection to the Nile, and there's something very interesting about Mut's story is that Mut is known to be almost adoptive in her mythology. She adopted sons. She's like an adopted mother. And the interesting part is that Senenmut, her tutor, his name means like son of Mut, or like child of Mut. And so this goddess, and she's also, I think, claiming to be the incarnation of this goddess. She's taking on the form of this goddess. Like when you look at her hieroglyphics, look at her, the way she was depicted in the hieroglyphs, she's taking on the very depiction of Mut. And so I believe she had a very close sort of religious association with Mut, because she probably thought of herself as the living incarnation of Mut. And I think that Senenmut is somebody that she adopted. And that's why I think Senenmut was the name given to him by her.
Okay, so when Tutankhamun do the same thing and become after Tutankhamun, she's taking over the right role. What she's dictating for them anymore, because she's going to be the powerful goddess. There's always competition in Kemet. Not all of them is perfect anyway, and they always take the roles of the past king or queen out because they are the new ruler and they have to make a new legislation. And that's where all this politics shit come from right now that we're doing right now too. All right.
I hope you understood the significance of what I said and why that's kind of important to the whole Exodus narrative type ideology that I'm trying to basically help you understand.
Right. And you actually say something that I was going to as well, just to saying that she's a woman, powerful woman, and she's actually going more and more and changing the way people should believe some. It's like coming now to say I want to change the dictionary. I would get sued for that shit.
She
that same shit.
Birth. She knows she had a claim to a divine birth.
Every goddess and every kings of the pharaohs or whatever, they doesn't make her not become a queen either. What I respect it because you read more info. It wasn't. right? She's just powerful, and she's taking new divinations that they know you.
I think there's a huge significance to it because we have an actual person, right? That she's calling Son of Moon, and she's depicting herself as the goddess Moon. Like, I think that's interesting to me.
Hey guys,
that could be something they don't agree with just because they say it's blasphemy. Yeah, but it's in a way the Tutankhamun guy did it. He said he wants to just choose as a sun god Ra. The priest doesn't want to do shit with them no more. And what did they do? They listened to him until he died. But when he died, so it wasn't different from what happened to Hatshepsut as well. Right? But they see her as a very brutal, very angry.
That caused it.
Well, we need to confirm that one. We need to go back and read more.
And his name from every single thing, including his name. It's not just her name that was dashed out. It was his name too. His name was removed from everything. It was all carved out. Crossed out. Why was Senenmut's name crossed out? Why did he disappear?
How do you cross out granite?
And you just like
you can't chisel that shit out.
Yeah,
try it. Yeah, why do you think they used granite, my friend? They used granite because you can't chisel it out. So good luck trying to chisel it out, unless it's some. Most people say that they found this.
Deliberately removed from monuments the names of Senenmut and Hatshepsut. This is like known fact. You can type this in right now. Any Egyptologist.
Listen, so you're saying the Egyptian stuff?
I'm not saying they built the pyramids. No, that's nothing to do with that. I'm talking about just Hatshepsut, this person's name, and this other person's name was removed from all the monuments. It was. There's evidence of this. Statues were smashed. They're buried, chiseled off temple walls. Yeah, 100%. That's the case. Replace the names with names of pharaohs.
Yeah, I'm not denying that. I mean, you probably have reason to believe that's true.
This is not just me saying this. It's like you can see this. Like there's evidence of this. It's like this is on the walls. Like
common though. It's very common in
where did you want to go with this?
They do not share it.
I'm saying, like we have, like this is what I mean. It's like I'm trying to give you a layout here. You got to understand the significance.
You've already explained. Maybe not to go anymore. You tried, bro. You try already. You explain what happened to why they took that shit off the wall, and that's it. But based on pyramids, the ancient Egyptian built pyramids.
You think the ancient Egyptians built the pyramids?
Yes, it's called Subterranean city that was actually in beneath the pyramids, right? And that city is called Tara Shepta Rura. That's what it's called, which is called the city of the solar code. Yeah, one of their oldest ancestors or their granddad of the great Egyptians buried underneath the pyramids. They say the pyramid is not a tomb, but when you dig down, nobody can go further. That is where some of this secret knowledge is. And they have internal flame cities called as well, right? Which they can detect shafts, the vertical shafts in there, and they got something called anchor in there. The transmonic multi-dimensions pillar is a secret knowledge to chemists and those people that build it, and that's the same thing as the Sphinx as well.
Let me just give you some breakdown here, because I personally don't think you understand the magnitude of what we're talking about here. We're talking about the big one, the Kufa, originally stood 481 feet. Okay? Now we're talking about just that pyramid alone. 2.3 million stone blocks, averaging the block weight 2.5 tons. Granite are 25 to 80 tons. The top of the pyramid is 6 million tons of stone. We're talking about 2.3 million in the Kufa and 2 million
A smaller one is 200,000. So 3 main Giza pyramids together contain roughly 4.5 million blocks of stone. So they're saying it took 20 years to build the Great Pyramid alone. So we're talking about 2580 to 268 to 2500 BCE. Okay. So they're saying 20 years. So 2.3 million blocks in 20 years. That's 115,000 blocks per year. If we break that down, that's 350 blocks a day. They would have to work 10 hours. So it's 30 hours per hour. That sounds insane at first, but try to remember, thousands of workers work simultaneously. Blocks were pre-quarried, many blocks time in different sides. So basically, a huge coordination and construction site. So archaeologists discover a worker village that shows a permanent workforce of 20,000 workers, rotating seasonal workers during the Nile flood. So they weren't slaves. This is not a Hollywood myth. Worker tombs show that they were paid laborers and craftsmen. The evidence they actually built it, archaeologists are uncovered strong evidence for construction progress. We have quarries. We have transcripts that they're saying it was from the it's papyrus diary, so they haven't found actually archaeological sites for it, but I want to let you know that they moved those large stones in that period of time. It's just going to be very difficult for me to think that is the case.
There's been a lot of people that.
Hold on. LSF, what'd you say?
Yeah, I was just thinking, dude, you might be on the borderline personal incredulity policy there. I can't see how the Egyptians built the pyramids. Therefore, it must have been someone else.
There's been a lot of Egyptologists that make all the same equation that you're doing, right? That's just what they see at this time. So they can make that equation, it's fine. That's when you're researching. There's no factual evidence, right? Based on all the stuff that's based on what I do research on, based on some hieroglyphics and some of the picture that I found. I saw a tall giant, very tall giant that actually that was moving the stones. And there is a tall giant that's taller than many of those normal Egyptians as well. So there are people there at that time, they're called their own helper, which are actually their deities. There has been some pictures of different deities that come and go. So they will have a extraterrestrial intervention, you could call it, to give them knowledge, the design, the blueprint and whatnot. Then you will have them staying with them as their ancestors to help them with this building of these pyramids. And these lifting stones as well, we could say they have technology.
You're saying to what I'm saying to you, right? Wouldn't you say the Nephilim route? Why don't you just say that there was Neanderthals? Because the Neanderthals... Well, I say Nephilim, the giants, right?
And there was
I understand, like the giants.
Right.
Why not Neanderthals? Why only giants? Why not Neanderthals?
That's what we called them when we found their bones in the Netherlands.
Okay, Neanderthal would be related to the
Neanderthals, because they were saying they were still around.
Is that Caucasian? Is the Neanderthal from Caucasian? Yes or no?
What, Neanderthals are Caucasian?
Yes, that is what your scholar people describe Neanderthal came from. Most are Caucasian people. There's no
saying about this. I'll tell you nothing about this.
I'll bring my proof, you bring your proof. It's not written. All right, then.
I will give you the proof right now.
All right, I will go back
So
to
the temple,
waiting for you guys to let me speak. So, you know that there's pyramids in Mexico. They never deny that the people of Mexico built them. But for some strange reason, when it's Africa, they never say Africans built it. They always say Egyptians. So don't talk about racists when you're the only one. You've never once said Africans built the temples. You've said Egyptians. But don't say it's racist. You're the one feeding into the racist bullshit. It was Africans who built it. It's in Africa. It's in Africa.
Let's dialogue from Israel. The Egyptians, ancient Kemetans, are actually Nubian tribes. Some of the deity they worship is worshipped the same in Africa, which is called Bes. So they are the same.
So, I've never heard you say African yet. I've been waiting.
Yes, just because when I say Egyptians, you think I'm talking about the Arab? I'm not talking about those fake Egyptians. They even decided they're not the Egyptians. There is a name was given to them by the Greek. It wasn't their real name. The real names are called Pata. So those are the real people that were there. So I'm not talking about those ones now. I'm talking the Asian. That's why I keep saying the Asians. When I say Asian, the ancestors, I'm talking about the original people that were there. So get up. Breaking up, Megatron. Your network is breaking up. Try again.
Oh no, I'm fine, my brother.
You're on the phone, that's why. So what I'm trying to say to you right now, there's no racist talk here. Even the guy that was trying to bully me, he's gone. And I do know that he just having an emotion breakdown because somebody get to say Neanderthal are not part of the history. And there's no evidence that I've seen that Neanderthal actually of the African. Even there's been those people researchers have said that they couldn't find no DNA of Neanderthals in the Africans around the time. I don't know now, but what I'm saying to you based on the Egyptians or this is the Maphite, yeah, they are the oldest people. And some of you see that in the, if you check Google now, they call them Nemer or Mesis, but they are called the Maphite. They are the people of the dynasties in Kemet. They've told the information that the ants and eat him to actually help them with it. When you go to the they will tell planets, their own ancestors and their deity or their constellations where they arrive from. And this is not a battles of race here because race never come from anybody but English word at the end of the day. And that's just to describe people based on their ethnicity and their genealogies and where they came from. So if you're going to bring the Neanderthal to pyramids, they wasn't there. They wasn't around that time. They were at Caucasus Mountain. They are Caucasians, Caucasian.
It wasn't English. It was Hitler.
Sorry, that break up or something. All right, so I'm not the one making shit up here. You could go back to your school where the Neanderthal came from, where Caucasian came from, where the Germans came from, when the Greek came from, when the Roman came from, and the timeline. Those places. And the Greeks, the scholars in Greeks went to Kemet to study. And they actually the world's best study students ever. I give for everything, not everything, because the secret knowledge wasn't given to them. They invaded the old Kemetians, the old Egyptians. But they have a bit of knowledge to write few books of what they read based on the zodiac sign they gave you right now.
What actually came out of Africa apart from AIDS?
Don't even go there with that bullshit because AIDS was actually brought to Africa by a stupid racist scientist that was injecting monkeys. Yes, that is where that shit came from. We don't bring that shit. Take about the timeline, the AIDS information brought out. It was a time when it was a time where are you going? Where are you going with your talk right now? Because it's getting sensitive. Every time people telling the truth, you guys doesn't want to debate anymore. You don't want to do research anymore. Of your Neanderthal. None of you are bring that shit out yet. The last thing you would do is put me out of the room because you just said because you're acting like a fucking racist cunt. If you're from the UK right now, I know you're a cunt, but I know you are low on the immune system. Why you take the opportunity to people like you that can't take you through, you hang yourself. Nobody will kill you. You go hang yourself, get drunk. That's the shit at the end of the day when you lot start coming with that ratio shit. I never come to your stage and start calling you names. I never come to your stage and say Neanderthal never existed. I never say that they are. You know what I mean? When you guys start acting emotional, that means like I'm winning and you are losing because you can't bring the bait, you can't bring the book out. Everything was written from old Kemetians. That's where your fucking people go there to. My people existed more than look. My people are two tribes, yeah. Mitochondrial DNAs dated by 254,000 years old of the woman DNA found in Kenya. So we predict.
What about my people?
And I tell you, you came from the planet. That was where most of the Pleiadians came from. They told you in the Bible. So why come you can't find out about your own origin and you coming out with that racial shit about monkey, about AIDS? Who the fuck give you AIDS? Create some shit. Up in Australia right now. The indigenous Australia are there, and you people are locking them to fuck up because you want to wipe out their shit and call their land now to be more Neanderthal land right now. So don't fuck with me when it comes to real story or geographical fact. I'm not speaking nuts, aren't you? You are pretty nuts. Well, I'm giving you the truth, and you can't debate on the truth. All you gotta do is target the person. Dude, I was showing you. But you know shit. Even you told me, I said that.
Yeah, I'm showing you, and you're showing your true colours. I said, what you're really about.
So you are innocent now, trolling me, and I'm saying my true colours. So you are
the racist in here is you. You'll be
that many people since I've been on your stage. Have I mentioned?
Yeah. My people came to Africa to inject you with AIDS. Fucking hell, what are you talking about?
Why do you say why did AIDS come from Africa when your dumbass never do this?
Because I was trolling you.
Because you're a dumb troller. You're a dumb troller.
Right, okay, I'm a dumb troller. You're the one who's...
Alright then, so I won then because I'm not the one getting angry after that shit. I'm telling you the fact. But you can't debate me on what the shit I've been saying. All you have to say is I'm trolling you, I'm trolling.
I can't debate somebody who's a lunatic.
Yeah, because it's the facts, it's the truth. And debate me up me. Go and find out the real fact and bring it back to me and say I'm lying. You can't debunk the truth. That's the problem with you guys. See how your room is getting empty because you guys, this dumbass guy that first say when Africans spoil the app, he run the fuck away just because he can't debate too. Now the second guy come out with a bullshit, and now you come out with hate shit. That's just sensitive, emotional feelings that you can't fight. And that was to me. You can debate. Everything I've laid down on this fucking stage right now, you know are going zigzag bullshit, balabu, or boo, 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 and nothing else to say. Rather than just racial words, insulting me, and slur words. Weak ass fuckers, man. So tell me when
you should kiss him on the lips.
You should kiss him on the lips.
Then tell me where Neanderthal came from and the if I'm lying then. Dumbass, want to talk to me about Neanderthal and
should
then
have
Neanderthal came from the Netherlands.
Okay, then give me your history then, so we can go through the book.
Kiss him on the neck.
How long is the timeline of the Neanderthal? How long is the timeline? When did they came out to start existing to actually repopulate the planet? Give me the timeline.
God created them 6,000 years ago.
Okay, who is God? Who is God? Define God to me.
God's the guy from the Bible who created it.
Bible came 6,000 years ago. How the fuck you come out with the English when English came 1,400 ago? The J word existed
6,000 years ago. God created.
Okay, tell me when the Bible came. Tell me the original Bible I want to go and read right now. Even the Egyptian, the Ethiopian Bible is older than your shit. Tell me the Bible, the oldest ones I can go and read right now.
Well, we've got the originals in the Vatican.
Vatican, they're keeping the original for you and they give you the pseudo, so you can come here and be fighting me about your J word came 1400 when Jesus never existed, and there's another person.
Only the Pope's allowed to see the real Bible.
Okay then, so that means you ain't got no defense, you ain't got no proof, you ain't got no evidence of nothing to fight to argue with me about. So there's no need.
Yeah, we've got the Pope.
Okay, the is a pseudo. You got a pseudo Bible, and you tell me the real one is in Vatican. They don't give you the real one or the information. Plain Bible anyway. If I were you, so you can check out a bit of original people that came before you. Come out with that bullshit.
The Pope's infallible, though. The Pope can't be wrong.
Son, he's just playing around. He's just trying to get to know you. He's just
I'm playing with him too.
All right, so son, the reason why I said Neanderthal, right, is because allegedly, I have no evidence of this. They said that they were still around during the end of the Younger Dryas of 12,000 years ago. I'm not sure if you believe in that sort of story, but there is new evidence that says that the pyramids themselves were completely flooded all the way up to the top. So when the ice caps melted, in the beginning they were like, oh, it's got to be a meteor, but they didn't realize that there's this precession that gives the sun, that gives the northern part of the world more sun, so it's easy to melt. And we could see that from the Grand Canyon because it looks ripped right through the middle of America. So huge rip tides that are still actually like for example, when you're on the beach and you see like the ripples from the waves coming in, we have ripples like that are in like north, east coast and the west coast where there's just tons of evidence for it, is what I'm saying. All the new, the water that it just keeps gushing, we're talking gigatons. On top of that, we have the diaphragm of the northern part. So there's going to be earthquakes. That possibly weren't supposed to happen, but did. So it looks like a lot of catastrophic events happen. Greenland right now, and in Greenland, for them to go
tons. You know, like the 24 different boxes that they say they put these cows in or whatever, right? When it was the time of Taurus. It could have been the Africans of the past, but in order for
of deities. They have extraterrestrial intervention, which most of the Africans do say it. And that will question more to say, yes, definitely, it must be very old. And it's not only Egypt, you have pyramids. You have the biggest pyramid in Bosnia. You got pyramids in Africa, in America. And his spacecraft is always packed inside the pyramids. So they would never leave the spacecraft for us to see. Which is called City of the Solar Code, right? That was what they describe it like. But the ancient papyrus that you say there's no evidence of building the pyramids, there were evidence of building the pyramids. They are walkers, and they are giants that are taller than them. Evidence of the pyramids is to say they use it as a navigations to planets. That was Osiris, because Osiris was buried after a few meters away from the pyramids, and his shaft was actually
I respect your opinions and it sound like you've done some homework also, but for me, I can't cope with the fact that
that was before dictionary, that was before computer writing and all that shit. Aura means things that was given to people by recisive. Aura means because you yeah. So the people that built it, yeah, are ancient ancestors of the Kemetians, and they're tall being. Some of them are up to 8 to 9 feet tall, and they use scientific knowledge to build it. In your history, that some of your scholars actually use electromagnetic field to navigate stones or sound energy to levitate stones. Yeah, one of your scholars died from that, and you never give no information to nobody, right? So this knowledge is well kept. That's why you get a high priest, and you got those people that are called the pantheons that don't give those knowledge out for anybody to write. So you will never find no technology remnants until you dig more than even 80 feet. In there, but they kept that secret too. We don't know a lot yet until we find more information. They are extraterrestrials here because they are older scientists that have long passed us with technology, and they build star system to navigate. Incredible, man. Do your thing.
Stargate
You got all the shit.
You know, Stargate.
I live it.
It wasn't like a documentary.
You want me to? Yeah, that Stargate movie as well was similar to that shit. Exactly. Thank you for that one. Stargate is actually similar. Stargate movie. And Stargate is connected to the temple. Yeah, there's Stargate 4 to 7 in Egypt itself. Yeah, but there's store inner city. It's called Crystal Container. with you. You don't have to believe everything I'm saying. I'm a pyramids
Mi amor.
Mi amor, yo estoy hablando.
El té.
Into anything.
Okay, so here I'll do it again. Here, this. Sorry, if the link is not opening to anything, I'll show you this link. I'll erase that. The Rammies. Yeah, Ramses. Like, remember this one, right? Do you know what it took for us to even put that in the museum? The feat that it took? How long it took them to do it?
How long?
You want me to give you? Hold on, let me give you the. I'll show you.
Did you check this retail on
I
stage?
know.
I just
Do you hold, what is it, LSF? LSF what?
No, just asking Bart if you took that retail on stage or not, because I've just invited him.
No.
Sorry, no,
Okay. Go on. I just want to say, you could say most of all this thing was granite. Some of the granite.
Limestone. It's limestone.
Limestone.
The length of it is 36 feet. It's 90 tons. It's limestone. Original stood up in Memphis. How long did it take? No exact record of time is specific to the statue, but the estimated base known in Egypt, methods and experts. So
Theory to see if this is how it could have happened if human build it or some kind of a size of some thousands of people move it, but we don't know. You know why we don't know? Just because they said it doesn't mean it's fact. But the only thing we can go with here is to say, these people talk about metaphysics or metaphorics when they're actually describing based on the hieroglyphics. One of their kings, that was a giant, was seen flying a boat in the star. And there's another one seen flying in a boat in the water. Do you know what they use as propeller to actually move people in the boat with a lot of bricks, stones, all kind of stuff? Guess what they put under the boat? They put Aposis there. Aposis is a snake. They move the heavy lifting, right? Because they put it there. So that's just telling you already that you might be thinking it's a human that moving this shit. They could have a deity or some spiritual knowledge to move that heavy object away from human. So that is just one thing I'll give to you. If I find a picture, I'll post it for you as well, so you won't just think I'm talking. So there's a lot of metaphoric or metaphysics of talking or languages in Kemet that we won't be able to decipher. We're just going to be guessing on theory. It's okay to do that too, because Greek does that and they give us a lot of readings, which is intelligent. Scholar he described how he actually levitates stone, but he doesn't give them the secret knowledge to. And he died here. He went to grave with it. If I find his name, I'll put it up for you too.
Your scholar. I don't have scholars here. I don't have any scholars.
I agree with
what I'm saying.
scholar. He was an English, British, and European scholar. That's why I say your scholar. He's different from African scholar, isn't it? So don't get sensitive F again, man, and don't come with the racial shit. Because I'm already.
That's the point, dude. You're the one who's being a racist. You're scholars, white man scholars. You mean scholars? Do you get what I mean? He keeps going, you're scholars, when he means white men.
Son, were you ever a Christian?
Son, being racist.
Son, were you ever a Christian? I'll take that as a yes.
So he's right about one thing, guys. Like, some of the depictions in the hieroglyphs, right, could have been like metaphorical. Yeah.
Actually, I'll put you the picture now. So you can anybody.
One second. Not because it was a real snake. Perhaps they had a mechanism in which they could slide the freaking thing, right? A statue. And it's depicted. It's a very intelligent way to depict sliding something. It's a poetic way to do it. I think that's possible as a theory that he's positing.
Yeah, no, and you know what it is? No one's ever really wrong, right? Because we're all like trying to use our intuition and the knowledge that we've gained throughout the work, throughout our lives to say, oh, well, how could this be the case? So I don't think that we're nervous of being irrational by saying, this could have happened this way or the other. We're all just kind of using guesswork because that's all we have.
Yeah, we have to only speculate.
Yeah, we can only speculate.
Yeah.
So I think all the information should be taken, all the information should, and I think that's the thing, everybody likes to, and I think that's the most interesting part of conversations like this, right? Because we all have our little input on stuff.
We are marveled.
These things aren't really up for debate. They're just out to share the information,
But the common thing I think is that we're just so marveled by this era because of the way they did shit. Either they were like really giant people, or Eric von Daniken has a good book called The Chariots of the Gods. It got a lot of like pushback and stuff. I read it when I was like 16 or something, maybe younger. He believes the aliens came down and actually did. That's one theory he has. They could have used police and levers and stuff. I don't know. There's so many ways they could have done it.
Hey,
did you like how they changed the entire location of Moses?
What's crazy about aliens building the pyramids?
It's not. They were probably just like bigger people who look different. That's what I'm saying. Like there's nothing crazy about anything in that era because it's just so. It's a very mysterious civilization.
I guess I put a picture up based on the snake that was used as repeller for the boat. There's a lot of picture of it. And the aliens you guys talking about are giant. I'm going to post that picture of two giant bricks, that was used in pyramids. And the human was standing next to him, looked very small. These people, they're not joking. They have a writing system. So it will be very difficult just to come with only theory when you neglect their real information and you can decipher it. So that's what I'm saying. It doesn't really say only thousands of people are going to be using chisels and a stone, to be chiseling granite or limestone that was harder than a even diamond for thousands of years to come to that shape. They have their own technology, but we can't decipher it, and they're not leaving nothing behind for you. Sorry. Them or coming to take some of their stuff, where they give you few education, but they're not giving you all the information. So that's why we ain't finding nothing, but we're nearly there now to find something by looking they find chambers, they find a lot of cabinets. So what they're going to try and do now, we don't know. But by the time they get there, they'll definitely, but they won't be able to touch a lot. Going to turn up, and they're watching everyone. So that is just my own theory, you could call it. But based on lifting stones, you people actually have deciphered that how stone can be levitated through sound energy, right? And through metaphysics. So that's possible. Asians are doing it before us. We're not the only brilliant guy here. We have people that have done the best. You could talk about Neanderthal too. They actually came out with how to cut, how to hunt. They have their own carving, their bones as well. They have before you start talking about, because we're reading about books today, or somebody tell you something today is the fact. You have to go back and put everything together from the past and the future. Then you might come with a logical.
I found some tools where they found them like sliding these things on like what do you call those slides?
I call them slides.
In playgrounds, huh?
We call them slides.
Slides, yeah. So they have
a slipping slide.
Yeah. And these things with these they were very clever. I mean, the architects too. We had to study Egyptian for like my third year in university.
Well,
had like
if you look at online, if you look at Wally from Texas, he'll show you how to move a megalith on his own.
That's not granite. Yeah, he wasn't moving granite.
He was moving
Limestone.
concrete, moving enormous. The guy moves buildings on his own.
I see.
Know about the sky. I hear a lot about the sky. People talk about it.
Wally from Texas.
Yeah.
They have a mechanism by which you used to play with those. Like you could pull the stone back, like a bow and arrow kind of a thing. They would pull the freaking stone back, and that this thing would fly. That's another theory they have, but that's a dangerous way to do it. Plus, they're very connected with the sky and the stars and stuff like that. So you'll see, like in the King's Chamber, you have like a small little window that points at the constellations exactly at 45 degrees. Angles so precisely.
Oh, God, it's not precise.
You want to hear the craziest? You want to hear the craziest?
They were using star map tracking.
Huh?
It's called star map tracking selection. That use around the world today. So before then, they don't know about measurement time. They use lunar calendar.
Right. Is that thing pointing today exactly at what you're saying is pointing at, yeah?
How many?
The Big Dipper?
No, just
the Big
tell
Dipper?
me, just tell me, is it pointing exactly at a star?
At a constellation or something.
Eh?
It's not at a star, like some kind of, and they could see these clearly, obviously, because it's a night sky. They don't have freaking pollution or anything. They sit at night and they just stare at the marble of the sky.
Where's it?
Like at some kind of
Right.
exact,
Okay.
I mean, right?
And how long has it been there? How long has it been there?
Which one?
Huh?
Which one?
The pyramid with a shaft in it.
Oh, the shaft. Oh, 3 to 5,000 years.
It's older than that.
Okay. Right.
Older.
That's
things-
5,000 years is fine. Right. Hang on. Right. Right. I'll give you an answer in a second. I just need to do a calculation.
You don't answer either. You're gonna come out with some pseudo shit, and I know where you're reading from either. So don't come out with some pseudo.
I'm doing a calculation.
And the lunar here, you could come out with your answer. If you ain't got no calculation for that shit, you're gonna come out with your. So he met the pyramids there too. So go back to 1330 to 1352 BC and see where you're gonna come out with the from that.
Right, now you've just, I love people who sit there and spout what they're going to tell you what they're going to do, mind readers, right? Have you heard of something called procession?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know about procession. Yeah, go on.
Right, procession is how the fixed stars move slowly over 25,000 years to do one full rotation. Pointing. So it's not even pointing in the same fucking direction.
Good Lord.
Because the third small pyramids that is not aligning anymore just because it's if you see aligned to atom star constellation. The smaller one, they say it move a little shift. I'm sure that's what you're explaining. Yeah, that's just telling you the solar axis of those time rotation is changing from that.
You're roboting.
So it's that's just a way to explain. No pyramid.
You're roboting. We can't hear a word you're saying. Right. Anyway, so anybody who says that shaft is
rotates through the Earth axis. No shaft to move. If it's talking about shaft move, no. Like you build a
shafts don't move. The stuff in the sky is moving.
The sky move. Constellations just changes, but only one that change doesn't move either, and that could be the gas burst. It bursts. Right? Whenever they use a telescope to view the starburst, they find out that he has burst long time years ago. We know about constellation star that always burst as well. I mean, like, the gas line is just.
What word do you keep using, dude? I keep hearing the word boss or something. Boss.
Yeah, burst, I think is English.
Yeah, they call it burst. BURST, right? It's anything that bursts, like chemicals just. I just told you, and I told you.
What's he talking about, Nigels? Shut up, you fucking piece of shit!
You are a really fucker, man. Go
Like about bursting, like a balloon that bursts.
Burst. Yeah, she just told you. Dumbass. Saying loss of flower. Stop.
He just, your pronunciation is different.
He has been saying.
He doesn't understand.
Dumbass. me. I never say that. Yeah, this is black. I don't even give a fuck what type of black he is, yeah? But he's been saying a lot of racist shit to me. And I told him already, I go, Viking, they're cooler, they're gentle, and they don't discriminate. And keep reading your pseudo papyrus and tell me what question you need to ask so I can give you the right answer.
No, ultimately work is pseudo. Don't understand.
Well, I respect the Greek scholars. Yeah, they have a lot of informations, but I don't use their zodiac sign, because that one, I know my zodiac signs that came after, before then. We predicted their shit. But based on that, yeah, I respect them. They went and learned and give us books and shit. But I'm not going to factor everything, because they rename everything away from the original names. So if I have to have discussion with someone like this, they're going to be
So two ancient people look at a pyramid. One in one language goes, oh, that's a wiggly woo, and the other one goes, oh no, that's a boo boo. And now the person who called it a fucking wiggly woo is wrong. It's really called a boo boo. I mean, for fuck's sake, does he not understand how different languages work?
Your mic, no, we can't hear what you're saying. You're mumbling. Yeah, the ancestor is capturing your voice right now. You can't hear shit.
Oh.
Repeat what you're saying. You went off. You're mumbling. You can't.
Sometimes you know that.
I hung out with like Calvinists for a couple of times. You know who they remind me of? Brethren. a lot.
Well, they're determinists. That's why.
That's not. It's the attitude. But they also are like, I don't know. They make rational arguments, I guess. And they've been like shunned.
Understand it?
That whole narrative will sort of fall apart a little bit if you take their position. Mm-hmm.
You know the. I think at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
He was the first person. Now, so you know how there's a Descartes demon. And Descartes renamed it. I'll put it first. He says, if I am mistaken, then I exist. That's what he says. What I'm saying is we are so predetermined. Is someone telling us and I react. And the moment I be wrong about that means you're the only one knowing it. Because of that, you exist. That's pretty funny. He came up with it first, which is really interesting. Think about it. Think about it. It's, you know, it's pretty interesting with how you put it. I don't like there. I think that 4 a.m. Carlos uses it all the time.
Yeah.
He thinks this is a good way to. They want this because they want it.
Which is what the other viewers say.
Yeah, that's a horrible way.
For assassins.
He's the first one to have it. But you know, we have plexiglass and putting the shit in here.
Yeah. Plexiglass is quite easy to work with. The matte finish is
Just this is what we call this permit temp. Because you can't say what's the we're using. Permit temp. Permanent, not permanent, but put it like it's permanent, but it's had to kick that guy. Everybody's going to lunch. It was nice to work in the office, huh? Did you Walmart? Next 20 years in New York, we have 20 years of work. And they just showed us the lineup. We have 20 years of. That's 20 years if everything goes to like one project leads to the next. There's certain projects that need to be done before other projects are.
Well, I don't know how things are going in America at the minute, but over here. Yeah, food shortages, fuel shortages, the cost of everything's going to go up. Let's go.
How the fuck did you ever fit in that car?
taken away. You know it's for me. All day.
The course of true love never did run smooth. And yet, to say truth, reason, and love keep little company together nowadays. Ay me, for aught that I could ever read, could ever hear by tale or history, the course of true love never did run smooth. Shakespeare.
Yes, yes. I allocated that piece once in school. You do another one. Such. I forget. I have to find this.
To make you understand that power is the only law of this world. It's okay. My sweet, sweet boy.
And by far, I think Mark Anthony's speech, I know it's cliche, but that's probably the most powerful work ever written by Shakespeare. Considering the scene, the act, and the urgency of the situation. It's so elocutive because of how Mark Anthony is feeling at the moment. At that moment.
So the whole of Sonnet 8, shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and brilliant to buds of night, summer's leaves all too short. Sometimes time decline, by chance until nature's changing course, untrimmed. Thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor lose possession of that fair thou art, nor shall death brag thou wast in this his shade, where in eternal lines to find thou rest. Roast. That's some weird word shapes. So long as man can read or eyes can see, so long life lives this, and this gives life.
Of course not. I told Ryan that his mother and I
I never may believe these. Frantic. Sees Helen's beauty in the brows of Egypt. The poet's eye in fine frenzy rolling. For the glance from heaven to earth, from earth to heaven. And as imagination bodies flows, the forms of things unknown, the poet's pen turns them to shapes and gives them to airy nothing. A local habitation and a name. Such tricks have shown
superior to every thought. Ignorance of Father not having known the truth, it set about with a creation, preparing with power and beauty the substitute. This was not then a humiliation for him, the incomprehensible, inconceivable one, for they were nothing. The anguish and the oblivion, and the creature of deceit, truth is immutable, I can't say that word, perfect in beauty, for this reason despise error. Thus it had no roots, but it fell into a fog regarding the Father, while it was involved in preparing works and oblivions and terrors, in order that by means of these it might entice those of the middle and capture. Revealed. It is not from the Father. Oblivion did not come into existence from the Father, although it did indeed come into existence because of him. But what comes into existence might vanish and the Father might be known, since since oblivion came into existence because the Father was not known, then if the Father comes to be, oblivion will not exist from that movement on. Through this, the gospel of the one who is searched for, which was revealed to those who are perfect through the mercies of the Father, the hidden mystery, Jesus the Christ, enlightened those who were in darkness through oblivion. He enlightened them, he showed here is the truth which he taught them. I could go on.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Is it Gnosis?
Gospel of truth.
Huh?
That's the gospel of truth.
It's really beautiful.
The kindest thing you can do for yourself.
Okay, I got one.
No, it's all right. It's heretical.
That is why it's so beautiful. I knew it was heretical. Yeah.
Let me just find this passage from.
Sounds like a thought. It's just really beautiful. What LSF?
LSF believes in the Old Testament God is the demiurge.
Yeah, I know.
He believes that.
Are you not sick?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not religious, so
Don't tell anybody. Yes. Full heretic. He doesn't want to go full heretic yet.
Why not? Take me to the altar of heretics. I'll wear that crown of thorns proudly on my head.
Yeah, they don't think I'm an atheist.
Well, he doesn't believe that the God of the Old Testament is the one true God. It's the God that cannot know the one true God. So that's the reason why, and I had a fucking I put the joint now. I lost the popsicle. Your fault, that was I'm packing my shit up, but the fuck am I still doing here? I'm going to fuck home. You go home, and I'm gonna fucking masturbate. That's what I'm gonna do. Sorry, Nargis sending me.
Coptic, where is it? Coptic Apocalypse of Peter, that's the one. 78.
Oh, you would love. I read her the one.
She fell in love with it, LSF. You had to see how in love she was. She read it, and she read it many times. It was insane. Because she just loved it so much. The uncorruptible one.
Read what's it called? The trimorphic protein in three forms.
Which page is
and
that?
On the Origin of the World is the other one. They're both very good.
Well, read it. This way we can know. What page? What page is it on?
I'm reading it. I've got it in a book. I've got a different book to you. I don't know if it's in the Elaine Pagels one. So noia basically means thought. So you've got like epinoia, which is afterthought. Metanoia, which basically means to change thought. So there's a bit of a thing actually. Came to be she who exists before the all. She, the protonoia, is called by three names, although she dwells alone, since she is perfect and invisible within the thoughts of the invisible one. I am revealed in the immeasurable, ineffable things. I am incomprehensible, dwelling incomprehensible. I move in every creature. I am the life of my epinoia, second thought, that dwells within every power and every eternal movement and invisible light, and within the archons and the angels and the demons, every sound dwelling in, and every material soul. I dwell in those who came to be. I move in everyone, and I delve into them all. I walk uprightly, and those who sleep, I awaken. I am the sight of those who dwell in sleep. I am the invisible one within the all. It is I who counsel those who are hidden, since I know the all that exists in it. I am numberless, beyond everyone. I am immeasurable, ineffable. I dwell within the silence that surrounds every one of them. And it is the hidden voice that dwells within me, within the incomprehensible, immeasurable thought, within the immeasurable silence. The all by my thought. It is I whom am laden with the voice. It is through me that gnosis comes forth. I dwell in the ineffable and unknowable ones. I am perception and knowledge, uttering a voice by means of thought. I am the real voice. I cry out in everyone. Recognize me. incomprehensible thought. I revealed myself, yes, I am among those who recognize me, for it is I who am joined with everyone by virtue of the hidden thought and an exalted voice, even a voice from the invisible thought. And it is immeasurable, since it dwells in the immeasurable one. It is a mystery, it is unrestrainable, and it is immeasurable by the incomprehensible one. It is invisible to those who are visible in the all. It is a light dwelling in light. It goes on. So what scriptures do you read then, Moses?
Well, I like the Bible.
What's your inspiration?
Read everything. Everything I can get my hand on. I don't discriminate, but I don't think all of it. But what you just read sounds very much like the Krishna speech on the Bhagavad Gita when he's introducing himself.
Yeah, that's how old is the?
Much older. They've always known these things. It's not that one plagiarized from another. These were just known truths, I think, that mystics held onto whilst they experienced like deep states of perhaps like awareness, you know.
Well, it's not popular, but my personal opinion is that Christianity began as a spiritual movement.
Sure, yeah.
If you actually read carefully the letters of Paul, it doesn't mention a sort of embodied Jesus.
Right.
It's spiritual.
Yeah.
Like a Gnostic kind of.
Yeah, you want to read this one? Yeah, I'm gonna put so you can see them. Yeah, this is the second one. So it starts on the second my PTR, the second one, and it is page 469. If you want to go to the book, this is out of the book on page 469 also. I think it's easier for you to read it from the book. 469.
I'll download it onto my phone.
This is just one page.
No, it's 2 pages because it folds over to the next page.
Okay, got it.
This is really interesting. It talks about the Aeon. Oh, you don't have it? You need the Gnostic?
New phone, innit?
Just send it to him.
Does he? Oh, he has it.
Yeah,
Do you have it?
I read it every now and then. Hey, come on, let's read this.
Is it a good one?
Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. When I went on vacation, I went to the library and I got the hard copy, the hard one. Man, I didn't want to return that book, but then I felt guilty taking it, so I fucking brought it back to the thing. Because I'm thinking about
this is really good stuff. I'm reading it.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Yes,
but,
scriptures.
oh yeah. Bar Urban has a good one too, yeah.
In fact, he does goes with it called Los Christianities. Put the two together because he references them back and forward.
I have Autumn's Heaven and Hell. I think that's the first book I read of Autumn. It's quite linear. Huh? Did you have you read it?
Not in the scroll, the actual scroll.
Oh, right, hang on then.
What is an aeon actually? Like, how is it understood?
Aeon.
Aeon is who Jesus is in the Valentinian thing.
It's quite nice. Wait, I'll read it for you if you want.
Oh, okay. 469 and it's 469, 470. A little bit of 470 on top.
I'm just reading from your PTR. Right.
Not that one.
Just saying, oh, you know what? I don't need that. I don't need anything. I don't need anyone. And I'm just going to move away from it. Does that sound reasonable? Does that make me a lunatic or what?
No, I think that might be part of the problem. Why you're having a hard time.
We have introduced a streamer to the room. We have to be careful. Iviani, you're welcome up. Alistair, we see you.
Oh, yes, we do.
So you've given up on.
You're not doing the one. It's really hard to be successful.
Are we talking about love this afternoon?
Yes, funny. What's up? How you been?
Wow, love is in the air. Love is in the air for sure.
I am a proud Chicagoan, born and raised.
Okay. The reason I asked that is, and I said I wasn't going to talk anymore about it, but I just want to say one last thing about it, which is that I believe, and I believe throughout this whole thing, that any American has a vested interest in this situation. You don't have to be Jewish, because our tax dollars are very much funding this. So I just want to add that. All right, Andrew.
It's impacting everyone's lives.
Good morning, Andrew. How are you?
Good morning. I'm okay. Just in relation to this conversation, I was curious, I suppose. I'll use that word. People that have suffered a trauma in their history, so Israelis/Jews coming out of World War II. And I'll compare that with the Irish that moved to Newfoundland. And when the Irish arrived in Newfoundland, it was already inhabited, of course, by the Beothuk peoples, and they wiped them out. And these are people that are coming from 900 years of subjugation by the British, and yet turn around and do the same thing to the peoples that they. And it's just very curious that don't have that empathy for the people that they encounter. There's some kind of disconnect there, so it's strange. Anyway, in my mind, when you were talking about this.
I'm sure there's actually an answer for that, but it's way too long for me to explain here. But just if you're wondering, I'm happy to share my thoughts on that in a different.
Sure, anytime. yeah, because it's a strange phenomenon that people have a selective memory, I suppose, or But I came across an article a couple articles. One this morning was about an economic conference that's slated for mid-September in Toronto. Mark Carney's government has been on the world stage trying to attract investment into the country. So this is being sponsored by two of the larger pension plan here in Canada, as well as maybe some. And their situation in the world, the uncertainty, the changing dynamics of the geopolitics here in Canada, to offer Canada as a safe haven for investment. And it's one thing to present it like that, and the Carney government has been working, and as he mentioned in that clip that I heard part of, earlier, that the going has been slower than he'd like, or they'd have liked. And so they have a lot of MOAs in terms of some of the larger projects. But Canada has had an issue with this for a very long time, and especially under the previous Liberal government. And that has to do with just the whole regulatory process that you have to go to get these things approved. It takes forever. And of course, people aren't. Invest in Canada because they want to build pipelines, they want to do all this stuff. And then on that note, on pipelines, they out of just northwest of Edmonton, Cold Lake, Alberta, they had a large 600,000 liters oil spill of a pipeline. And this is the concern people have with pipelines, of course. And this is the bitumen coming out of the tar sands. And so it's a mixed solution with salt water. And of course, the salt water, unlike other things, perhaps it stays. That salt, once it's there, it's there. So quite concerning for the Indigenous peoples in that area. And of course, there's little transparency. I won't say there's little transparency on what was affected, what mitigations they've done to clean it up, the involvement of the Indigenous communities, and them being informed, et cetera, et cetera. So that's quite a concern for Canadians. I mean, that's why Quebec doesn't want to see a pipeline go through their territory, and these are what you get when you have a large country with all these regional concerns that differ. Alberta has a different concern than Quebec, obviously. Alberta wants to get their oil out. Quebec doesn't want their oil spilling all over Quebec. But
it's such a complicated country, Andrew.
Oh God, is it ever? And then let's talk about the North. That adds another dimension to things in terms of Greenland and this whole Golden Dome that Trump is trying to promote, conceive of. Yeah. Yeah. So, and I guess the other one that really hit me this morning was that Doug Ford, who's the Premier of Ontario, has just they purchased a used private jet for him at $28 million. So I don't know where he's jetting to in Ontario that he needs a private jet, but apparently he does.
I need a private jet.
Don't we?
Why don't we move over to Susie, since we're having kind of a shortened room today? So I would love to hear from you, Susie. And thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, hi, and I just exited the tram that I was driving in while listening to you, Bright Minds. I think that what I would love to share is to a Aarhus University conference last night that was named Resilience. and we had from 4 different departments, from history, from technology, from social sciences, and also the head artistic director of the Royal Opera of Denmark as the speakers. And sobering, the topic was picked because, like at the moment, the U.S. is participating in a war, but in countries like Denmark, we expect that we will be in a war and not only participating in a war. So that's the vibe of Europe and the Nordic countries. That is that our mindset is settling into preparing with emergency radios, especially male children, teenagers. They expect that they'll be part of an army. So it's actually a major mind shift to the sort of not only bipolar world order, but China, India, possibly Russia, Europe on its own, and the US as the new centers. And it was just very interesting. And I'm very happy to say that conversations like the one we have in this room and other places in Clubhouse made none of the points that were made new to me. But I think it's interesting that it's sort of spreading out in many corners of both research and society. So I think that's what I would love to share today.
I have a question for you, Susie. I know you don't represent your whole country, but what is your take on America's West European allies? Do you feel like this is something that with the new administration could be reversed or healed, or do you feel like things have broken down in a way that...
I think the last suggestion, that is that when I talk to ordinary Danes, there's a lot of people also on social media that says things like, I hope nobody gets insulted, that Trump is stupid, he's a lunatic, let's get rid of him. But then when it comes to the speakers in the audience yesterday, it's a much more, actually the first speaker, he said, don't have the illusion that things are going to change if Trump disappears, because there's a whole power shift of power, not only in the United States, but focusing on the United States to answer your question. That is that we are experiencing a new world order where we'll have to look at where each sort of entity, like Europe, where do we get our resources from? Are we self-sufficient or dependent on others? And Europe is in a bad place there, and US could be in a good place because it has access to most of the things that it needs to sustain itself. So the expectation is that the US will go its own way, and it will have no reason to reconnect with Europe after this administration.
Oh, man. That is not good news, Ceci. So we need you to put a good word in for those of us back here who really want to rebuild relationships. But I have no illusion. Look, I personally feel the world order needed a bit of shaking up anyway, and also not to mention the AI impact that's coming. I think China just announced that it plans to be AI dominant by 2030. And there's so much happening. Sam Altman is talking about a public fund so that humans can benefit or get money, contributions when robots displace them, and more. But Susie, I want to say that we can't, I know that the international humanitarian financing through the World Bank, and the World Bank spring meetings are happening right now, that there is a whole movement, not just around, new trade blocks between Canada, Europe, and some of the BRICS, India notably, and others, but also really looking at how to reorganize international assistance as well. And my friends that live around the world, I lived in years for India, really are talking about, a new world order, and they just sort of are like, the U.S. is sort of going. And I just think that has to be one of the priorities for the next administration, despite a big
need to prioritize affordability and reinvestment in America, but rebuilding those strong relationships, and then it's going to take a long.
I think, if I may add to this, Andrea, I think that one of the wonderful points coming from the creative director of the Royal Danish Opera was that what makes Europe special, and he said that is that throughout history, European art has been critical of the establishment and curious. And that is what is a special take on the European culture that we should maintain despite cutting ties, for example, with US, or rather US cutting ties with us. I think that's still how we see it. But that we don't want to follow the lead of the leader of the free world who now sees itself in a different position. But the question is if the culture in the United States will in the future be a mirror of what he says is characteristics of the European culture, because of course the US being created by Europeans traveling out, we have shared that, but the question is, will we experience a split in the values and culture behind movements, companies, and culture, where the US also export values and culture? And I think that is actually maybe the biggest underlying question, because if we share the same values and visions, we can always find a path. But if we don't, and momentarily we don't seem to, so that's how do you think that's going to play out? US as a society looking away from them.
Can you repeat the last question? Sorry, I just want to cut out a little bit for me.
Okay.
Repeat the last sentence. It was very interesting insight, but the last bit of your question was, how is it going to play out with the go ahead, you rephrase.
So the artist said that the core of European culture is curiosity and critical creativity and a critical approach to things. So that has also been the base of the American culture. And he said, let's keep nurturing that as specific European, different from all the other emerging global hubs. But the question is that I was trying to phrase, that is, it's maintained of critical curiosity towards the establishment, or had the US already moved away from that shared values that was brought from Europe, but has that changed into something different?
Well, so see, I don't know if it's changed into something different, but if I feel, I personally, well, my take on that is that there is a vibrant, creative, even more so than some of the big businesses, pushback going on right now in the United States that's exercising its free speech and critiquing this particular regime, and with it also kind of the state of affairs for average, American. So, and you see in the satire, which is, with comedians and particularly our show hosts who been attacked by the regime, well, not to mention the Pope just defunded a bunch of Catholic charities. Oh, this isn't political retaliation much. And also our musicians, Bruce Springsteen, I was speaking about this earlier, is doing a Land of Hopes and Dreams tour, which is, really, check out, go online and Google his opening, statements in the concerts and what he's saying and how hard he is coming down. So, and of course, Trump is going after him as well. I think Trump called him a dried up prune, which is like Bruce Springsteen, even if he looked like a dried up prune, looks a million times
I'm just saying. But anyway, he has also come out and publicly stated that he does not give a damn about, if I upset my fans or if I fans over this moment is bigger than any party. This isn't about a party. This is about, the attack on our rights and our democracy. And this is not who America is. He does... notably, he does call out that no one that I hear speaking out about this in the creative sense is actually saying that America is perfect and that it wasn't a failed, that there aren't some things that there are many things that aren't working, but we were for a while we at least had some rule of law and a general respect for the rule of law and protection of citizens' rights, which we see really vastly under attack, and increased data surveillance. So, and also increasing the highest inequality gaps in a long time. So, something's not working in the system. It's something that ushered in the likes of Donald Trump. That's all being acknowledged. I'd say I shouted out Eminem, who is, one of the most sold rappers around the world, but highly respected within the rap community, I guess, and the entertainment industry. And he is a tricky character, and he is very outspoken, and also, way more outspoken than even Springsteen on against Trump. So, and then there are many others. There's a fantastic country music artist that we played at the beginning of this room that's reaching out to folks to stand up against this moment, saying, where are you now? All the promises are broken, and it's very entertaining. And there's more. You see up flash like mob type performances. You're seeing young Dan, the Epstein file, the Lincoln Memorial down in Washington, D.C. We're seeing bronze statues. Honestly, if you follow the artistic movement behind this, you'll get a really good laugh. And also, there's some very good health effects that come from laughing and taking a breath and a moment of comic relief about the insanity of it all. And not to mention all the artists and, with the people of Minnesota and the signs and the protests and the actors that walk down the street of the No Kings protests. And I could go, and now there's some really great billboards coming up, which are showing Robert Reich, my former professor and former Secretary of Labor under Clinton. Berkeley is doing, he does fantastic, I think it's called Inequality Media that he works, and they're in a raise for something like 10 million. They're going to do a huge billboard spread around the country focusing on the issues. So, and I'm sure I'm forgetting some of them. Then there was a Bad Bunny moment, which was not an overt, supported by the NFL, which was not an overt, FU, but it was, we're standing, the NFL knows clearly its customer base and its business model moving forward. And they basically, wanted to support, Bad Bunny and its fans and make a bigger statement. And I actually got an inside take on this from someone weirdly in my neighborhood from the NFL who said, they were worried, like they weren't sure what Bad Bunny was going to do when he actually got out on the stage. This was one of the most interesting conversations. They were all, imagine you're at the Super Bowl and you're waiting for halftime and you have this huge production coming and you're sitting there going, not knowing if he was going to stick to what they agreed to, because they were trying not to be completely overtly political at the same time. They were very much wanting to send, not be told what to do with their halftime show and not succumb to that pressure. And also, sports unite. So they really wanted to support the positive and loving community type environment that Bunny show brought together. So sorry, I just went, I don't know how long was that, 10 minutes?
You did. Interesting note on that Bad Bunny performance was that he did a little video afterwards where he talked about the experience, and he said that the football, you recall, he was what foot to his chest the whole time, and that was it had armor around it. It was a bulletproof football that was up against his heart that he carried the whole time through the whole performance. And the other thing was that he talked about how Lady Gaga had like a brooch on her shirt or dress or whatever she was wearing, and that was the signal, was that if there was any danger or anything that was about to become explosive, she was to take this brooch off, and that was a signal for the whole stage to evacuate. So how
would she know?
Well, they've got people.
Oh, in the ear. Yeah, in the ear. Okay, got it.
Yeah. No, my only point being was they were anticipating the possibility of some violence. But going to like a meta place on this, what I heard you say, Susie, or ask, was whether the sync with the values of Western Europeans. I think that was a question. I just feel like there's such a disconnect between people and government. It's kind of like, I think people love each other. I think people are fully capable of having empathy and love and support for other people, including people who are different from themselves. But somehow the governments are running this crazy circus of destruction. And I don't know how you reconcile that, although I would say that right now I think all eyes on Hungary, because that was a really positive moment for me anyway. Last week was when we got rid of Orban. I mean, that was a little bit of a glimpse of hope. So with that glimpse of hope, anybody else?
I just want to say one thing. Total rant and then didn't even answer your question. I'm sorry. I think.
Ellen, you answered the question, but Andrea, you answered the question in a different way. But that was also an answer to the question, because my personal belief is that art is always a reflection of the people and the tendencies going on and what's coming tomorrow. That's art's job to look for. So I don't want you to feel bad about it. I think both of you are perfectly online, and I'm running out of battery, and I just want to share something amazing with you. On Monday, we will host a Monday room number 200 in the MedTech lobby, and I really want all of you to come and party with us if you can. It will be at 3:00 in the afternoon, New York time, and I shared a link in the comment here. And as always, thank you for inviting me on the stage.
Thank you, Susie. I think I just want to share from friends from Europe and I have an alumni group chat with from my grad school, and folks were talking about that as well. They were talking about this alignment between Europe and US. And one of my friends in Europe was just saying that it feels very much like, the US is too much into might makes right. And I think it's shocking for people around the world to see us pivot to, whilst it hasn't been perfect and there's been all sorts of interventions in the past, to see our military used this way so quickly, for us to start acting, like the bully hegemon, very overtly with use of force and all that, has been quite shocking to everybody. So I think it's been broadly majority of. And so I have hope, though there's some internal heart to take place.
You'll be happy to know that I went out to our little coffee bar in our lobby yesterday, and all of the pamphlets were up there for voting, along with a sign-up sheet of people needed rides to get to vote in the primaries. In the midterms. So I thought that was really cool that in our building they were being proactive about that.
Hugely exciting. One of the best things you can do. But don't forget to check your voter registration and then find out how you can help.
I've got a question. Al, you had put up a link, and thanks for gifting the article, so it could be passed on to others. That anyway, just the headline itself said 51%. It didn't. It wasn't that the map didn't add up. It's just that they're burying the real thing is only a quarter of people, even a quarter of Americans support this war. It's the most unpopular war. So, like to say that anyway, don't think it's worthwhile is it's. I just think it's more of the fealty to the and sycophancy to their. From here?
Yeah, I have our tradition. Andrea, there's lots of
you up. You can get as much as you want. Yeah, it's really good. And it's way better than sugar. You know, I even tried to.
Probably depends on the intentions of the llama. So we're really missing a big component of this.
Actually, I think that llama was trained. I think it was staged because that kind of logic and reasoning skills in a four-legged animal.
You want her to answer it the way you want her to answer? Let that woman talk.
He asked, why didn't Reza say anything about the school?
They're reading a script. 372?
Is that what it says in the table of contents?
The paraphrase of Shem or what?
No, it says Apocalypse of Peter.
So go to the content.
It's not in the scroll, in the page of the book. Let me see. You're on 339. Keep going. Starts on page 373. Yeah, 373. But I'm trying to look for the part where it talks about the crucifixion, which is. Oh, there it goes. It's on page 377. Right there. Just start at that top right there, 377. Just start from there on. That's where it is. That's where it is right there, yeah. And the laughing part is brought up again. And this is another place where they get he neither killed or crucified or whatever, or made it appear so, really.
Yeah, so yeah.
It was made to appear so.
Which was probably the narrative popular at that time, because that's not. Wait, let me go see it.
But you do have to realize this doesn't demote him.
No,
this exalts.
It does
exalt him.
Yeah.
It doesn't demote his, if he had any special powers or anything like that.
It doesn't demote him at all. In fact, he's saying
this doesn't.
Okay, let me read it. I have
Yeah.
to read it from my
377.
iPad.
Yeah.
That gravity bomb is sick as fuck. Just saying.
Look at this. Still so old school.
Who's this guy? Al Lester, he's been hanging out on the stage the whole day. What's up, buddy?
Hey, I was gonna ask you a question. Do you think Jesus was a Gnostic?
Who knows?
Because I get the feeling, based on religious history and esoteric and exoteric philosophy, and having a large book collection, that there are many people that tap into the same source power as Jesus. But to say that Jesus is the one and only God, or the God of the all or nothing statements about Jesus, to me, just don't add up. To me, he's a powerful magician, just like Muhammad, just like Buddha, and they all have a philosophy which is essentially Gnostic, or above and below, that type of a connection.
Correct, bingo.
But what I'm trying to say is that if that is true for Jesus, it's also true for you. That's the good news. That's what everybody's missing out on.
Yeah.
It's the fun of the secret.
We're missing out on. Yeah, idiots think that it's all distinct and separate from each other. Idiots.
Well, they're not idiots. It's a very hard thing to understand, because you have to go outside of the religion and clone and copy a bunch of other materials to understand that there's a lot of layover, or,
Absolutely, yeah.
But at the end of the day,
I dabble in these things, but when I'm doing apologetics, I don't dabble in that area. But Courtney telling me that there's two thrones and one is identical to the other. It's just bullshit.
wait, when you say
She's right. That's not right.
when you say you do apologetics, does that just mean when you do apologetics, you're not doing Gnosticism? So what are you doing? Apologizing for not doing Gnosticism?
No. When I'm in the NBA, I'm playing by NBA rules. But when I'm playing street ball, I'm playing the street ball rules. What is the problem? I'm still a basketball player. And guess what? When we're going for the gold every 4 years, we're in the Olympics. So I got to put my Olympics hat on. So if you don't understand that analogy, you're not going to understand it all. The standard is going to be the NBA.
Yeah.
But we're doing street ball.
But this is redundant. That's what John is saying.
It is.
Just do NBA is what he's saying.
He's always got this always coming in here fucking complaining about what we're talking about. I don't understand. What the fuck is that? Shalom. Hello. Shalom. Shalom. My father couldn't marry a Jew. Picture that.
Are you guys talking about anything important?
Never talking.
You should just stop. You should stop playing basketball. You should just.
I should become a what? A stripper?
You can say that, but I said swimmer.
Oh, swimmer. Michael Phelps.
Bible right now?
Yeah, please ask questions. Ask away.
It's going to be
Sure.
small related. Is that okay? Okay.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to know your thoughts too. So I grew up with the concept that the Day of Atonement is every day.
and it's like traditions that you would have in Islam that are typically like Ramadan or something. We always have this like 365-day kind of approach to it. So the Day of Judgment, if it's every day, does that and then there's this idea of like the Jesus second coming on the Day of Judgment. The tradition, or in the tradition I'm in, it's very like, his spirit is still alive.
Yeah, that is
the idea. So does the idea that his spirit is always alive correlate well with the idea that Judgment Day is every day? Like we don't have to wait till death.
He said that.
This is all here.
Imam Ali's sayings, I read in the Natural Balagha, every day is Judgment Day, every day is Eid, every day is like that kind of concept. It's an esoteric way of like.
That's the same thing as saying now is all there is. The now is all important.
Now is all there is, yeah.
Every day is Groundhog Day.
Every day is Stripper Day. Every day is Burning Man for me.
Every day is Valentine's Day.
No, every day is Little Boy Cried Wolf Day here on Clubhouse. And the thing about the little boy that cried wolf, every time the little boy that cried wolf, every time he does it, it's a reframe and it works every time. That's the secret.
Is this also Universe? The actor guy?
Yeah.
Oh, God, every fucking room.
Yeah, John.
We could go back to Sam. You could go to Beef's room and just debate Muslims all day.
I followed him and now
Oh wait, that's Megatron's room. I got him confused. My bad.
But yeah, so Nargis, you read that in the epic book.
Yeah, the sayings of Ali.
Yeah, so a new version, a new translation came out.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's like epically long.
Really?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get myself a copy sometime because I've never read it. Like never.
I want to read it.
Yeah, it's epically long. Epically long. It's a very big book.
Is it a tafsir? Like a commentary on?
I think it includes both, but it's some academic scholar that did the translation.
Oh, perfect.
I think it's through the Institute of Islamic Studies, but I'm not sure.
Obviously. You guys have so much contribution to rich literature and plus.
Wouldn't it be fun to just like, oh my god.
My brother lives in Portugal. He got a holiday home by the Smiley Center.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah, he loves it. He's going there. He's hanging out with them. I said, yeah, they're really cool.
Wouldn't it be fun to like go to like all these different places for archives? Like the Institute of Smiley Studies, and then going to like the Vatican and just like seeing all these texts in like real life.
Yeah.
Like, I would love to do that. Just, like, a textual tour of the world.
Well, I heard that Lucifer lives in the Vatican and
okay, I get that, like, you're gonna bring people like this into the room, but, like, oh my god, I was sincerely having a real conversation.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I wonder, like, I guess I just wanted to share that idea of, I just connect with these two thoughts of Jesus is here every day, and therefore the Day of Judgment is every day.
Yeah, that is what exactly, and it is what John Kitover said. It's Buddha's principle, basically.
So why would
waiting for Jesus to come back?
It's the same thing saying the Constitution is written today, right now. The Declaration of Independence is written right now. And that's the essence of the now, that it's a compression of the past and a compression of the future. No, it's written now. That is the mystical. Hello? 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 Anyways, enjoy your day. Hello?
What is that theory? John, what is it called? The time theory, the block, what is it? The B time?
It's called, if I had a wife that had Clubhouse, I'd probably divorce her. That's just me.
Everyone's trying to say that I'm married and cool because I'm not.
I didn't read this Peter, the Apocalypse of Peter for a little bit before leaving.
Everything is when you're dead, it'll still be now. You just won't be in the now. You'll disappear and go to sleep forever and ever and ever, never to return. That's one moment of life, which is so minuscule in between infinite darknesses, shouldn't be wasted saying stupid things along into your fucking phone like your brain is fucking rotted out.
No, he's pleading for awareness and awakening. The human mind. He's right. When we're in a slumber. I am that I am that I am that I am that I am. I am the is.
He got something wrong because I'm not gonna die.
Danny, you're really fucking annoying. Like, I don't say that to very many people. I usually have a really high tolerance. Fucking annoying.
Do you not like Jewish people?
I love Jews. I don't like you.
No, I think you just don't like my fake Jewish.
I don't care about what you think.
And I'm gonna say this is all in the name of anti-Semitism, okay? Call it as I see it.
She didn't know you were Jewish.
Yeah. And frankly, your nose isn't big enough for me to assume that you're Jewish, so
That was anti-Semitic.
It was, because you put me in that position.
That was wrong. I think you were trying to be nice.
That is not funny, by the way. Zagoo, like, you know her? She'll grow on you. I love that name.
She's what?
She'll grow on you. She's damn funny.
She's what?
She'll grow on you.
Oh, she'll grow on me? Like a back to
Yeah, she's that funny.
Parasite.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't want to be patient. Sometimes I just want the stage. Sometimes I just want to win.
Well, you'll win me in every race that we run together. Okay,
Is that
you could
because
win.
you're handicapped but you can't run? Like, that's not fair.
Well, I mean, yeah, I could kind of run.
Yeah. Anyways, I was proud of that thought that I had today. I was like, oh, I get it.
Do you share these things?
Sometimes.
Like, do they ask? Yeah, okay.
Sometimes when I just have random observations, but it's not the area I'm teaching, right?
Yeah.
So it would just be too random if
I mean, you can sort of like connect it with like academia, I guess. Like,
when I'm like listing examples of like these boundaries we've created and like showing examples of like how these boundaries break depending on like which tradition you're talking about, you know? But not like I don't make truth claims like this.
Yeah. Because these are not truth claims. These are like insights or even personal opinions to insights.
Yeah. They're substantive claims. But yeah, I some of my students are capable of doing that, but others it's just too hard to. I don't want to blur the line, you know. Especially if I'm teaching, like, yeah, I'm already challenging them enough. Like all the students have failed the SEEK quiz, you know. So like, this is what I'm working with.
They failed the SEEK quiz?
Yeah, like, you don't even know what the kunda is. And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, you symbol every fucking single day.
Oh my goodness.
It's because their egos get in the way, right? Like, they think they're taking some easy class.
That's
and then I talk to them about the basics, and they don't get it. Yeah. Yeah, but it was It's really funny to fill them on their list.
The other implications of the eternal now is that politically speaking, like black tax reparations, that if you look at the now as a compression of the past and the future, everyone who's living now did not suffer that injustice. Now, if you claim it's an inherited suffering which needs to be reparated, okay, fine. But you still have to make the case against the eternal now, which is impossible to do. So, concept, which is that the now is all important and all there is and all living right now is because I'm trying to tell you what philosophy is saying. If you don't like what I'm saying, that's a you problem. You probably go through life with that type of attitude in every experience.
Change the past. Have you ever heard of a retrocausality?
You just said whoever speaks.
But you know what you weren't doing?
What was I doing?
You weren't breathing. No, you weren't breathing.
John, you're a fucking asshole.
It's far as yours.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The best. You knew exactly what you were doing, John. Just stop.
Okay, let me neutralize that for you.
The biggest bio.
Is a trap, you know.
Zabu, didn't we have a great experience reading the I Ching and picking the numbers?
Retrocausality only works if you're giving linear time. If either sort of support of what we would consider a past moment, but it's
retro. What?
No, there is no retro causality in a block time.
There is no time in a block time.
Yeah.
We don't exist. Okay. Everything is not real.
No,
well, that's
nobody
different.
knows how to
Yeah.
experience that's like.
If you think about it dimensionally, right, we can perceive certain number of dimensions, right? We could look at 2 dimensions. We can perceive, a point. Maximum number of coordinates you can have dimensionally. So we don't know. We haven't figured out exactly how many. That time, if you're in the 12th dimension, you're perceiving all of what we would see as time as once. It's almost a sheet of paper. Is the full path of travel we perceive in a 3rd and 4th dimensional experience.
What about tachyons?
Tachyons, it's similar. Anything that travels at the speed of light is going to not experience time.
But that's theoretical.
So it's theoretical, but it's also mathematically sound.
Okay. So
Can we pick numbers down? Can you tell how many hours you have dreamt in that where, like, in a dream, the freaking tunnel or whatever, the experience is not just intense and so real, but also it has some kind of timeline sometimes, right? But who's to say how much time passed?
Have you guys ever gotten a tattoo before?
Yeah,
because it was like a 2 or 3 hour experience, and I had my eyes closed, and I was like falling asleep and in and out of the tattoo room. Like, oh, we think we're in that for like hours, but really it's like 30 seconds. Like it's multiple 30 seconds at a time, you know?
It's almost like you go into like an alpha wave state, like that hypnosis state.
Yeah.
Don't say anything, John. Anyway. Extremely painful tattoo. Like getting the head of my leg tattooed was the best 4-hour nap I ever had in my life. Like it was so great.
I would not give up the experience of that particular kind of stinging pain, which is so addictive. And I think that is what people keep going back to. It's just enough amount of pain. It's so good.
It's like, and it's it's like if for. It's like such a form of attention. I love the attention. Hours just on me, and I get to tell you anything, all this bullshit about what this tattoo means to me, and you just have to fucking deal with it. Sounds great.
That's so funny.
Have you ever did the series?
My tattoo artists love me because I don't talk. I just lay there, just like, oh, da da da. In fact, they ask me why I'm so effing quiet. They want to make sure I haven't passed out or something.
Yeah, it's against my religion also. Years I go Jew. I want to be buried in a
You are a Jew.
Yeah.
You can't escape it. It's a club you can't escape.
Yeah. So just in case I want to switch it up towards the end.
That's why I would.
The best thing about this sweaty yoga.
Having sex is like
great?
fun. I feel like exactly in our
Yeah.
time.
So what's great about the sweaty yoga to me is amazing, right? Because usually there's women that are dominating the room, right? And
I hate hot yoga.
boxer shorts that are kind of tight, like the white ones, and I start to get sweaty. You outlet of my manliness.
Hot yoga because it has to be humid hot
So-
though. It can't be dry hot.
Yeah. My hot yoga experiences, doing them with my wife, because she wanted, when we were dating, she wanted to do this and have this experience. And I said, no, it's fine. So I wore like biker shorts,
Your balls probably were hanging all over the place.
Can you know?
and I wore like
you gotta wear the
I'm
speedos
not
if
sure
you're
why we're
serious.
discussing this in so much detail, but go ahead.
staring fest. And then my wife
Lower
laughing.
your gaze. Lower your gaze.
No, women are, listen, women.
Daydream, so like I'll just catch
Oh, you're a
myself staring into
somnambulist.
space.
You're sleep talking.
Listen, and several
Listen.
times
Listen.
This is such a mantra.
Just because I say listen doesn't mean I want to listen.
like daydreaming junk, but I didn't know I was looking at their junk. Okay, like so then they think I'm looking at their junk.
Because you are looking at their junk.
But that's not on purpose.
It's kind of like a nipple clamp, right? Like I really hate heat and humidity. But when I go into hot yoga, I know it's going to be over in like an hour and 15 minutes, right? Or
Is it torture?
The sole of my foot on the back of my head, and I was like, the fuck?
Like, oh my god. But you can overextend yourself in hot yoga, and it's so dangerous.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you?
I don't know. Wasn't there that freaking cult? The guy.
Just enjoy the power
I do.
walk.
I power walk a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it the breathing?
Power walk.
Is it all the breathing that you're doing?
If you jog properly, you can also do a meditative breath.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the 478, 478.
So when they say runners high,
obnoxious, and can we have
well, the joke.
Alabaster?
You're in the Matrix.
Alabaster today?
You're in the Matrix. What we're trying to say is this: if this is the highest rate, this is the true enlightenment. I mean, I'm like actually not impressed, and I don't know if I'll ever be impressed. Is that a me problem or is that an enlightenment problem? Hello?
That's why they say there's no such thing as samadhi, really. Because it's the only word, like in Sanskrit, where you can not explain it. There's just no descriptors to it.
See, the only way you can rationalize it is through laughter, because if you look at all the tragedy and all the R-word behavior in society, if that's like what the earth is producing, you've got, it's absurdity. But the thing is, diversity makes the game that much more complicated and difficult and entertaining. But the thing is, it's about survival and winning. Like, have you ever played a video game and got to the end and you actually won and got the trophy?
It's about Leela. You just let it go. You don't need the moment we start competing, after you've lost the dance. Like,
I know, but if like some woke trans activist murders me at like a political rally or something, I'll be pretty upset in heaven. I'll be like, God, that wasn't fair. You know? No, I'll be up in heaven with God looking down.
That feeling.
I will, and I'll say, God, was that fair? And God will be like, you knew the rules, you knew the game, you just didn't practice proper security, and that's what happened to Charlie Kirk at the end of the day. Hello?
You're just gonna be
That's exactly the problem. The evangelicals didn't protect him because he just mouths off without knowing the repercussions of his actions.
Wasn't he like anti-war in so many statements?
He was.
He was anti-Iran, anti-Palestine, like all these things.
Anti-Israel.
Anti-Black sometimes, like.
Yeah, he was controversial. They caught up to him. And this is the reason why the Catholic Church doesn't put out these public, statements about the gays. Because then the accent will be heard, and it's unnecessary.
It's unnecessary, yeah. But there's also a lot of freaking popularity and status and all of that come in with it. There's a price.
People don't criticize people that are aligned with their values. And you are a pederast yourself, you align with other pederasts. And that's why the Catholic Church doesn't criticize homosexuality. Hello?
Well, many of them I will tell you this. I mean, when I was in Catholic school, I felt like, the priests were a little flamboyant. A little bit.
Yeah, I went to Catholic school in Chicago. I know all about it. I know all about gay priests in Chicago.
I know you know all about it. They know about you.
No, I know that they had to sell their parking lot to build $1 billion skyscraper because they raped so many children in their church. I know who they were. I know where they live. And guess who the Pope is now? He covered up for them. That's our Chicago Pope, covering up for pedophiles.
Okay. You were still on the Epstein Island, so could he cover that up?
I'm just saying, when the head of the Pope is a pedophile cover-upper, not necessarily a pedophile himself, but he protected pedophiles, well, you might want to reevaluate which organization you decide to tithe to. That's just my opinion. Be careful you now, brother.
So I will tell you this, that they probably did, and I went over this yesterday, where they took people in as rehabilitation, and they probably felt like it was a success story for a small amount of them. But what happens is once you start to make this a common thread, where you say, oh, well, these people, they had a hard past, or if they were, touched themselves, whatever story they give, they ate it up. Then it becomes a network of these guys, So they're moving each other around. Not the Pope moves them around. We're saying the people.
No, I'm saying when he was in Chicago
for the last 30 years.
When he was in Chicago, he was responsible for around gay priests who were abusing children. That's what I'm saying. Not now as the Pope. Now he's got too many important and regal things to do. Anyways, I've seen.
Say now, I'm expecting something else.
Listen, have you ever seen three? Have you ever seen three priests walk out of a priest clothing store holding hands and kissing each other? And then they looked at me and I was like, "What the fuck?" And they're like, "Ooh!"
Just made that up for you.
I did not make that up.
I really don't. It doesn't really bother me. It's got nothing to do with me.
It's got nothing to do with me. I was just shocked to see three gay priests holding hands. No, it's an actual Catholic clothing store where they do the actual like manufacturing.
They have one in Brooklyn. Yeah, they have one in Brooklyn. You can go in there and I bought stuff for
expensive vestments. They could have gone on Amazon to buy those. These were actual Catholic priests, gay as could be, holding hands, flirting and kissing and flipping their butterfly eyebrows, being so gay and happy. Woo!
Let them. So let them be in that glory.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if I had a family though, and my children, and my wife was Catholic, and she was like, they've got to go to Father, Peter, and I'd be like, but I think my gaydar goes off, honey. It doesn't matter, baby. You got to be open to.
They know these people. I mean, I would say most of them can't be rehabilitated.
Question of index, no matter what the subject or object, it's a question of an
being a child earlier. I was really sad about it. I was thinking about it.
Yeah, but you can do something about it. Like, who cares if you marry the boring Jewish guy?
Yeah, I mean, it's what it's gonna be.
You never know. He might.
Danny, the problem is if your son has a brother, if your son or brother has a sister, the problem is they will hate each other because they will think that the other person is the most annoying person that has ever existed.
Oh my God. All right. Yeah, I want to have a conversation. Can we go? Can we?
Okay, so like my sister's husband, like really into it, and it was like the best thing they ever did because they're like best friends, you know, and
God. So, Nargis, out of the books I gave you today, did you like the Syriac one? Did you like that? I thought that one was a good one, right?
That was a good
We'll put this one back up. We'll put this one back up for. I didn't share this book with you. This one here.
Russia is currently settling a quarter of its international trade using China renminbi, and bilateral trade with China is almost entirely settled in the two countries' respective currencies. Why it happened? This was the bigger overwhelmingly dominant in trade overall, regardless.
So between so this is mainly just between Russia and China. Any of their whatever their their trade.
So reliant on America to buy their cheap fucking shit that I think we're just. I mean, we've had a lot of people hand them the keys and get them to this place. But when it becomes basically undeniable, it's like AI. We're not just going to let AI take 90% of people's jobs. We're not going to do it. And the same thing with China. But with the with China and stuff, we're not gonna let fucking China just have the fucking keys, man. We're not gonna, you know what I mean? Like, we're not gonna let them just take off.
You just said there's a lot of people that have already.
Once it becomes undeniable, most people agree that China is trying to eat our lunch and trying to dominate us, overtake us. Once it becomes undeniable that China is trying to replace us, stop this shit. You know, I mean, we're already trying to make moves to do it right now with the Strait of Hormuz, you know, with this thing, or, you know, with what Trump is doing. But I don't believe that our leadership will just hand China the keys when China declares, we're going to fucking beat you guys. We're going to introduce our own currency. We're just, you know, we're not going to continue to trade with them. We're not going to continue to allow them to rise. Like, they are so reliant on America's economy, America buying their
until in these right now, correct me if I'm wrong, is on.
China decided to stop selling America cheap labor. What would happen to it? What would
fine in a war with China when all trade stops and we manufacture nothing. I check, go back to therapy and heal up that leg, I check.
Singapore, they tried to with Mexico, USMC.
global
understand what they're dealing with in the Middle East.
I don't disagree with that, but do you feel like it's our politicians don't understand, or do you think it's the people that don't understand?
There's an incredible well, you could almost call it political malaise, because everybody's got a certain number of years in a term. It's not dictatorships that are being run, it's democracies. And those democracies only can hold on to power for a certain period of time. Whereas you are going against a doctrine, an ideology, and effectively a dictatorship, which lasts decades. That's what you're fighting against. You've only got you're all on different pages. Your democracies are all on different pages. I mean, look at it right now. You've got the Republicans in the US. Don't know how to get the same things because you're all on different pages.
Are you sure we all want the same thing? Because look, somebody said it earlier, right? There's maybe for a lack of better words, like these like hegemonic powers in America, and they're controlling narratives that
You have to give it to me.
I mean, Iran should have a dictator of sorts to run. It's the whole
for the last 47 years, Iran has had a dictator.
Yeah, so we just gotta like make sure we got the right.
But there are
right?
differences between that I explained at the beginning of the discussion. Everybody who got retired out of this system was replaced by a person who did not know the details and rights of that organization. Most of the educated people who were educated in the time of before 47 years gradually retired, and they were
Yeah, but the last 47 years, let's not kid with each other. Iran has been run by the same type of dictatorship ideology that has forced much of
increased gradually. At the first, they were not this dominant.
Through dictatorships.
Well, I'm trying to. This is probably what you're gonna ask. Locke, like, what is your main point? I'm kind of.
Operating because I'm confused about it.
Yeah, they're not equivalent.
You don't see presidents.
Wrap that up in a bow. There's no equivalent. So we're
going next is you won't see any other president of the United States to see a whole civilization be taken out. No other president has ever done that.
That's because Trump is not every. That's because Trump is not every president. I don't know what part of that you don't understand. Trump is.
Yeah.
Trump is saying or doing is what I think he's trying to get at. It is the reaction. It is how Trump can do.
Hey, Mayor, no. We're asking you, Mayor. We're asking about the.
Who does that? Wait a minute. Wait, Lee. I'll let you know. I want to have this conversation. Hold on. Wait a minute. Who says that Trump can do no wrong?
I didn't say this app. I'm not saying this app specifically.
On this app. Can't do anything wrong. Where are they getting this idea then, Amir?
I'm asking you again. What are the big? If because of some tweets, listen. I have been following Trump and voting for him for years in 2016. When he says that, we understand. He doesn't mean he's going to destroy the whole fucking country and kill everybody. He's trying to scare simpleton. Bro, like, the thing is that we understand Trump is strength. Trump is power.
I'm politic.
So hold on, man. Hold on, Peter, please. I want to ask fucking Peter, please, brother. But Catholic, man, like these dictator qualities that you're talking about, I fail to see them at all. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's okay. You don't have to see them. Showing that you're taking over, and you're showing a language that they understand, and that's important. And in order to talk their language, you have to talk in a way that they're going to take that on board, understand,
respect me personally, they only and strength. They only understand power, and that's
hold on. Dude, the idea of dictatorship is an idea that you can take control of a situation. I'm going to do this. If they had the capacity, they could have fired missiles back.
Matt is right though. When I
Bill's we're not really at war, but that's a
What
different
I'm
story.
okay, you're misunderstanding what I've said. What I'm saying to you, they speak in a
Because you're kind of like jabbing him, but then you're not. I don't know what's going on around here, but
I'm fully.
maybe it's just me.
No,
I don't know.
No, you're taking.
Maybe
you're taking it the wrong way. I'm fully supportive.
I feel like you're taking kind of a softer stance. You're we had the leftist media. Then it went to, well, Iran has the Strait of Hormuz. Now, what do they have? What cards do they have? Even the mental gymnastics you guys play can't even gather enough to try to paint this as a bad thing for America. In no capacity does Iran win.
Yeah, I think Locke. I'm just trying to gather. You are saying you're saying it's a good. Oh, it's okay. All good, buddy, bro. I'm just trying to figure out. Like, are you saying that what Trump is doing is a good thing? Let's just try to clear this up a little bit. It's getting really messy. I don't know what's going on, but because you're saying that he's a strong person, he has I don't know if you wanted to go. I'll wait for Anthony. He might be away. By the way, just to clear it up too, also dictators don't do negotiations. If anybody in the audience is wondering how that works, a dictator wouldn't do negotiations. But carry on.
Well, it's like that, and I'll be fast so other people can talk. But I think, and the reason why I'm sensitive to that dictator word is because of the No Kings protests that were literally just happened, and no king would allow, if Trump was a king, no king would allow them to go out and protest if he was a dictator or a king. So, I mean, we got to stop regurgitating this bullshit from the leftist media.
Be like confirmed on the other side. I talked to Amir about that earlier. And ceasefire or truce is still in the works. So we're not out of the clear on like a complete truce on things. Anything could pop off at any moment. But yeah, I'm just gonna be introducing the news as we go today.
Hey, y'all. Listen, man. I think I'm glad you guys cleared it up. I was on the phone, so I don't know what the resolution was, but I just think there was a misunderstanding going on stage. What you do about nothing. With that said, man. Like this, and it's sad because Trump will never get his flowers. He'll never get. By quoting polls, you are saying that this is good. Makes sense. It's
trying to go out with Anthony there, Matt. I was trying to go out.
It's going to be a long night. I know.
Thank you. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. To support him. I'm talking about that kind of criticism. Like I have been going back and forth in multiple text threads with multiple people, just trying to explain to them how wrong they were. And you know what? Yeah, I'm the dummy. The reason I'm the dummy is because I didn't realize this until
I was trying to piggyback on what you said, but I pretty much lost it. But fuck.
Now,
anyway,
just the fact that they want U.S. Troops dead, like that would make Trump look bad. I mean, it's pathetic because Anthony is 100% right on that.
Well, but also this, guys. But also, man, like, it's been trying to convince the world that Ukraine is somehow winning in Ukraine. It's winning against Russia. As sad as it is, Russia is still winning. Okay, regardless of what they fucking say, the leftist media. So that same leftist media is now trying to convince the world that America is losing against Iran. And I'm sitting here thinking, in what capacity is Iran possibly winning? Like, you can't be this fucking stupid. Okay, 36 cents a gallon on average. That's what they were saying.
But where's the accountability, right?
I know. Well, but what drives me nuts about that? But when they want their green new initiatives, they're fine with gas prices going up. When Obama is in office and he's canceling drilling fucking leases, he's canceling tax credits, he's canceling leases, literally destroying the gas and oil industry systematically. Left didn't say nothing when it was $5 a gallon on average around the country in 2011. They didn't say nothing. They didn't say nothing when Biden. Not a peep from these fucking assholes with their selective outrage. And it's just like the Epstein files where they're outraged now that Trump might be in it or something. Yeah, they had 8 years with Obama, 4 years with Biden. Literally, we have to have, unfortunately, fuel prices went up $1 or so. So we could literally save the
Down, well said. That was great. Peter, everybody go around and get some new people in, and then whenever there's a downtime, Peter, you can always just jump in. There's always something to do. So, Sam, did you want to?
Finally, someone's taking charge and listening to us. And then you've got a bunch of or extreme left just basically going against their own country, not only their own country's safety in the future, but also just completely ignoring what's going on there with and if this happens to your own country and it's too late, you're gonna be looking back at now and saying, "Oh shit, we should have done something better."
Sorry, man. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to mute you. You're off mute there, doing a clicking sound. It was kind of annoying.
Yes,
but
I needed to be moderated.
Go ahead, get your shit off. I don't know what you want to speak on, but go for it.
I just have a few words. I think some of y'all really believe Trump cares about Iran. He doesn't care about Iran.
He cares about you.
He never had. he doesn't keep. Okay. He doesn't care about it. He will let him.
I told the man, I'll give him time. Hold on, you guys. Hold on.
I told Emmanuel I would give him space. You guys gotta let him speak.
This guy is claiming, I don't know who was talking earlier, talking about something. Yeah, he cares about America. And that's not even about that. If you know how the economy works, you will see that what he's doing is wrong. Do you know what the GCC is? I don't think you know what that is. It was 1973, I think. They made a pact for the petrodollar to sell the.
We have stopped that. Genius, we are making sure, so hold on. So we are making sure, Emmanuel, that they are buying, they're still going to be able to buy their oil from Iran and Venezuela. It's going to be from American dollars. But when then, in a hypothetical war with China, which we're likely going to have, we can blockade the Panama Canal, the Strait of Hormuz, the Arctic shipping lane up in Greenland. Literally every shipping lane we can control. We have the capacity to. So I'm asking you.
because it's gonna ruin the economy in the long run. Right now you're chilling.
Let him respond, bro. Come on. There will be no war with China. Put me in the queue, Matt.
Okay, Dad.
because all they were doing was giving out aid to every country that asked. And I was like, that's wrong. But what Trump is doing and what I've seen so far and what he's doing in the future run of the economy is bad. I think it's wrong because what he did to this Iran thing, this whole global women are going to suffer more. America, they're going to suffer more because they're going to increase the price of the oil. Do you think these companies care? Do you think they care? That, our gas is going to be $7. They don't care. It's not money in your pocket. And Trump, him doing this war,
because on chain. Cyclical changes and structural changes. Now, a cyclical change, we could just call that temporary due to the ebbs and flows of the economy or a relationship, right? Like your girl. Girl moves outside of the country or she starts to talk to me. It's a structural change. She's never coming back. Right? So
guy is so retarded. It's sad.
Montaigne doesn't understand the petrodollar. He doesn't understand that it's just oil sales denominated in dollars. And the
I fucking
yuan,
said that.
Just what I'm saying.
Petro yuan.
you know, cursing a lot is a sign of being like unintelligent, right?
Dude, this guy is so stupid. He's trying to act.
Curse.
Look, Montaigne's the only one that's Christian. But when I talk my facts, he gets all emotional. But Matt, I understand he's your homie, but he
So let Peter go, let him finish up, and then we're gonna go to Alistair, and then and then
I
Alan,
was
you wanna
supposed to
go
go
after?
after.
Yeah, and then Manuel, you go after Alan. Go ahead, Peter. Make it quick.
I was thinking that President Trump could cause them to forget the real and logical issues. They intentionally try to forget the facts because then he knows better than me that he can go to travel cheaper than last year. But I think that the collective power makes the decisions for them, and then we single them out and ask about morality, humanity that they are claiming about in the core of the Democratic Party. They cannot answer you.
And then I'm going to make a point, and then I'm going to make that speaker get upset, and then I'm going to leave the room. Thank you. That's what he does every time. And thank you for letting him go before me, because if
are executed. I mean, young people like sunshine.
So just
it's not stopped.
Right. Just some house cleaning notes, Alan. Every day is a new day. So I know who Concrete is. I know exactly who he is. And you're right, he's basically a moron at the end of the day. But I give everybody a chance to come up, voice that they are a moron, and then they get, moved along. So
no, I understand.
Yeah. Okay, so
He's in chillism, so yeah.
is receiving a lot of criticism because she sold out Taiwan. She's a Chinese bought and sold agent. So the point is, you don't need to go kill 100,000 people and invade an island when you can just bribe and manipulate and control subversively. So you are thinking in terms of the shadows, the darkness of politics. Just like in love, there's dark love and there's dark politics. And the truth is, the dark politics
Go ahead, cash it if you don't mind. I'm trying to get 1,000 people tonight because I'm like 200 plus away or whatever.
Believe that America just suddenly woke up, attack Iran or the Islamic Republic, just because we feel like it. Like, is that seriously like the thing people think? Have they ever looked into why they even started this war? Do you know how many American troops died in the past years before the war even started?
So give us your opinion. I'm sorry, I got to say the obvious.
It's not an opinion. You can just
Distinguished. Okay, Sam, are you done? Sam?
I want a reaction on that, please.
Okay, Addy, can we just have a rebuttal from the opposition? Emmanuel, do you want to answer that? Why do you think that the
threat to the United States for several years. I think there are lots of factors that led up to it, including the failed assassination attempt against our president, which someone just got convicted in federal court for. But I think you have to look at the regime that's there and the fanatical regime. There's a Shiite regime that, by the way, won't surrender. They're suicidal. So you're not going to see an actual surrender, but you will see us choking them. And we'll see what we can consider the elements of regime change as they start searing their uranium. I mean, I think you have to sort of look at it that way, but this is not something, to get to 60% of capacity and threshold capacity, to then threaten and also getting rid of the delivery systems that they were developing to deliver these nuclear warheads once they got to full capacity, as well as their short-term missiles. Sorry. Completely different way to approach them. Obama enabled them. He gave them funds. He lifted sanctions. He enabled the proxies to be funded. He did the exact opposite of what was good for the world with that deal. And the best thing that happened was Trump ripping up, or at least ripping up our involvement. The deal didn't go away. It just took our involvement out of it because they were cheating, and they continued to cheat. So,
Real quick.
it was in the JCP. It was seven nations. I have to double check. It would be the UK, France.
Let's look that up.
We feel I loved Obama. I
were doing to proliferate. It was just a stupid, bad deal, and they clearly told that it was because they cheated.
It was just an excuse not to do anything. Bottom line, straight to the point. That's just the way it is. Like, the Democrats never want to own anything. Like, what the hell's going on here? We got a problem with them. But they don't want to do anything about it.
Sorry. I just asked my mother. I'm sorry. No, I have nothing to say.
Okay, she didn't give you any permission. All right, I think we're out of the.
I know all the fucking information. She did me. She the improvement. Yeah.
Okay, Joby, did you want to speak?
Yeah.
Come on, Mike. We're at the end of the queue, so that.
How's it going, man? Are you sad to hear that America's winning?
Hey, I'm in the queue.
Oh, sorry.
What are America women?
I know. We'll get to there in a second, Doctor.
But that would be.
Joby's gonna.
That would be a funny.
I know.
Funny thing to
right.
No, because I'm not from Iran. Get the worry. I am not worried one stinking bit. But I come from a military background, as most of you know, and I don't regret that. And I don't regret where we're headed right now. We're winning.
I'll be on that because Israel's winning. It's not just about Israel, it turns out. He's mad about that.
Absolutely not. But
damn it.
Turkey, that is one of the most. After Atatürk, does anyone know who Atatürk is? Yeah, I don't care. Learn.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about my father.
Let me go. It's sad that Israel and America are winning.
We have houses in Turkey and
winning America and Israel winning. Thank God.
Yeah.
Crawl
Yeah,
back into the shit of
we're
your
talking about
parents.
Turkish. Oh
Ask
my
your
God,
mommy.
you
We
are
can
like
talk
all
about
over
this.
the fucking place.
Go ask your
There is
mommy.
no
We
like,
can talk
there
about
is
your
no
property.
lawyer.
This is literally
There
what we're
is
talking about. Like, is
Just don't give another
We do
Well,
shout
actually,
out
I am a lawyer. Do you want to have a conversation?
crazy.
Hold the conversation.
Hey, doctor, I am a lawyer. So would you like to have a conversation?
Oh shit!
Yes, I would love that. I would I would love that. I would actually love that.
You would know what that means.
You wouldn't.
I would love that. I would.
What language is
by talking about, she said she was visiting Antalya, which is a Turkey.
Hold on, we have.
Happy, it was so crazy here. I mean, they blocked off, with the dump trucks.
I
honestly
thought I could like speak.
And I don't know where the.
Where's he staying? Is he flying right out?
I have no idea.
It was, incredible security.
You two stay away from that man. You stay away from him.
I'll have to look it up on the. I'll have to look it up.
Yeah, can we talk about the topic, yo? But Pepe, I want to hear. What do you think, buddy?
Absolutely. But I will ask.
What do I think about what?
We're winning, man. I mean, are you sad about that? I know that hurts.
I was angry about the war starting because I thought it would put America in a worse position. That's why I was mad. I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
But just to be fair.
No, he's an America-hating, Jew-hating fuck, and I want him to pay for this with love. Amazing.
Nah, we don't do that.
Nah, I'm just fucking with him. It's all right. I don't hate
Jewish people don't do that.
What do you think now, buddy, huh?
We don't do
Never
that.
bet
No, we let them speak. We let them make a fool out of them.
Okay, Andre, did you want to finally speak? I know you kind of held on.
Yeah, I do. I just want to chime in a couple of things. So there's one thing that I've heard I wanted to clarify because it's a misconception. It's sort of like an urban tale. The petrodollar usually is incorrect. In this
you're cutting out, buddy.
Oh, it's okay.
We'll come
really bad.
We'll come back around. I wanted to hear what you wanted to say about the petroleum. The petrodollar. Yeah.
Can you hear?
No, you're still bad. Yeah, the petrodollar came up earlier, and someone was making the claim that we're going to transition, or China and Russia are going to make that transition off it, and I guess destroy
the U.S. dollar. He was saying that was just the U.S. dollar, but the petrodollar. Yeah, but the petrodollar is kind of, in a way, I guess. If you're, you can buy your oil through, Then tell me if I'm wrong. I just made a claim. You made a claim. I'm wrong. You have to tell me how I'm wrong. You can't just say.
Deal with Middle East.
Like
yes, and so this current blunder Trump just did.
How was it a blunder? How was it a blunder?
Because let me tell you why it's a blunder. Because you keep thinking, oh, you're bitching about oil prices. Oh, you're crying about you got to pay a little bit more. Tomorrow, that's not how it works. You look at the future. Oh, in 5 years, thing he just did with Iran and put us behind. And how do I know he's putting us behind? Because a man who knows what he's doing and who knows who he's winning doesn't come on the news every other week and say, "Oh, we're winning. We're going to take Iran over."
It's from tanking. That's why he does it.
Yeah, that's why. That's why the market. What's the market?
He's not lying though.
So
Trump's not. No, dude, we're doing well, and everything's going great.
Hey, look, Emmanuel, you know nothing. You know nothing. The GCC countries rely on the petrodollar. They rely on the U.S. armed forces. After we took Venezuela, and now we fucked up. So now everyone in the East is for everyone. Because without Venezuela, you're going to do nothing with BRICS. So the U.S. petrodollar will soar, the economies will thrive, the GCC will live on, and they will have even more military strength of U.S. armed forces in the Arabian Gulf. Our petrodollar for like the next 3 generations. Next 3 generations for sure.
So what I said that. You just think I'm wrong, Emmanuel. It's crazy. I've been trying to tell you that.
I think you talk out of your ass. And
what?
You talk with what's that word? What's the word? No. The way you put things up, you sound like you don't know what you're saying. That's what I'm saying.
What's crazy about that is that I was telling you, man, that exact thing. All they say is, I'm wrong, yet there's no rebuttal.
Yeah, man.
We're on the same side of things, I guess. So excuse me. Okay. It's Rabbi.
I'm here for the truth. And long live King Trump. I hear that we do
I want to start to feel
Yeah, Andre, go ahead. I'm trying to get in.
Yeah, so like the idea of petrodollar and like the type of meaning that people both assign to it is an urban myth. In the 70s, there was a lot of it's made some kind of cabal or, made a secret plan with other countries to use only its and overwhelming we can borrow against our economic growth, and so this is why there's this illusion that somehow people only want to use American dollar. They're kind of forced stable, very robust financial system, and everybody wants to have a piece of it. So just kind of getting that out of the way. I think what Trump has accomplished in Iran, I'm going to join Eddie's opinion. I think one of the greatest criticism of Obama deal was that he was going to release that money without any strings of curbing the missile program that Iran was developing. There's nothing about that in the agreement. So what the criticism over, they're going to start developing nuclear weapons, which is exactly
what happened. They can't do that.
and then within 8 months they up to 60%. So they had that in mind the whole time. So breaking the deal, kind of throwing it into in terms of the greater strategy. I'll just finish. I have one more point you can critique it afterwards.
Yes,
so
sir.
One more thing is a grander strategy against China. I think it's absolutely phenomenal what was accomplished with Venezuela. Now the large is much more stable because we control it. And secondly, China has been curbing its they have the ambition of coming out of what's very sort of where it is located. There are two borders of islands that prevent China from first border of islands is Taiwan. This is like, if they get Taiwan, they get access to, larger maritime trade, and they should be not allowed to achieve that, because then, they will be challenging the United States. To be achieved during this campaign is getting achieved, and I really hope the administration finishes what they started. That's my only kind of not the critique, but I'm hopeful that they will finish it. If they don't, there's going to be a biggest question.
I would like to say very eloquently put, and also I think a lot of people are not paying attention to this the minute this blockade started by Iran. With the Strait of Hormuz being blocked, and all of the nations that need the natural gas and oil from the because of inflation and everything else. So it didn't matter that China was going to get the oil. Their customers weren't getting their oil and natural gas. So then that leaves all of that assembly line manufacturing that the East, the West, and the world goes to China with. Now they don't have them of dollars a day just off of trade by Iran blocking the strait. So I believe China played an even bigger role with them and is going to let them know, we're your banker. So if China pulls out and says, you know what, we're pulling our money away from you people, then Iran, without one bomb being. So I think we should pay attention to that as well.
I've been saying this for a while, man, from the particular threat. I mean, there's the Iranian threat, but really, I mean, this huge thing is about China. From Venezuela to Greenland to Iran.
Went to fucking school? Have you even
No, we can tell.
I'm not trying to be rude, but I am going to.
Wallah, you don't know. Wallah, you don't know anything. Wallah, you.
You have said that is right. That is right international. That is right.
The How much drink? Too much wine? How much wine did you drink?
In your country,
please fill.
She must be an Ayatollah. She must be an Ayatollah worshiper. There you go.
Waiter, please.
Allah ignores Tehran, Gandhi. Wallah. Allah ignores Tehran. Wallah. Remember that.
Don't put the name of my capital onto your mouth.
Fuck your capital. Fuck Tehran. That's why we're bombing this shit out of you.
Fuck your
Bomb, Iran. Wallah, Mecca is in Saudiya, not in Iraq.
Peter, you're
Wallah.
That wasn't the reaction. It was some.
Fuck Iran.
Tehran, fuck Iran.
Fucking wallah. Fuck Iran.
Fuck your mom, asshole.
Fuck Iran, wallah. Fuck
You know
Iran,
what?
wallah.
Trying to set your country.
Fuck them. Even if they don't be free, let them die.
They're not going to. They're not going.
Let them die in debt. Let them die in debt.
For 47 years, they've dealt with this shit. Us Americans would never put up with this. But we have guns, and that's why it's so important to have them.
My brother, if we could have, we got rid of Zerg. We got rid. Dr. what? Dr. Muhammad.
All right. Sounds like we are in open.
You need to
season
change
now.
the dosage of your
Peter,
addict passive.
Peter, yeah. Rabbi, are you going after Peter? What happened here? I don't know.
I'm just going after anyone. Background, so I hate the bastards. I don't like anything to do.
The worst offenders, though, are Americans who are literally rooting for their enemies to win, like Iran. Like, dude.
Yeah, the low IQ lefties, man.
No, not even lefties.
How about the people
on the right?
Now,
People on the right.
now, how about the people stood in front of City Hall in Philly and cheered about having American soldiers come back in body bags?
That was crazy.
Oh, those are pieces of
That's
shit.
what I'm talking about. We even have people on the right that hate Israel so much, hate this alliance and this fight, because they hate America so much and Israel so much. It's something. It's fucked, man. I'm telling you.
They're not going to stop. They're not going to stop
just people
the
on the
idea.
left. It's people on the right, too. It's sick.
They're not going to stop it.
Since God forbid they get like a kidney problem and need dialysis, which is all coming out of Israel. I mean, go through the list of all the medication.
Think about the Iranians that are in your countries right now defending the IRGC and literally spreading their propaganda.
You're watching it and tracking it.
They claim they want the death of America for the fight of the Palestinian and Lebanese cause, but all they did was destroy Lebanon. All they did was destroy. It's our.
You think you know something, but you don't know shit about Iranians. I promise you, Fatas.
They're going to secret straight and control the empire. I know a lot. Ayatollah, you're not even Allah. The Ayatollah is not even the Ayatollah is fake. It's not even part of it.
I'm being terrible. I want to ask Peter.
Yeah, you're behaving. That's because it's like, what, 4 a.m. there or 3 a.m.? I don't even know.
It's like almost 6 a.m. I got insomnia. I can't sleep. So
yeah, you're kind of mellow.
the Shah is the people that when Khomeini got killed by the United States and Israel, people in Iran. I have some friends in Tehran. You know what they were singing? They were singing Javed Shah, in their fucking building in Tehran and everything else. And you come here, wait, and you come here and you live in Berlin. You're not even in Iran. And to be like, oh, I'm against the Shah and everything else. If you don't, wait, Peter. If you don't want to step, wait, Peter, you're not even in the country. Don't come here and tell people like, Peter, enough. 1 second, bro, you can reply after me. Enough. 1 second. Let me finish speaking. Early in the morning, Peter, enough. Wait a second. You come here and you tell people, oh, well, horrible organization, 100%. America and Israel and say, oh, you know what? We don't need a king and everything else like that. What if the Iranian people want that? You're one person and you're not even in Iran and you can't even vote there. So shut the hell up with the bullshit and everything else like that. Don't come here. No, wait. Let me finish. Wait, Peter. Peter, enough. You're in Berlin. Enough. Wait a second. Let me finish.
It's not yours.
You don't shut the hell up for 1 second and let me finish.
I think you gotta let him finish for sure, Peter.
Let me finish, bro.
He'll never shut up if you don't let him finish, just to give you FYI on that. But go ahead.
True, man. You're correct. Yeah, thank you very much. You're correct about that. But Peter, it is you have a chance at freedom, liberation, everything else like that. And your main focus is like, oh, and everything else like that. America, thank you, the state of Israel. We're gonna be allies and friends forever.
They've got to mull it over. Mull it over and remove the mullahs.
Don't owe you I just clarify it for others, not for you. I am 34 years old. I was in Iran from
34 going on 75, Peter.
I lived and grown up in Tehran, and that makes me credible in my point of view to comment on behalf of Iranians, since I am judged as an Iranian all day long in the streets. I would have to if my interest was Just we are a couple of steps back. They don't realize this. They think.
Peter.
So I'm thankful to you to have this time on this stage. I think they don't need to.
Peter, are you worried?
We used for Iran because I got.
Peter, we know you're very talented, but do you have ears attached to your head, Peter? Are you worried about your personal security and safety because you're using Clubhouse, Peter? I know you're talking very loud and you're very emotional, but Peter, are you worried about your personal safety and security as a result of using Clubhouse in Iran?
Clubhouse in Iran is.
He's not in fucking Iran. He's in Berlin.
I am for 12 years in Berlin. Yes, I am not. If I.
He only wants him as a transitional leader, which I respect.
Position clarified.
We gotta have a conversation. We gotta have a conversation.
Saying, so the Pahlavi we're talking about, the Crown Prince, he has repeatedly said that he will only offer himself as a transitional leader. So there are monarchists, of course, like me, which say Javid Shah all the time because of them, and we trust him and only. Or I don't know what they want, or they're communists, I don't know. But anyway, they can just vote for what they like. That's fine.
Your society, not these evil, backward, liberal, socialist ways that you seem to want to sneak in there.
We're going to first be voting for what
needs to be cleansed.
System the people want. Is it a republic, a constitutional monarchy, or a full monarchy?
Is it great?
No, not until that, what is allied with Prince.
Matt, excuse me, Matt.
Sam.
Hey, dude, excuse me a moment. So, and then,
Okay, you gotta hold up.
And then,
You gotta hold up, Barney. I mean, what other systems do you vision?
Let me go after him.
Definitely. Well, if we look at the pollings, yeah. If we look at the polls in recently, I think it was 2024 and the end of 2024, done by Gaman, we can see that 80% does not want the regime, and also the same 80%. This is my fourth language. Secular.
We are interested to know something about Iran. You're asking me, you're asking someone else, but we are just saying our own opinion.
Yeah, go back
if you want, if you want to know, you have to go to honest media and honest news and figure out, filter it yourself. Who made Taliban in Afghanistan? I'm talking about my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. Please don't attack to each other. Go think about this.
Think about it.
Think about it. But listen, man, I just want to,
go ahead.
I've been on Clubhouse for a week and stuff, but, I'm watching the good Trump news. And, of course, yes, it's going to bring peace to. Ben said that. I don't know why people just don't go read QAnon. You'll know what the fuck going on. And I've been told y'all, Trump is saving Israel for us. Everybody been crying about Iran war. I've been told them it's good. Trump has it handled. They thought I was crazy. Now they know they're wrong. And then Trump also told Israel they can't bomb Lebanon no more. No, Clubhouse since it came out, bro.
All right,
this is my fifth account, bro. But it looks like I'm the only. The last time I got clipped was years ago. You know,
Man, nobody cares about your clippings on Clubhouse. Tell us something informative. Hello?
Please.
What you say, Matt?
God damn it, hell, dude.
Can I you're in MySpace, bitch.
Yeah,
MySpace, bitch. You're not welcome here. I'll never be welcome.
It's an investment.
Thank you.
Kid, shut up and you'll suck some more cock, weirdo.
Operations, somebody making drops and making claims.
Who's the person? Like
we don't know who they say is Donald Trump.
So you're saying Q is Donald Trump?
Yeah, Abby, it doesn't matter who Q is.
I know it does matter because you're quoting someone. I'm asking who it is that you're quoting. I don't know who it is.
Listen.
So you're saying Q is Donald Trump?
Correct.
Who are they?
Correct person. I'm a truthful person.
That you're relying on.
They're anonymous.
Well, but what are they? Like, how do they exist?
They exist because they're humans.
Well, what humans are they?
Okay. Guys, I'm guessing Q to me is Uncle Sam. I agree with what you're saying.
It's a poster that we all saw as kids.
You don't know who is Uncle Sam?
Yeah, he's this really cool poster that has a beard and a top hat. So could someone tell me
he's doing what?
Because I'm not saying what you believe in, is who it is, because I don't know about it.
It's like what the
Let him answer. Just let him answer.
Is a group of people that have information. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Now, how do I know they're credible? Because I pay attention. So when they say this is gonna happen, and I watch it happen, I could tell I already read.
I was asking you who did it as your cue, you know? It's my cue too. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I appreciate it, Marty. But
yeah,
listen, I'm learning not to talk to people that don't believe me and ask for sources. People that ask for sources are idiots and they can't think for themselves.
The people that ask for sources are idiots. Why do you believe that?
Why?
Idiot. To you.
Somebody that can't think for themselves. Somebody that questions other people because of their source and not the
So you think questioning and trying to understand the foundation of what someone's saying makes someone an idiot?
The whole construct of thinking is I can't believe this unless I have a source, because you have no discernment and no enlightenment.
I didn't question your veracity and believing in it. I just asked who it was.
Where are you going with this?
Because I'm trying to understand who it is you're quoting.
I just told you who.
So you're quoting Donald Trump, basically, is what you said.
I didn't question your belief or your truth. It's your truth. I just want to know who it is you're quoting. If you're saying this is what's happening, and this person says this is happening, so I'm asking who the person is. That's a fair question.
Look, Abby, and I'm giving you a fair answer. To me, it doesn't. It could have been your grandmother. Stuff on the internet, and I saw it to come true, and I know she posted it first, and it happened a couple times. It doesn't matter if it's your grandmother. This is fucking retarded.
My grandmother makes chicken soup.
What is this, man? Why are you ruining our conversation with this trash, Mountain? So what were you asking me, Mountain? Because you asked me something earlier. What were you saying?
I like some chicken soup.
Well, I mean, like, okay, so when you...
Why are you guys entertaining this? This is
I don't even know why we are.
Pepe, can you explain to me who Q is?
Yo, it's Jones International Building Computer Network and Traffic.
Man, hold on. I was answering people's questions and I never got to land my plane. So y'all should get off my dick and wait y'all turn. You feel me? Y'all dick suckers. Shout out to Matt though. You feel me? Even though he disagreed with me. Like I said,
he wanted the war. Look at his last position. The people who are claiming that
Jesus Christ, Peter.
They are supporting him. Look what their answers are to the poll.
Matt, you see what's going on? The problem I have with people like Pepe and people like Mountain, when people tell y'all stuff, stop attacking people that give you information just because you don't fucking know. You guys are idiots, bro. And you guys are the problem to why other people can't see the truth in things. Because who are you guys to say he's stupid? Just say you're stupid because Matt, can you tell Pepe why is he yelling? I'm very calm in what I'm saying. Pepe yelling like, bro, you off a coke or something, bro? Chill. No.
Where do you read what? I'm now Googling trying to understand. Where do you read what Q is saying? Like, where do you find it?
Go on Twitter.
Abby, you'll come off the mic. That's the problem.
Go on Twitter.
They had a website like God damn it! Was it the fuck? I forget the name of it.
4chan.
Well, no, there was 4chan, but then there was another one that it was a like a pro-Trump.
Oh, you're talking about for Trump. I know you're talking about.
Yeah,
Trump, whatever.
Yeah. Example, when the 2020 election, it was the trust the plan that comes from QAnon. They were going to bring charges against a bunch of corrupt government officials, and and Trump was going to be rightfully installed as president. And so, you know,
Pepe,
I don't take it seriously.
Pepe, real quick, you know, actually, so this is good timing because Katie Vance just came out that I'm pretty sure that isn't a troll. I'll have to look into it. He's looking into Pizzagate. Did you hear about that, Kaz? Is that right?
Oh, yeah, of course, because everything, Matt.
He has criminal charges coming.
Bro, for what?
Yes, I am being racist. Go eat a fucking dick.
Because you're a greasy Italian?
Amazing. I'm not Italian. Amazing.
But listen, bro, the students shouldn't be talking. If y'all don't know, then shut the fuck up and listen to what me and Matt.
Okay, okay, can I please hear Matt first, and then you can go.
Yeah, because you said please, thank you. I'll be respectful too.
Don't do this. You don't want all this.
Not on your side. So, if you heard it was a hoax, it's because people are manipulating you to think it was a hoax. If you don't understand that, you will forever be lost. That's the problem with you guys, you know. Then if you follow it, right? If you actually follow it yourself, I'm not talking about, oh, CNN says a hoax. And with integrity, right? So they made a lot of claims. One, about the whole island. Before these files even came out, I already knew about the Epstein files because I believe in, I don't call it, y'all call them that don't want to.
Listen, that was the dumbest way to explain it.
I mean, you're stupid, so I mean,
you're not talking to me because trust me, you don't want to. You need to calm your ass down.
Oh, if I'm not talking to you, then shut the fuck up.
You better know better.
Scary gay man, McKinney. wants to. I don't know. Listen, I know I'm smart, but I'm not quite. I'm not. Yes, man, I remember. So if people kids into the White House because Obama's a homosexual, and that's what they're doing, man. It's so crazy. I understand why it's crazy to people, but I'm not saying this is. Obama, homosexual, a bad person. This lady came to see. She wanted to open an investigation, 9/11. She went to see Obama. She died 2 weeks later in a fucking plane crash. That's how they kill people, bro. And, you know, Obama's chef was basically writing a
People like yourself. There's a small percentage of people like yourself that actually like parrots their propaganda, and I'm here in the West, and I'm like, holy shit! So this world going crazy.
Basically, state media, that's not the main media branches. We know who the main media branches. That's where the propaganda is spread, right? But people like you'll find out later.
But the thing is, Kaz, what one thing you're not realizing, for the past
they're trying to feed you their propaganda to make you hate America for their purposes.
See, okay, I get what you're saying. Hold on, basically, I get what you're saying. Hold on, I get what you're saying.
See what the fuck I mean?
I get what you're saying. Bro, Peter Parker, you're not Spider-Man, bro. Shut the fuck up. Listen, I get what you're saying. The whole thing is, no, I know when it's their propaganda versus my own understanding of things. I don't fall for propaganda. You know, most people, here's the thing, you guys say it's propaganda, and I ask you, what do you believe? Who do you believe? And whatever answer you give me, I could tell you
Not
why
your
it's
enemy,
propaganda.
honey. Not your enemy.
All they do is fight.
Fucking annoying. We're not give a fuck if you like the principality or not.
I'm on the trash, but I am not this radicalist like this.
These people is crazy.
I don't Go get a burrito and fucking Berlin with your bullshit, bro. Shut the fuck up with your nose.
Go play Mary Jane.
Peter, shut up.
Fuck, man. Go play Mary Jane and get out of here.
Nobody's asking you to say
You're wrong.
Mary Jane is falling off the
Yes,
building
you're
right now.
right, Peter. We're all wrong. Okay, shut up.
Peter, shut the fuck up and go eat a fucking burrito and Berlin with your bullshit, bro. Nobody's asking you.
No. In terms of okay, you okay.
You know? No, Kaz. I'm just saying that she was asking you the name. Give me the.
Who it is?
No one will go. No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Sam was asking you, pushing you to killing our time. You said that, and some of us got it. Some of us were thinking about that. That's why the role was quiet. Yeah, and now Matt is asking. Exactly, Matt is asking.
Shut up, man, please.
I'm gonna shut down.
got it.
Let her answer. Let her
Go ahead.
Secondly, you have all these information outlets. You have leftist information outlets, which recently I discovered are very, very one-sided, and unfortunately,
You just recently found this out. Okay.
Not complete.
Right? Because what I'm saying, other people know this because this is real information. So what you're telling me is you just don't
You're
know
literally
this.
repeating what she said already. Studies, and she gets some from social media, and all you're doing is saying the same thing backwards to her. Right? Because she has a different culture or ethnicity than you, bro. But all you've been doing is like hate bashing, bro. Like she has a different.
I don't have discernment. I don't know the truth. You're like a conspiracy.
Explicitly, Sam is not with the police.
Okay, guys, we got it. Let me just get more people in here. I do like this.
I support.
By the way, there was a ton of Osama memes, showing you as holy.
Cool, I'm part of a cult now. I like this. Cool. I didn't know this, man.
Tim, do you
Whoa.
remember when Obama was considered the Messiah? Tim, wait. We gotta have a conversation. What do you make of Obama being the Messiah? Everybody was talking about him.
Wait. Obama did Obama? They know what I mean? Saying that he's the Messiah.
No. But
House referenced it in one of the first press briefings.
You see what the problem with 10 is saying? 10, let me ask you a question. Answer it with a yes or no. Did Donald Trump say,
he's gone,
I am Jesus Christ, or this is me as Jesus? Did he say that?
No, he left.
Why would
Time out, guys. Time out. I feel like we're being a little bit maybe disingenuous. I mean, he doesn't need to say
our play food. I don't know.
Well, he doesn't need to say. Matt, real quick.
and say he's saying he's Jesus Christ, he's blasphemy. Bro, you guys are reaching, because if you really just look at the picture and listen to what I'm saying, you'll see, well, this isn't blasphemy. He isn't doing anything.
Are you saying he's a doctor? Or are you saying that you're making the claim that he looks like a doctor?
I'm saying what he did say was he's a doctor. But I say you guys say he's Jesus Christ. He's Jesus Christ. Let me tell you. But if it was, they're still not blasphemy.
Old heads that made this thing. Like y'all taking it over like you.
Is the picture disrespecting Jesus in any way, having him doing something he wouldn't do? No. 2, did Jesus Christ tell us not to follow in his footsteps? And 3, did Trump say
that was him, Jesus, and is Jesus the only
Number two would be wrong because he.
Even a form of divinity, of divine.
Live now. Render under Trump to Trump's. That's 2,000 years old. Front door.
That's what you should have done next.
Shut the front door. Go on mute.
Explain what.
Go on mute.
Money well spent when you can only fund 4%
Go on
of
mute.
health insurance per program. Why not have a
Oh,
pay-as-you-go
Kaz,
system?
you a saucy little bitch. Yo, Kaz, come on, man. You want this conversation to keep going or what, bro? Come on, bro.
I'm waiting for him to talk.
Would you mute up, though, like you said? Like, come on.
There's no noise coming through my phone.
That's right.
We'll make Operation Wetback look like Operation, I don't know, no sacred cows. Let's just say that. Rabbono Shalom, good Shabbos. Everybody have a great miracle of a Shabbos. And don't forget, America and Israel are connected.
nonsense. Look, I've heard Kaz speak in several rooms, and every time I hear them, I'm like, nobody God created can be this dumb.
Got it, Ben. So what was on Wiener's laptop, Ben? What was on Anthony Wiener's laptop that a dozen New York Police Department officers died after they saw? What was on Wiener's laptop, Ben? And who is Huma Abedin married to now? Alex Soros.
Yo, Matt, people like him. They don't know about the Anthony Weiner laptop. That's the problem, Matt.
There was an accusation labeled on Kaz. He gets to respond to it.
Right. So Ben,
it's dumb, but
so Ben, you say I'm dumb, right? And this is why people like you. Don't attack me for what I believe in. Just ask yourself, why don't I know this shit? You know, because you're the dumb one. I'm just giving information, and what people. The reason the information doesn't go there is somebody always.
He has no point. He just comes in here to project. That's it.
I'm telling you, there's a lot of real confirmed things that confirm the conspiracy things, right? So that's what I'm saying. You take real facts. You have to use real facts to even confirm the shit you don't know. And that's what I've done. The Anthony Weiner laptop is real, bro. The fragile drip file.
How did you confirm it? How did you confirm it?
For example, let me tell you. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you one. Bro, shut up. Bro, let me answer your question, bro.
Guys, chill.
Let me answer one question, right? So, in the Hillary Clinton, let me ask you this. Let me tell you. I already know what you're saying, bro.
I was in the room, so
I already know what you're saying, bro. Just let me talk.
Someone said very rightfully.
You want me to walk you through it? You want me to walk you through it? Okay, just be quiet. Yo, Ben 10, be quiet. So, let me tell you. In the video, Frazzle Drip, you would hear them ask her that question. And you will see her respond and her lawyer get mad, and then they go off the record. But they officially asked her about the Anthony Weiner laptop and Frazzle Drip. Now, if you don't know what the Frazzle Drip conspiracy is, it's a video of Hillary Clinton killing a girl, ripping her face off. So, listen, bro, and this all connects to Pizzagate and Epstein files. You're lost because you have no discernment. I can't help you, bro. I can't help you, bro.
Answer.
Matt, even you, Matt.
You asked why did they ask?
How do you spell that? Axe.
It's so funny.
I've been in several rooms and I've actually told you. Can I finish? I've been in several rooms and not just myself. People have always said, Kaz comes on stage and just says the dumbest and most BS thing without any proof.
You know, if you're in a room with stupid people, you're going to be the stupid one.
Well, I know that you are the Socratic method of like spinning everything into like spinning confusion into the conversation, because there was Sam making a very good point, and then you took it personally, and then you took the high ground of being a victim, and then you started slamming her. Dude, no, all you started doing was ad hominem attacks. You never attacked any one of the points.
You guys are doing ad hominem shit.
Bro, all you are is a distraction. Digression. That is literally your whole shit.
Why did they ask Hillary?
This is literally your whole thing, bro.
Anthony Weiner laptop. Why did they ask her?
Because they were stupid.
Yeah, fizzle drizzle, motherfucking nuts, my nizzle.
Because they were
stupid as you.
So you're smarter.
Stupid as you. As dumb as you.
So you're smarter.
Okay, Ben gets you asked the question. People
exactly.
You get the.
You heard his answer. He said because they were stupid.
Hold on, Ben gets the answer. Man, this is the way this works. Go ahead, Ben. Go.
Yeah, because they asked that. Let me be a little bit nicer.
They ask that question because they're as retarded as you, and to ask that kind of conspiracy field question on a national stage like that.
Do you know who Anthony Weiner is?
Sane people don't look at what you're saying. Oh,
do you know who Anthony Weiner is?
Hillary Clinton.
Dude, we all.
Basically, he's guilty of doing pedophilia shit, right?
He sent it to an adult woman. That's not pedophilia.
I know what I have to do. Let's connect the dots slowly, right? Let's see how stupid he's.
Let's hear how dumb your conspiracy.
So basically,
he does the same thing on every stage. So you guys can't be surprised. He does this shit on every stage.
Ben, so let me get this straight. Anthony Weiner. Hold on, let me get this straight. Hold on, Ben. Let me get this straight. Anthony Weiner is basically.
Hey, Matt. Kaz is your girlfriend.
Ben. Let me get this straight. Anthony Weiner, he's a real person associated with Hillary Clinton. The laptop is real. He did get in trouble for sending dick pics to underage girl. So all of these
it was an overage staffer, you dumb fuck.
So all of these are real, right? It was an overage staffer. What the fuck? It's a 14-year-old girl.
Person, right?
Yeah.
He was in pictures with Epstein, right?
Did he go to jail like Anthony Weiner?
Let me finish. Epstein
did he go to jail like?
By whatever logic you're using, Trump did something, right? You see how dumb it sounds?
Here's the difference.
You really see how dumb it sounds?
Here's the difference. Anthony Weiner went to jail. Went to jail for that.
It's not on the matter. Are you recording this so he can play it back to himself?
Hey, Anthony Weiner went to. You sound retarded. Somebody went to jail for doing something, and you're talking about the man that didn't go to jail because none of that shit was found to be true. You're talking about somebody that
didn't go to jail. Epstein didn't go to jail.
We're talking about Anthony Weiner.
Epstein did not go to jail, dude.
Anthony Weiner went to prison.
Anthony Weiner, dude. Anthony fucking Weiner, bro. Listen. Anthony fucking Weiner. He just said it.
Epstein go to jail.
Wiener, bro. Nobody cares about your wiener. We were talking about Trump. We were talking about Trump. Are you sure about that? Tomorrow is promised to no man.
Oh my god. It's enough.
This is an old man, bro. Like this dude's almost expired.
Oh,
like he has this dude. Supports NASA.
Are you talk as much as everybody.
But as you can see, right, these people just took a convicted pedophile, Anthony Weiner, who's
like you?
friends with
Were you a convicted pedophile? Because you sound like you were a convicted pedophile, guys. I can't believe you sound like you're a convicted pedophile. That you just keep talking about pedophilia like, you know, like you're trying to justify.
He's just repeating like he's nobody.
Guys, why are we doing this shit, y'all?
talking for the last 45 fucking minutes, bro.
Hey, Kat, can I ask you a question?
You can, but
can you at least just put in one
You want me to show you the question that they
I want you to show me the video of Hillary Clinton pulling the face off of the girl.
Yes.
How do you know that there was a? Did you ever see the video? Or are you just talking about something that you heard about?
Is in their possession, bro.
Well, I mean, but you're just talking about a video you've never seen. But so.
All right, I'm back. It's horrible.
Exactly. You
Go to English class, bro. Go learn.
What's up, Mac? What's going on around here?
Matt, Ben is basically asking.
Killed a baby and ripped the baby's face off.
It's a kid, a little girl.
He's killing some kids.
You said what, Matt?
There's a video of that?
Yeah, it's a video. I don't think it probably got scrubbed off the internet now. There's people that seen it. They all talk about it. Even there's this.
Like on a different topic or whatever's going on around here.
Yeah, for sure. So I gotta. We've now had, I think a dozen scientists that have ended up dead or missing. And, it could be a coincidence, right? There's a fuckload of scientists, thousands of scientists in the country. But, I don't know. The media is saying Fox they missing since June 2022. 2020 or June 22, 2025. Stevia Garcia, the government contractor at Kansas City National Security Campus, missing since August 28th, 2025. William Neal McGoslin, retired U.S. Air Force.
Everyone is after Trump got it.
Anyway, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot more too.
Trying to investigate it. Trump just
No, I know. I'm just curious. Like, it's interesting. It all started in 2025.
Well, probably not. But anyway, let's see here. The caveat, the critical caveat, law enforcement and other scientists say they don't see any connection between the cases. Several of the disappearances share behavioral patterns consistent with mental health crisis rather than foul play. People walking away from homes at night, leaving phones and wallets behind. Some deaths have no confirmed cause of death.
I'm not even talking to you right now, bro. I'm talking to Mountain, bro. I'm talking to Mountain, bro. You could get your chance in a little bit. I'm talking to Mountain. But Mountain, I'm basically saying, right? Because even Ben, he hasn't studied the probability of him being an idiot.
I haven't. Yeah, I'll tell you I haven't.
He hasn't studied that. I've studied the probability of you being a dumbass.
Tell me what you
It's very high.
Always back to the ad hominem tax, man. All you do is have ad hominems, bro.
If you don't want to get bitten by a dog, this is what you don't do. You don't go near it. You don't go near a dog. You don't want to get bitten by it.
But Mountain's
and that we were supposed to be terrified.
Anthony,
I don't know what happened to those
Anthony,
terrorists.
those are the idiots that don't follow QAnon.
Anthony, you know what? I'm confused, y'all. I need somebody to explain to me. Maybe the terrorist cells are taking out the scientists. Maybe.
The whole thing is when they talk about the terrorist cells, I watched Donald Trump say, "Yeah, there's sleeper cells around, and we know where all of them."
The first thing they're going to tell you, right? They're going to read to you.
That's a fucking lie. That's a fucking lie. Dude, the American people wholeheartedly, the American people
That's right. One second.
Bro,
I'm going to tell you.
It's not my fault that you ain't American, bro. You like, oh, we ain't fucking involved in this shit. Bitch, we all 10 toes deep in this
motherfucker. I don't even know what you're saying at this point. Just give me a... Listen, y'all.
These people, Anthony, these people. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, Kaz. So, yo, the poll numbers. They were telling you all kind of arcane shit about the poll and the tabs and the. They were telling you all kind of shit about. People live in New York and California. That's impossible. There's no way in the world that can happen. That's impossible.
You want to play that bad again? I'll take it $500.
Anthony, you see the stupid people talking against you? I'm telling you. The smart people.
Just let me land. You guys can get back to hating Trump. You can do all of that shit.
I think you do.
Right? And we can have all the Trump hate in the world. Yo, Ben, right now, right? You have people on and off the app, all over the internet. They are unhappy. They are unhappy right now. They are upset they're upset with Iran saying that the Strait of Hormuz Peter, I can't. I really can't. Yo, Peter, I just want to hang out for 1 second with some friends, some loved ones on this app, and commemorate what the fuck is going on. And I'm not saying that, listen, y'all. Every life lost is a tragedy. I sympathize beyond fucking words. I love our troops, man. I will donate whatever to whoever for our troops. World. We have the most amazing military ever. I love our motherfucking troops. Every life lost matters beyond words. I have shed tears for our troops. I have a son that has friends that are in our armed forces. I've known those kids since they were young boys. I love them individually. Pray for them individually on a nightly basis. I am not cavalier about the loss. Wounded matter to me. It's nothing that I'm nonchalant about. All right? I want you guys to understand that our president has led us into this conflict, and he has minimized the loss of lives. I want you guys to understand, administration after administration after administration who talked about we can't afford a nuclear-powered Iran. We had that BAN, Barack Hussein Obama, who gave us this fucking bullshit-ass agreement, this feckless motherfucker, and his bullshit-ass agreement was fucking toilet paper, acting like he did something. Fuck him and fuck his agreement. Of the room want me to shut up? I'm happy to shut up. I'm going to talk until the moderator tells me to please stop. So, yo. Donald Trump this, Donald Trump that. Yo, I want you guys to look back and ask yourself a very simple question. Really, really simple question about Donald Trump. Since we've had the division of North and South Korea, and that thing called the DMZ, Demilitarized Zone, the DMZ, how many sitting U.S. presidents have gone to the fucking DMZ? How many? How many? One. The motherfucking president that went is Donald J. Trump. Motherfuckers, sit down and look at a Netflix special. They call it The Unstoppable. But that's the real name of that Netflix special with Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle sits down and he goes through this whole diatribe he breaks down why they started this motherfucking act. Mind you, this is what the only 2 charges that Sean Puffy Combs got convicted of, another unstoppable nigga got convicted of, was the Unstoppable Nigga Act, the Mann Act. They're asking him to go, all of this motherfucking shit. You know what Dave Chappelle didn't mention? There was a president that posthumously pardoned Jack Johnson. There was a president that did that. Do you know who the fuck pardoned Jack Johnson? None other than Don. I'm tired of the hate, tired of the bullshit rhetoric that we are exposed to on a day-to-day basis. Motherfuckers don't know their fucking ass from their elbow, and they talk the most shit about this dude. I know the words coming out of my mouth hurt you guys. I understand. Leadership looks like. This is what it looks like. Take a picture. You'll tell your kids and your grandkids, regale them with the stories of this man. We ain't had one like him before, and we ain't gonna have one after. All right? I have more to say, but I've spoken enough. Thank you for listening. Yeah, listen, y'all. Okay, listen. I'm happy. I'm happy to keep going, y'all. So listen, you know, Donald Trump, right? They were like, yo, listen, we are the puppets of Israel. That's the other talking point. It's, you know, Epstein was an agent of Mossad. There's dirt on Trump. Bribed into this fucking war. Yo, really? Oh, this war was a distraction from Epstein. The war is a distraction from Epstein. First lady goes on national TV and says she was not a victim of Epstein. How the fuck is that going to make everybody forget about Epstein if this was supposed to be a distraction from Epstein? Make it make sense. It doesn't make any sense if that was the goal. As far as, yes, we've had moments during this conflict where the United States and Israel have had divergent agendas. If you read between the lines, at certain points, Trump won, and he was frustrated with the fact that Israel kept on knocking off their heads, just kept knocking them down. So, yes, we had some divergent interests. But, of course, we can't acknowledge that because that doesn't suit the narrative that he's a puppet of Israel. That would contradict that narrative. But we can't be honest. We can't tell the truth. We have to pretend. First term, who was he supposed to be a puppet of back then? Vladimir Putin, anybody? Anybody? Do you guys remember when he was supposed to be Putin's? What happened to all of that talk? Manchurian candidate Putin has so much on Trump, and he's just a puppet. What happened to that bullshit? Points.
Yeah, he was on the street.
I'm happy. You know, listen, I believe everybody should have a right to talk. I think bodies should have a right to express themselves. I'm not a censor. I'm not that dude. So you're welcome to talk, but I can't hear you. I can't hear you when I'm talking. I can't. All right, respect.
Fair enough.
Respect. I can't hear you when I'm talking. So here's what's up. We keep on having these bullshit narratives. And I want you the truth. Just be honest. I want you to go in front of the mirror and say it out loud. Free yourself. I hate Donald Trump more than I love America. Say it. The truth will set you free. The truth will set you free. Acknowledge it. The first step to recovery is acknowledging you have a problem. That's how you fix it.
Sounds like you're talking about
That's how you get. All right, I'm sorry, y'all. You guys have had enough. I'm done.
To the people, and if it doesn't apply to you, don't let her defend you, man, if it doesn't apply to you.
Yeah, I think you have the problem. Leadership of this nation. So I will never say to because you're not the Pied Piper. Okay, so I'm gonna denounce it. But brother,
you're kind of getting them wrong. You're talking about the people who are acting like they are criticizing the way that we're conducting this war legitimately, or acting like that they don't just hate Trump. They just need to go out and say it. Because this is the thing, as they've been criticizing every step of the way that we've been conducting this and trying to tell people that we've been losing this war, we have been winning. So just the people who are really just hate Trump that bad, just fucking say it.
Can I speak up a little bit more as well? Miss Lady, can I tell you something as well? Right, you're delusional. The rest of the world here has been dealing with America and Israel. What the fuck are you talking about?
Nobody's getting paid.
Can I talk about my fight? I'm gonna finish.
Somebody's getting packed.
Yeah, someone's getting packed. No, we're not saying to the lady down there that's in the goo now. We're not saying about the rest of the world. This is an American conversation, so you can get the fuck down. Talking about America and our president. So shove that up your pipe. So can I talk about my $500?
Yo, man, here we go, buddy.
Is it possible?
He just told you it's an American conversation. And you come up here with your heavy ass accent. Talking about, can you talk about 500?
PT, do not disrespect an American when he's talking on stage, please.
All right, go ahead.
Don't disrespect. So Anthony, do you still want to do the $500 bet? Because I gotta buy my.
Ben, I'm not looking for an argument. I don't even know what you want to bet. What are the terms of the bet? Okay, so Ben, I want to be clear. All right, right now, historically, we can look at your boy, Barack Hussein Obama, friggin' congressional seats than arguably any president in the history. The midterms normally the pendulum swings opposite the person sitting in office. His party tends to lose seats. So I don't know how you qualify or quantify a blue wave. In order for us to have a bet, we need to settle on terms. I know you got a hard on. I know you really. I don't mean it literally. I don't mean it literally, bro.
But then you have been following the rest of the room. You have been in every other room today. That you cannot say you have not had tingle. No tingle? You don't feel like you're Cinderella today? No Cinderella?
I think Peter is a penis eater.
Oh, brilliant share.
Don't worry, Anthony.
Let's just sit down and get together some terms that we can agree to. I'm asking you first to sit down and get some terms that we can agree to. And if we can agree to terms, I'll take the bet. All right? I have no problem with that holding the money. I got no problem.
I can't wait for $500. I can't wait.
To eat. You want to eat. You want to eat. You want to eat. You're claiming something. You want to eat like you some form of you are a representative, right? You are just doing that thingy, right?
Another one of those drunk versions again.
No, I just want to know what the mistake is. If this
drunk
looks like
person drank too much wine.
Murdered the chef after he found out about
it's okay. Go on, babe. Go on, babe.
Yeah, Amon, we're going to pass the mic around a little bit. NY, BT, Mo, I noticed you guys came up on stage. Man, it's so good to see you guys. You know what I'm saying? Nothing but love. Hope you guys are, just winning in life. I hope Most High continues to bless you guys. Do you guys have anything you'd like to add, please?
Thank you for watching, Anthony. I just want to say that for me, for everyone who can see, Trump lost this war. I mean, so far he lost it very bad. All the objectives that he had before the war.
Wait, I need to leave this room.
Amen.
Let me finish.
Let him finish, young lady. This is not urgent, okay?
So he had these objectives, and he accomplished none of those things. Right now, Iran is stronger than before. And they actually released a statement saying that even though the Strait of Hormuz is open, they still have control who's going to go there. They're still going to get paid. And they don't allow any military to go there. And also that now they know they can use that as a leverage. Before that, that was not even, like you started a war for regime change. Now the Strait of Hormuz was completely open. Now is that you're negotiating to have it reopen, to get back where you started after you spent billions of dollars, and also you lost some of your men and you killed innocent people. It's completely lost. And he didn't need to do all of that.
This guy's mentally challenged. Bro, listen, Mo, you are absolutely wrong, man. Like, how was Iran stronger? They're not stronger. They are weaker. And all of our objectives are honestly doing pretty well, man. I mean, we've decapitated the Navy, the Air Force, their ballistic missile program. I mean, the next thing is their nuclear uranium. So, like, I'm just curious, like, now we can, but also that. Hold on, stop. Wait. Also, this is the biggest thing. This really is about China, bro. You don't understand that, bro. Like, what we're making sure is that hold on. Oh, shut up for a second.
Let me finish, man. I was talking, man. You want me to respect? Yeah, you want me to respect you?
Go ahead, man.
The thing is, I think I want to answer your question. The problem is, if you look at the top, forget about this thing. He says that maybe it's completely done. If it's done, then why do you need to negotiate to reopen the space? Why don't you then go open it yourself? You think America actually down? Yeah. No, you guys, America could not open it. Okay, they went and even
it's open because of our military. It's open because we forced the Iranians to come to the table.
You guys are in denial, man. I'm so sorry for you guys.
You are. What are you talking about? We're in a better position.
Mom, stop for 1 second. Just 1 second, Mo. Mo, I have a very simple question for you, Mo. All right, we've failed. We've lost. What would a victory look like to Mo? What would it take for you to feel like the United States got a victory? What does a victory look like?
The victory look like the objective was to They have taken out the regime, they have put someone in power there, control like the way they did in Iraq. They have replaced with the American thing, and they will not have Iran to be like they will control the whole thing. That was the objective before the war. Now,
Mo, 1 second. I want to respond to what you just said. Mo. I just want to. So Mo, I just want to be clear about something, right? Mo, like I live in the. And they assassinated Donald Trump. And J.D. Vance became the president. Would that be regime change? Yes or no, and explain.
J.D. Vance is still part of the American government, the current one that Trump, before he got assassinated. There is no change. All you did is just replaced. It's a system. It's not a one person.
Okay, so beautiful. Thank you for saying that, Mo. So Mo, what you're saying, right? I just want to be clear. You're saying that J.D. Vance is going to handle every situation the same exact way that Donald Trump would handle it because it's just a system. They're not two distinct individuals that are going to make any. They are going to do the same exact. What you're saying, Mo, I don't want to put words in your.
No, that's not what I'm saying. If you change, if the Democrats are president, if the Democrats in power, they have a different way every time the Democrats win the election, the Republicans are not going to be like this. It's not dictated by a foreign country. When you say, for example, it's like we take charge of your country. Like, you know how the United States have done in the middle of the country. When America comes, they say they want to take like they did in Libya, they will take you out, and whoever wants to, and sometimes, I think Iraq was successful. They will change. They'll put someone like the one they puppet.
I'm sorry. Shiva, 1 second, Shiva. I'm sorry. Just 1 second. So Mo, here's what's up, brother.
was to inflict a lot of economical pain to America so they can get into a position where they can have because we're gonna attack your ally and we close the strait. And they did it and they accomplished the whole objective. So but the United States, if you remember, you have to go back at the objective of the war. They say Iran could not have the nuclear weapon, which is what was strange because they did say that before back in June that they completely destroyed. And they also said they want a regime change.
Check.
This is why they went for the head. Yeah, and they went to take out the head, and they thought that the people would have been like
check, baby, Jack Kitover.
It did not. The Iranian, you have to understand, this is not a nation.
It's not the regime change in Iran yet. I agree that in one side now the Islamic regime is the weakest point, but the negotiation is done between Islamic regime and USA. Again, Islamic regime can get enough power. Then there is no regime change. There is that we have.
I can't hear you when I'm talking. I want to hear what you're saying. I'm happy for you to respond. May I please land, man?
Hold on, Sam.
Thank you. Here's what's up. Okay, we tried. We knocked off the head of the snake. The snake grew another head. Listen, this is on you to fix. We just want to make sure Iran does not have nuclear weapons. This is it. Okay, yo, Peter, I'm not going to go for it, bro. Please stop. We are not here to ensure that your regime gets changed. Yo, listen, I don't like Zelensky. I don't like Zelensky. I don't even think Zelensky's a good leader. But you know what I do? I do respect. Hear that?
Oh,
you guys.
You cheat. Iranians people don't have guns. Cheat.
Beg them to come help you.
Do you think?
Can I add something here? There was a revolution.
Yeah, she's in the matrix.
Back in the history.
We got mute her mods. Hey, calm down, buddy. We got it. All right, we got to mute her.
and the China angle. So hold on. No, well, yes, not just that though, but rare earth minerals, oil, and our intelligence agencies assessed that they were Maduro. He had already bought weapons from Russia and China, and they were going to set up military bases in the southern part of the country. And it makes sense because the Chinese were already trying to take over the Panama Canal. So hold on, let me finish, ma'am, please. So, God damn it, dude, shut up for a second. So, hold on, man, Peter, please stop. Peter. So, Shiva. So the point is here that we need to remember that this is not just about Iran. Of course, it is about our can still buy their oil from Iran and Venezuela, but it's going to be through the Petrobel. It's going to be overseen by us. And if we have to cut that off in a military situation, like if they want to take Taiwan, we can cut that off. We can blockade the Strait of Hormuz.
Taiwan is nowhere near next to Iran. You need no, sir. You be lying to us, right? And we been allowing you to lie to us. You be lying to the rest of Europe because we have to rely on you. We have to rely on you. We have to rely on your truth.
Rebuttal what I am wrong about. Rebuttal what I'm wrong about.
Go to your own place.
Kiwi. Yeah, am I being bought by the salesman? Because I'm no bought. I'm not a salesman.
This girl's a crackhead, dude.
What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing?
Would you please respond to what I said?
What are you doing? Because apparently you the mind. You the mind.
God damn, this room is retarded, dude. I swear to God.
My name's
fucking stupid. Man, I'm gonna leave, man. Like, if we just got a bunch of retards running the room, get out of here. It's fucking stupid. God damn it. I'm trying to have a legitimate conversation here, man.
Explain it.
What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean something else is gonna happen? Are you threatening me?
We'll see what happens if you don't explain it. We'll see
No. You guys know. Wait a minute. You're doing a threat because you got the green thing.
That is none of your business, the issue between US and Iran.
So on to the next, man. All right, let's get back to regularly scheduled program.
That was a troll. That was definitely a troll.
Shiva, are you on the phone or not? I can't tell if she's on the phone. Anybody?
Yes. I will respond to the person that the same regime has
My lady, you did nothing. You did nothing when my mother was murdered so that she could take her place. And you did nothing when my father banished me. Now Queen questions her king, and I thought my opinion of you couldn't get any lower.
I'll bring a message from Madden. He asks you to attend with his son at the ancient castle of Hamlet. He has a son.
I have the true claim to the throne. My father had no legitimate son.
Together to honor our father.
We didn't know my father.
You should ask his mother, Queen Green.
To kill its people. But later, after the negotiation, after getting more power, it will go through around Iran. Not only one country, the enemy. Then it would be the big enemy and then dangerous enemy for the regime change and everything. Okay, I agree. But the thing is that we did it. We did it for all people around the world because this puppet regime is not ours. It's not our fault.
Yes, it is. Yes,
No, it's no, it's not
Yes,
fault.
it is.
No, it's okay. Could you please? Could you?
lying, dude.
No. China. Okay.
One mic on Shiva, please.
You can see China and Russian now supporting Islamic regime. If there is no support from other country, our people in Iran can do the regime change. But unfortunately, due to all supporting that they gotten from other country, now the people couldn't do that.
Yeah, you guys have no accountability.
People were killed in less than 2 days. More than 42,000 people.
500,000 people are not online anymore. 500,000 people are not online anymore.
My point is that it's happened.
Peter, stop.
Guys, my point is that the Islamic regime got power because
And then you guys sort it out. I believe Jack had next and then Mount.
Hold on.
But here's Shiva, prior to the escalation and conflict, prior to the 12-day war, prior to all of this stuff, that same Iranian regime that had been in power for however many years, we were murdering Iranian nuclear scientists. We sent the Stuxnet virus over to Iran. We went on Iranian soil and we murdered your top general. Just took them out. We bombed your embassy. One job. That's one job. And we refuse to allow that to happen. You guys gotta. I believe that the regime is mortally wounded.
That is impossible.
I believe the regime is mortally wounded.
Otherwise,
but you guys might feel differently. We'll see what happens.
I agree. What's the key? Jack was next, and then I'm after Jack.
Thank you, man.
Hold on.
I'll be quick.
Wait, Jack. Let me just get the queue real quick.
Go ahead.
So Jack, Mountain, Edward,
Then Othello.
Ben, and then Othello. Okay, I'll try to remember all that. I'll put it in the chat. Go ahead. Thanks.
All right. Maybe. And laborers. All these people fucking hated the Shah. It's revisionist history. The facts, and every historian agrees on this. I know they're very mad about what happened because obviously their grandparents regret this revolution. And Iranians are responsible. go take it down and stop fucking crying on Clubhouse. Go do some shit and stop waiting for Trump. I don't know what the fuck you thought Trump was gonna do for you. He's American. Trump.
weren't willing to get in a forever war. Trump knew that. He knew the people who voted him in were never willing to accept that, and he's not stupid enough to do that because he knows the country is 2.5 times the size of Texas, 98 million people. That's way more.
Even I don't even think that we could even think this way because it's kind of interesting, and I know that a lot of countries would like the United States to come in, help them. Over 90 million people still live there. The regime that they had and currently have has been under 47 years of reign. I just want you guys to understand. We did not at any time change. I love what Ben said earlier. You guys got to listen. We know the objectives of America. We do not want, I'll land on this, guys. We do not want the regime or the Iranian people get a nuclear weapon. That's the only thing. And I wish that we would all just realize that was the objective. Why? Because they have been a tyrant for the Middle East and all those countries around them. And one of our biggest allies, which is Israel, whether you guys don't know that, being an ally means that you have an agreement with another country. So I just want everybody to realize this from an
and that's fine. Sometimes the United States and Israel agree on things, sometimes they don't. But the United States laid out 4 military objectives, and again, that does not mean that other things, the United States doesn't have other things that it would like to see happen. Obviously, the United States would love to see a brand new regime led by a government that's friendly to the Americans. Obviously, who wouldn't want that? But that was not one of the military objectives laid out by the Trump administration. Why I keep laying stated and restated and restated.
Okay, you
Four
said it.
objectives. Those literally those be done.
Yeah, okay. Fellow, you got it. You the one interrupted there a little bit. You got it. Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, he was restating the objectives. I got it. Okay, we get it. To the Iranian people, you've been Venezuelan people. You know, they made you guys get out there on CNN and turn your back on your country. Well, not your country, but the IRGC. You guys, oh, they tugged at our heartstrings. The Iranian people, they're being murdered. He doesn't want to just be in the U.S. history books. He wants to be a part of religious prophecy. Okay? So they tugged at your heartstrings. They said, yeah, we coming to free you. No, they're not. They come to get that land. They come to get that oil. And they're going to try and do their best to make sure they're not a threat to Israel. That's the whole game here. I finish.
All right. That was the end of the queue.
To respond to this person that's just now is talking, we don't need the people to cry for Iranian people. This is the first thing. And we don't know in the future what happens for the other countries. This is humanity. Then please don't separate yourself from Iranian people. You can only attempting and trying and show is forced to say that the IRGC is terrorist. And then I want to add this, we don't have any other country support. Until now, they are supporting Islamic regime. They are negotiating with Islamic regime. The Islamic regime don't care about the people. And the other country have a lot of benefits to regime. By the chance, in the one part of the history, finally, the benefit of one country is to removing the Islamic regime. And this is Donald Trump start this war.
Go overthrow your regime. Trump weakened the fuck out of the regime. He bombed the shit out of them. He fucked them up left, right, and center. Now you guys can go. Now you guys can go and finish the job if that's what you want.
Decide what
but
you
instead,
do. I want to choke you to death, dude. Shut up.
But instead of actually capitalizing on the weakened regime that Trump bombed the fuck
why United States? This my question answer will go to Iranian new generation. They will understand why America doesn't wanna regime change in Iran in his way. So why US drop nuclear bomb in Japan?
First of all, we're not talking about Japan right now. I'm trying to stay focused on one country that we're dealing with, and we're not getting that clear. Okay, so I did not know, and I just want to make sure that the objective.
United States had multiple objectives. We could have been, it's cool. But our primary objective the world is a chessboard. All of that stuff is super sexy now. If he had sent one Harrier over stuff wouldn't even be a thing. If
weaponry. That was the number one thing, right? You and I both agree that, to my knowledge, I'm 62. There's only one president in the history of America that got this accomplished, right? So I'm grateful for that. So you and I are on the same page, okay? The biggest thing I say, Anthony, and you, like you said, there's a lot of things that can be done at the same time. One of the things I would say, the objectives that we've had outside of just stopping them from the nuclear opportunity, destroying their Navy and their Air Force. And I land there. Thank you for letting me respond.
So, Anthony, you're correct that ending the nuclear Iran was the most important objective, but let's all be honest. In an ideal world, it would be in the best interest of America if the IRGC was all go to any Groiper room, any Nick Fuentes room, any Tucker Carlson room, they are denouncing Trump for the war. At the same time, the leftists, the progressives, the people that hate America, they're also denouncing Trump. Trump is getting attacked by losers and pieces of shit on his left and his right. And the truth of the matter is, if this goes before Congress and the Senate, and there's whether to continue the war or settle for modest, he just can't get the votes. And that's not criticism of the president. That's economic reality. The economic reality is you have to look your fellow Americans, and I say this to you, Anthony, you have to look your fellow Americans in the eye, your fellow Americans who are leftists who hate this fucking country, and your fellow Americans who are gripers who also are sabotaging. The teamed up to fuck Trump up the ass, and they have allowed Trump to only get limited objectives. It's 80%, but it's not 100%.
Can I get in there? Right, dude. Those fucking Groiper assholes.
Go ahead, Sword. I just want to say that Wenzel is spot on in everything he said. But Wenzel, I'm cool with what we've accomplished. I'm cool with it. But are you right in everything you said? Abso-fucking-lutely.
I would say this thing we saw happen to Cuba, where he took out their life supply and just let them choke out. It wouldn't surprise me if we saw the same thing with these guys. You just rerouted they number one revenue resource away from them, and now the bargaining chip that they thought they had, they no longer have.
Maybe squeezed to the table to negotiate. It's not going to work in the long term. There's just no way.
They thought China was going to rescue him, Matt.
Well, possibly too. A bunch of other players probably. None of those folks, by the way, came to their aid.
When this thing started, I heard a bunch of people, even on the right, that were saying China's got a submarine tracking our carrier fleet. China's gonna attack. We're gonna have World War III if. Yeah, well, fuck those assholes.
You know what we found out is that both sides found out who has their back. You notice that?
Yeah.
But America, UK didn't show up. None of these other folks
Exactly.
had Trump. They calling them out. Now we know they're colors, and we're gonna circle back around and take care of that too. By the way.
Oh yeah.
This whole time.
Why would they show
Yes, sir.
I'm going to talk to Totem Pole. I'm going to say, don't ever do no shit like that again. But Totem Pole ain't getting jumped on my watch. Totem Pole ain't fighting by himself on my watch.
And Anthony, I'm right behind you, Anthony. Somebody get hit with a bottle.
Listen, how are you expecting Europe to pull up when motherfucking Spain sells weapons to Iran? Like y'all don't even know the geopolitics within Europe itself. There's an infight going on right now between Israel, the U.S., Spain, Italy. They're not even on the same page, and they're saying that you guys jumped the gun. This is crazy. You know what I mean? We need to come together and see what's the best option. Now, Great Britain, who started this whole shit with the Balfour Declaration and putting the Ashkenazis on the throne, all right? They said, okay, we're going to send the missile. Prime Minister went on there and shook Z's hand. They said, look, we want peace. Everybody want peace in the end. Not Israel and not the U.S.
And not Spain.
Not Spain. That has to follow behind. The U.S. got to follow behind Israel. What did Joseph Kent say? Joseph Kent was in all the damn meetings.
Brother, you just admitted that Spain. Okay, my bad.
Hold on. I love this dialogue. Joseph Kent said that Trump couldn't even get. What? Period.
Othello, here's what's up, bro. We don't disagree. But the reason, the stuff that you just pointed out, Othello, whoever's off the mic, can you please mute up?
My bad.
I'm sorry. Thank you, brother. Yeah, so here's what's up, man. Othello, there was points when we had divergent agendas. The United States was looking for a certain objective. Israel had a different objective. 100%. But I'll be honest with you. I would go to war with Israel 10 times out of 10 between. Keeping Russia off their ass has been the United States. And watch and see what happens if we withdraw support. Watch and see. Yo, what happened? What happened when Trump came in office the first term? He said, yo, you guys aren't contributing your fair share to NATO. He called them on the carpet. He called them out. It was pitiful. The amount of their GDP, the percentage of their GDP that they were contributing towards their military. It was pitiful. Everybody looked at the United States like their big brother, and they would run home and go get. We're not fucking with them like that anymore.
Agreed.
Have an objective.
well, that's just untrue, right? Like, there's literally several tweets by Trump that you can go and look yourself where regime change is mentioned explicitly. And I guess, Anthony, here's a more accurate analogy of what Totem Pole, if Totem Pole went into the bar and, tried to rape 6 different women, would you still be fighting along with Totem Pole? And then Totem Pole said, hey, because he's a rapist and he's tried to rape 6 different women, people are kind of, attacking him or fighting him. And can fight with Totem Pole? Because that's more of an accurate.
Saying Israel's Mr. X, the rapist? Who are you talking about?
I'm guessing you use Totem Pole as an analogy of
I'm not trying to use Totem Pole as an analogy for rape. I'm not trying to do that to that, brother.
We're trying to get
No. Well, you asked me a question, let me answer it. Sure.
Just to let you know, Truth. We don't want his name tied to that. Go ahead.
Exactly. No, I appreciate that. I'm using the analogy you use. I'm not saying I don't know Totem Pole.
Move off it.
I'm not suggesting Totem Pole would do that. I'm just using the analogy that you used, whereby you said if Totem Pole is a kind of replacement for Israel. You asked me the question. There is enough that Mr. X will do that at some point you have to say, hang on, should Mr. X be doing this, even if Mr. X is quote unquote my friend? And at what point do I say, okay, this is too much. I need to distance myself from this.
To be honest with you,
I need to control Mr. X.
Correct. The truth, to be honest with you, 100% correct. There is behavior that's going to cross. You're 100% correct. But I would also have to call into question, right? Like, how was I hanging with Mr. X and he was a rapist in the first place? Like, what? How was I such? I would have to really call into question. But absolutely, people, just like there's lines, there are limits. So you're right. You're 100% right. Now, why a rapist in Israel?
Great question. Well, for one, there's literal videos of the IDF raping people. We can start there if you want to speak in the liver. But aside from that, I think at some point you got to say, well, if a country is waging war on 6 different fronts, building illegal settlements, is keeping people kept in.
Men of House of Darkland, all who bend the knee to the true King Aegon will be spared. Learn back, Your Honor, my race. The horror of Dragonstone. All who refuse.
Hopefully he comes back, but in the meanwhile, I just want to.
Is there no honor left in this world code?
Members of various countries' military castles and the history of time. This is undeniable. I don't think that the actions of those Zionic people reflects the ideas of the entire country. Not at all. I don't recall seeing anything with I come raping people, but even if I took them at his word, I don't think that the state, Israel, supports that behavior. You guys can have
that specific point. Now,
Anthony, can you hear me now?
What does IVF
yes,
stand
I can
for?
hear you now, brother. Go ahead.
So obviously it's not the officials. No water, and even access to basic necessities should be controlled in basic.
Lachish, the second most important city in the Kingdom of Judah, King Sennacherib arrived with the most sophisticated siege operation the ancient world had ever seen, and he ran all three methods at the same time. The battering ram had been refined across generations of Assyrian kings. Ashurnasirpal II built them 15 feet long.
It's not your job to drop the link. I'm happy to go look it up.
think he was compromised, and I think he called in his card and said, look, either you drop with us and you ride with us on this. This wasn't a bar fight. This was them putting a gun to Trump's head and telling him, either you come with us or
I just want to point this out. I just want to point this out. I would like you guys to go, and I haven't went and looked at it myself. Agendas. I want you to round that, to circle that square. I want you guys to make that shit make sense, because it's either we had divergent agendas, or Trump is a puppet, whatever, to Nick.
Yo, but
it's
Anthony,
going to
man.
be other. It's not going to be both.
Can I say something?
Clearly, I'm gonna pass it to you, Mount. All right, Mount. You know what? You got it. I'll go after you.
I just wanted to say, man, like, I don't know why we're allowing this guy to sit here and lie. Like, he said he was down with the terrorists. This guy has been shitting on Trump for ever since I've been on this app, which is now over 2 years. So he must have just recently changed his tune. But don't believe him, folks. He's a liar. He is not like this man since before the election. He's been shitting on Trump. Everything.
In your opinion, stupidity is let them get it all out and then counter it. It's pretty straightforward. Because now
it's true, but you got.
I already know what Black Totem Pole is all about. So a lot of people do. We're all just sitting here quietly waiting. So it's okay, man. We get you. We know what's going on. You know.
Well, I mean, I'm just gonna say, like, if someone's full of shit, though, I mean, I will call them out after. I don't care. Like, they're not gonna sit here and act like they were down with Trump and then fucking.
Yeah.
Now they're changing their tune. This fucking dude has been against Trump
is my point, Othello. Now, Othello, furthermore, right? Othello, no one is saying that we are against regime change. No one has said that at all. If it happens, great. If it doesn't happen, so be it. To say
core agenda.
I don't know that part either. I'm a little confused on that. I think we do know their agenda, and doesn't mean that we have to take part of it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Matt, do you think that
That's true.
They're not going to do what America wants. They're going to do what God wants.
That's obviously the ultimate thing.
They're
But
privileged.
Trump couldn't even leak to his personal cabinet who they
shit, we finna go ahead and take them out. So I kind of get it. So if I was Trump, yeah, I'm not finna tell them everything because they finna take off.
Yeah, and most of it's like Matt said, we do need to circle back because it kind of makes us look not weak, but I'm just saying if Trump's begging for NATO and the European nations to pull up, obviously, he wants some other backing, and it's PR. He wants us to look unified to the Russias and the China.
Like, agreement. They were like, yo, listen, y'all, we can negotiate whatever we want. But Luca Brasi, that motherfucker ain't listening. Y'all try to take out the Godfather, he's coming to see you.
seen around the world. China and Taiwan are about to become allies again.
Yo, they can become allies till the cows come home. As long as China doesn't do a hostile takeover, I got no problem with them being allies. War 3, I have no problem with it. I'm cool with that. That doesn't undermine America's interest.
Well, you have to understand something. Taiwan has already agreed to come onshore here in America and put a factory together. They've agreed to do that. I believe it was over $1 trillion they're talking about, or billions, I'll say, that they're going to put into a factory out here also.
Downside as to what America can do. Listen, man, to be an American means you talk shit. And you don't just turn it off just because the motherfucker don't like you or it's not presidential to do so. Like,
I might have had some decent connection. But I was just saying, China's army is actually larger than Russia. And if the USA is not with, why would you think that a direct war, or even that indirect, between China and the USA would ever happen? It's just China. Everyone knows a lot better than to do that. And I'll just leave that there.
True, we missed like the last 5 seconds of what you said.
Well, I hope basically the point was clear. I don't think there's ever going to be a direct engagement.
God bless him. Yeah, well, Anthony, I given my command, or I don't know what you call them, my
until it doesn't. And everybody has to express themselves the way that they do. And you can't be mad at somebody who feels differently from you. Like me and Anthony don't get along with each other, so it's not a big deal.
Well,
it's okay.
I give you more balls than literally most of the men over there. No offense to your friends over there, but you have a lot more bravery and balls than they do. I just have to say that right now.
Where is over there?
Well, you know the places, Alan. Come on, I don't know if you're playing dumb.
No. There's a few. I was wondering if there was one in particular, but if
I'm
you
not
don't
going to mention it because it does get out or whatever. But you know the ones that the ones that you tend to get tossed from. You know what I mean?
Yes.
To be honest with you, it doesn't make any sense for us to mention them specifically. It really doesn't.
That's fine. He killed 20 million in 5 years on the Great Leap Forward, and then I forget there was another Great Leap. There was another program. They killed another 20 million. So, yeah, by far we've gone at it further, farther, and more deadlier than any other race on the those other people should take note of that and don't fuck with us. Because if we're just be there of other races. Caught in the crossfire. So yeah, totem pole, completely agreed.
box. And don't forget that. I'll put some totem pole on it, and I'll stick it right there.
Well, totem. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I mean, more people are aware of the history. More people are looking sideways at all of this and saying what. Yeah, thank you, Norm. Thank you. So, and that's and when you talk about white people and their predilection for war, States, Western Europe, some Middle Eastern countries said, no, we don't want Russia selling the oil. We want Western Europe to get oil from these other countries, Azerbaijan, Turkey, other different countries. So boom, bye-bye Nord Stream 2. And, for the time being, right? I don't know. No, was it a justification for war? I don't know. I don't think they should have done that, but it's done, and that's the kinds of games they play, and that's the kinds of games we need
gabillions of white people.
Yeah, and look, he took out. Listen. This is not 6 million.
We know about
18 million people.
Well, I'm not sure how many it is, but he certainly was responsible for some. Well, you don't know and I don't know, but he is responsible for some.
How do you know
about it?
Alan, right? Don't you agree? I mean, we did drag and kill quite a few people on our way to where we needed to go, you know. So I mean, it's not like.
But there's a lot of killing in Africa. Let's not.
Yeah, I don't deny it.
Yeah,
I just say don't fight it. You know what I mean? Like we can agree on all these things, you know.
Yeah, but Norm, look, I don't shy away from the behavior of the individual implicates the entire group. I don't need to say, well. I mean, by comparison, that Asia is not, is amateurs compared to white people.
Don't forget Pol Pot.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Pol Pot too.
How many did he kill?
3 million, I would say, of his own people.
3 million. Come on.
That's rookie.
You're saying those are
peanuts.
Those are child numbers over there.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not impressed with anything under 10 million. I'm sorry. I agree.
You have high standards.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Were Trump during the Vietnam War. So
that's not accurate at all. There was a communist movement. Revolutionaries like Ho Chi supply lines to the North Vietnam.
A lot of the farmers' land, right? Which is why.
I don't know about the farmers. We bombed the supply lines to our enemy that were coming through Cambodia because they thought they were being slick. We weren't trying to bomb farmers. We were trying to beat the North Vietnamese.
We just happened to. We bombed a lot of farmers.
I have to see more.
We bombed a lot of those people that got so mad that they joined the Khmer Rouge, right?
No.
Yes,
no,
they did.
They tried to flee the Khmer Rouge. They was massacred by the Khmer Rouge.
No,
People didn't. They were brutal murderers.
Not the lay people. No, not the farmers.
The lay people.
Hold on. The Khmer. The artists were the business people and the intellectuals.
Communism. I don't know if how you want to kill intellectuals.
I mean,
There weren't 3 million intellectuals in Cambodia.
Well, come on now. Cambodia was a hub for art before the Vietnam War.
A hub
I got some documentaries that I can send to you.
Yeah. I mean, because I made a film there. I'm quite familiar with Cambodia.
Okay,
I studied it deeply. Huh? Yeah.
Have you seen Don't Think I've Forgotten the Lost History of Rock and Roll in Cambodia?
No. Oh, yes, I did. It's a long time ago. It's a very old one.
Yes,
it's an interesting film. It has nothing to do with art. I mean, that's post-war rock and roll in Cambodia. Yeah, it's actually a really interesting and good film.
Yeah, even the Prime Minister was a director and actor. So, they were
there was a lot of Western influence. But we don't have to get into that.
Just like, you know, the music, the dress, and that's why the
That's a Western influence.
Yeah.
And it's been instrumentalized as a way of attacking the West. It's a suicidal ideology.
With my friends here on stage, I have grown up in a time where, and some of you have too, where there were actual crop circles. You wake up and you have these geometrical signs on the ground. And when they started to decipher them, the only thing they kept coming up with when they started putting the mathematic universal numbers together was be at peace, stop war, stop fighting. This is the message that the aliens were giving to the planet, right? So the Anglo-Saxon has had you guys go back at least 6,000 years. We go back to the beginning. The universe knows about it because we've had visitors from other planets come and tell us, be at peace. Now these people are these beings we know can go.
What planet are you talking about?
Excuse me, hold on.
Well, I'm just curious. What language do you mean?
Excuse me.
What planet?
Excuse me. These beings can come from the sky and go right into the. Hold on, excuse me.
What planet are you from?
I just like the land. I know it hurts when you hear the truth.
Are you?
But and I know you don't like it because you're being irritable right now.
No, I love
it. Hear this Anglo-Saxon here. Could have probably been fixed, but you're warmongering people.
What planet do you mean?
I'll stick my totem pole.
Well, why don't they speak to the guys like you then? Why don't they just talk to you? Hello? What language are the crop circles in? When you said mathematical scientists, were you trying to say mathematicians?
Now, it's interesting. I didn't know he was.
But he doesn't say that they're aliens.
Well, I mean, we didn't have any capability, so it definitely could have been like some type of orb or artificial intelligence, kind of tracking, vessel that just goes through the galaxy. You know what I mean? It could be something like that too.
Here's a quote. Here's a quote. We've had repeated instances of something operating in
feed and
How would you know what they're saying? Huh? It was in mathematics. So they were numbers.
Our universities deciphered the.
Yeah, and what language did they find that they were in?
If I could add a quick comment.
So,
Yeah.
I don't have for you.
You don't know? I mean, why would you say this crazy stuff if you don't know?
Hey, I don't know where this conversation is going, but I think you asked, what did Mark Rubio say? Here is something Mark Rubio said. He said the USA attacked
He said they were on a plane. I quoted him. We know already what he said. I said it's in the chat in case you don't know.
Can we?
We're talking about aliens.
Play the piano, Alan?
She was playing Closing Time of the Third Kind.
Can we just do 1 minute and 1 minute intermission, please? Thank you, Alan. Go ahead.
just like any other being in the universe can count. And so that is
10 not 11, 10 not 9. Rabono Shalom. Good Shabbos, everyone.
and I'll just say this.
Shabbat Shalom.
That's right. And even they had 12 candles. We can all count. All right, so here's the reality of it. The mathematical codes and equations were the same not only in Europe, they were the same in America, they were the same in Australia. Everywhere they found crop circles, the same message. Be at peace. Stop war. This is the type of shit that they've been saying. And they've been flying over the nuclear facilities, like I just said, turning these goddamn things off because they don't want you to destroy the planet.
I don't think.
I was actually at a crop circle, and I actually felt peace when I was in the crop circle personally. But there were other people that were upset the crops were destroyed, and they weren't able to sell the crops. And I said, no, this is a message from international outer space aliens declaring peace. You have to look at it positively with a positive attitude.
Hey, I didn't make it up. You made it up. It's your internet. Go to your own internet. Don't ask me.
Hey, for those of you who are interested, there's a long-time group called MUFON. I think it's MUFON or just maybe one F.
You can't say for sure. Man.
Yeah, for sure.
You can say it's likely. You can say it's likely.
Okay.
Just think out of billions of solar systems. I get it, and there's planets that's likely. Yes, I get it.
And especially further because we're at the edge of the galaxy. I mean, think about what's at the center of it. You know what I mean? I would definitely believe for sure that there's higher intelligent life forms for sure.
There's planetary shit. There's shit sharing our planet right now, you fucking idiot. They're in the fucking ocean. They're oceanary.
Calm down. You need to calm down before you give yourself a heart attack over aliens.
Here's the reality. Here's the reality.
do shit. The fuck you talking about?
Yeah, but you Nazis couldn't walk the main line until
The Nazis. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you think so? You think so?
Yeah, they do. Literally, they're the fucking majority. Which of the main groups in the California system is the largest?
Remember,
you're not. You fucking
all Aryan killer, bro.
Dude, even the blacks, and the Northerners don't talk like that. You fuck.
Fuck Nazis. That's all I gotta say. And fuck the Woods and fuck the Woodpile. Fuck AB. Fuck all that bullshit. You couldn't even walk the main line.
You would never say this in prison.
I've been through. What the fuck you talking about? I've been in 3 fucking riots in the county behind.
Fucking wannabe black piece of shit.
Fuck white boys. Fuck white boys. You heard what I said. Fuck white boys.
That's sick, beautiful, white, intelligent boy.
wigger like you end up, and why do you want to be black so bad? I'm just curious. He literally controlled the fucking state system for decades, you moron.
You just back in the day, you just had some racist ass white CEOs bring you in drugs. That was it. Y'all controlled nothing on New York until you clicked up with that.
I'm not an AB, and I'm not a skinhead. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about me.
Shut the fuck up, then, bitch.
No, you can shut the fuck up. I'll smack that goddamn beard off your face, you fat fucking sand nigger. Shut the fuck up, baby. Speak English like a white man. White trash, look at you, motherfucker. You have to act like a fucking hood rat. And you're white, you fucking fat fuck. Whiteless fat fuck.
My vernacular can go from the corner to the corner store to the... Yeah, but wallah. Your ass, and we take the razor blades, we put it on the broomstick and shove it up your ass. That's what we do. Right?
Bullshit! You fucking sit on it voluntarily. Shut the fuck up,
bro. I was known for that. I was known for taking.
What are you talking about, aliens?
Victimize shit.
Victimize you, white trash, bro. Shut up. Here.
But you got sunglasses on and all your fucking photos too. You fat fuck.
Yeah, I am who I am, and I'll give you a little.
Yeah, and your fat will show your face, bitch. You quit hiding behind sunglasses.
My face right there.
If sunglasses means you're hiding your face, then maybe you should. Birth to somebody who grew up to be a fat fucking wigger. Yeah, amazing.
You're white trash.
Fat fucking wigger. That's all you are.
No. Low class white trash from the fucking bottlenecks of the United States cannot get through London Heathrow. Not like growing up in a trailer park with his mom and pops and siblings, White trash.
Wait, so why do you think they're killing these
a couple years in chillism. I think you're really going to do great there in the Gladiator School.
One thing I do know is I'm a American, and I'm proud of it. I'm proud of my country, proud of my president, proud of the world and the petrodollar, and I'm proud of my ignorant as it was. But I'm a man, stood on my own, and he's talking about, oh, you're just a black.
You're fucking 3 men. What the fuck are you talking about?
Outnumber.
In, the South from Southie that you think they were pussies?
Yeah, majority of them were not factors whatsoever.
Oh,
not factors for decades. They were the strung off drugs. That was their downfall because they were crystal heads.
Sure
they came from money. They had a little bit of organization, but that shit went out the window when that crystal came. And then then you got to be tied with whatever the Serenios say.
No, I'm talking about in Boston. Southie
is different. No, I don't say that about those white boys. Fuck no.
Yeah, I don't think he would talk shit to those white boys.
I wouldn't want to.
But I really appreciate all the great work you're doing here with Pepe.
Oh, no problem, sir. I think you were the Jewish brother that came in, so Shabbat Shalom.
No, he's a Michelin. He's a...
Ribono Shalom, good Shabbos. Thank you, Rabbi Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kadeshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu l'chalik neshel Shabbat b'nei Pri Hagafen Pepe.
All right, well, I got the pre-gotten some beastly for you if you want to pull up.
How much is your grocery bill every time you go shopping?
I've been actually on a diet, Pepe, and I've been trying to, cut the pounds.
There you go. Shaming words.
Are those begonias in your PTR, Bima?
I've been trying to, Ravi. Me too.
Well, you probably don't have what I have to lose. You probably just get your...
Don't forget, going to the gym and sweating your ass off is a great way
Mother's a big back, jawless, cock-sucking animal.
I love moms. Yeah, me too. I was gonna say those, both of those.
Unless they're single moms, then they're fucking worthless whores.
Well, or you're shooting blanks.
Jesus.
Yeah, men don't make them the way that they used to. Yeah. They used to be able to handle women and children and provide.
But you know what? Like, I have a daughter, she's the most amazing, most beautiful. And God made her for me. I know it. Pepe, how about you?
I'm not a single parent. I'm good.
Are you shooting blanks?
I wish I was.
Oh no, I'm not. Hold on, y'all. I can promise you that. I'm gonna pull over. I'm gonna ask him a question. Yes.
No, don't be careful.
No, I'm
don't
going
agitate
to.
the vehicle.
Protesting for black women. Excuse me, y'all should be protesting for black women.
Get him.
Black women, thank you. Y'all should be protesting for black women.
Fine, I was wrong.
Get him, Adams. Get him.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah, that was good. That was really nice. Hey, tell them, why weren't they protesting when the LAPD were shooting black kids?
They're protesting for Gaza.
Why Gaza? How about?
Damn! Why can't
they have no representation?
Oh,
exactly.
No.
No, I agree. She's right. What the left has done to black women in this country is a sin. It's a sin on sin on sin. It's disgusting.
I mean, well, technically, maybe not anymore.
Well,
in theory, it doesn't.
They demilitarize Hamas, and they let the Saudis come in and sponsor a Gulf cooperating government there in peace with Israel, because that's the only way it's going to happen for Palestine to have a real freedom.
I just want peace. Like
Amen.
What happened to Bob Marley? One love, peace. We're all
you're right, Mr. Matt. Oh, you are 100% right. But unfortunately,
we need more. Just relax a little bit. We'll get Trump. We'll get Trump to do something. Just some gummies.
See, the truth. The Democrats will force project, even though Newsom will go to war over aids their feelings. What the Democrat Party believes in is a black tax. They want reparations for blacks in this country, and everyone else will have to pay it. And they are so delusional. They think it's in the trillions. There are other things. They believe in abortions at scale. They want more abortions. They want to fund abortions even more. They want abortion buses. They want abortions everywhere. Whoever slides back into that type of mold, that mold is super.
Really love the Latinos. My thing is since this has been happening since the 80s, the Democratic Party could have put together a private funded workforce kind of community out in rural areas and start training these people, and then have them on paperwork where everything they make, they take taxes from. And you have a system of work to citizenship. They let them in and say, oh, we're a sanctuary city. Come, we'll give you healthcare, we'll give you this, but we just want you to vote for us. We're going to keep you broke enough to where you vote for us because we won't deport your parents. And it's the same psychological, traumatic kind of like sick political game they play over them. And then they lock them up by the thousands too, and millions, because they allow these Hispanics to come and they know you're not building some type of economical backbone or community for them to come in and assimilate to. So I mean, they create the high cost of living and the rat race for the everyday American.
Rabbi, we have an internal fiscal conflict, an internal fiscal crisis. Democrats are Marxist, communist, socialists. The way to expand the currency and to inflate it, we are now paying $100 billion a month. $100 billion a month in interest, the top 10 recipients of our VIG. And it's only going to get bigger. And the Democrats want to expand it at an incredible rate. Donald Trump is the solution because he at least knows how to spend it. And he knows how to win a war at a good price. Hello?
How much of the debt today did Trump accumulate? Isn't it 27% of the debt? America's debt was all under Trump. Yet he knows how to spend America's money. You know, the problem is, it's this stupid culture wars that you guys always. And I can tell
not many. Not many. But Trump is fighting for the petrodollar. And that is the most important thing here, along with the terrorists in Iran. So at the end of the day, securing our petrodollar, securing our allies in the GCC, and eventually having a peace kind of talk between the Gulf states and Israel for a greater peace along the Levant will boom this economy, something that you, don't worry, we'll take care of that national debt all right. Because if we get that economy booming, if we get that economy booming, we get peace. A greater peace going throughout the Middle East, not a fucked up Middle East behind Iran and their dirty politics with China and Russia playing the games like puppeteers. If we really have today. So if you fuck with our dollar, we're pulling up. So as long as we have that power, we will be on top and we will remain on top. And I believe
why don't I get this freaking music, you guys? Why don't you guys play?
Well, what about the innocent victim in Austin that died from that piece of shit American, whoever the fuck he was, who was a sleeper cell for a run? The fact is there were no more sleeper cells, or they took them out. But there was a 24-hour period after Trump came up at 2:30 in the morning and said, we're going to war. Within 48 hours, there should have been sleeper cell attacks, but there weren't.
Question. So, I mean, this is the Trump house, and we've been belaboring this topic for quite some time now. When are we really going to have the conversation?
Politicians make that a part of their voting platform. We got to start saying that. What about the women's rights? What about colored women? What about white women? What about American women? It has to become a ground movement, man.
Colored women.
Right, but y'all have to understand. But listen, y'all have been focused on halal.
Dr. Adams, they already get $100 trillion in female reproductive care. How much is enough? All this reproductive. I mean,
Do any women in hijab or any of the
important people.
She spent $200 million on TV ads and was banging on an airplane.
Her husband was at home, okay, at the same time as
Yeah, banging on the airplane, banging on the job, banging them out. She's actually in the canning business. She's in. Because Obama supposedly got more numbers out. That's what they like to say, but I don't believe it. Alcatraz Island at this very moment is housing some of the most deadly, vicious, criminal, illegal alien intruders this country has ever experienced. And it's just beginning. And I think we should all pray to Donald Trump that he refocuses his eyes, his gaze, his one eye back into the country, to Chicago, into New York, into Miami, into Dallas, into Austin, into Seattle, into San Diego, and he redeploy and hire an additional 500,000 law enforcement to take out this
Do I really have to answer that? Yes, you really do, because I'm trying to understand what is it about John Kitover.
Aleister Crowley, do not dox me. My name is Aleister, please. Hello?
Why does Alice go into a padded room for doing the same?
Aleister, pronounce it correctly. Aleister.
Recording people, hold on. Recording people going into the rooms with the same shtick over and over again, insulting the same people over and over again. Why do you feel like he needs to be in a padded room and you don't?
Sure. So, I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, but like, you've seen pictures of like him with his like 20, 30 phones, and he just spews nonsense all day and films to no.
I've seen those pictures, and I'm trying to understand why we're more.
You're in the talking business. Get back to work.
Why do you feel like he should be in a padded room for doing the same thing over and over? Bombastic and being entertaining to some, not to all, but to some. I'm not understanding exactly how is his behavior much different than yours.
Oh, mine's different. I mean, because people actually invite me on stages, and I can talk to them.
Well, people invited him on stage too. This isn't a just listening room. He had
not
to.
In most rooms. Come on.
Well, but wait a minute. You just said that you're.
Dr. Adams, he's saying it's a popularity contest game. Don't you hear him? It's a popularity contest game, ladies and gentlemen. That's what the conversation's all about.
Thank you. So you don't think that you're trolling insults people?
I'm saying, but I can do it without trolling or insulting people.
Well, so what part is insulting to anybody? He's not using.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I call the Dr. Adams. This is a recurring. Hello?
About what you witnessed on his live feed.
Mm-hmm.
Gate, Fartgate, Shitgate, which gate? Jackoff gate?
Mr. Kitover, what he did on camera.
Listen, my name is Aleister Crowley. Stop doxing me, and everybody in this room should know that there is a warning before you come in here that you will be recorded in this room and put on many YouTube accounts that you didn't agree to, but that's just the rules.
Well, then you shouldn't be too upset to have your story told again, since it's recorded and for everybody to hear themselves. So, one day, Aleister Crowley, he was doing a live I was watching him. He popped up in my news feed on TikTok. I proceeded to watch. So as I was watching, he, this nice, and I mean like this black collared shirt, it wasn't like a washed collared shirt, it was one of those very fresh, like the deep dark black that it's, you know.
Like a black t-shirt, Bima, hello?
And no, it was a nice collared shirt, and it was nice in a deep black. So either you did.
This was a different booger gate? I thought there's 2 booger gates, ladies and gentlemen.
Or it's a brand new shirt, which I would think it was a brand new shirt. Anyway, he proceeded to pick his nose with his right hand.
Hold on. I'm sorry, just because I touched you.
No, the man was scratching his mustache. The man was scratching his mustache. I don't see Booger in that PTR. Now, see, Bima, now you're just making shit up. The man was clearly scratching his mustache, and you can see because his fingernail isn't properly in his nostril. Like, what the fuck is he? Have you ever had a booger?
That booger had strength. That booger had staying power. That was a powerful booger. A profound booger. I only pick winners.
What if you were scratching the side of your leg and somebody said you were scratching your pussy and you're not clean? This is a wild accusation. Like, y'all need to stop. The man is weird, but to say that he's dirty based on that PTR, like, this is weird.
I appreciate
defense in Boogergate. I'm appointing you chief counsel on the campaign to elect John Kitover to Chicago mayor. Thank you, Dr. Adams. You are now my chief counsel.
I'm giving you a photo, right? It was difficult because it's a video. And let me remind you that it is
showing a photo of a man scratching his mustache.
Right.
Hey, show the evidence, moderators, please. I object. I object. I object, moderators. I object to this. This is all hearsay. Strike from the record and silence the prosecutor. Moderators. Yet she made a pass at me and tried to, say she wanted to sleep with me. Then her and they banned all my accounts. She's a fucking snake. A communist, a socialist. She's nothing but a goddamn Democrat hustler, posting a strong Republican picking his nose. Shame on you, fatty. Drug delivering mule, slave to the robbers. The victims are not innocent. The criminals are innocent. Side with the victims, not the criminals. Take Boogergate down.
Alas, he didn't see.
Beamer, you were watching the man, you were studying the man, you went out of your way to go and see the man's podcast.
The fact is that it was a fact.
Beamer, you have no evidence.
Picked. There was no booger. There was no booger. All day, then I put booger. There was no booger. I was merely tickling my nose, scratching it. I wasn't picking for a booger, and there was no booger. Show the booger, or it's all just gossip and hearsay. Strike it from the record. I know that day. How dare you, Pima?
Why are you questioning this man about his underwear?
Yeah, why do you
What
wear
is going
shit-stained
on?
underwear on camera? That shit is not okay.
Yeah, that's a little strange, though, Adams. Don't you think?
Again, show the evidence of the shit-stained underpants. Let's see the evidence. Show the evidence. There was no shit stain. Those were clean Hanes. Clean Hanes underpants. How dare you, Matt Cool? Accuse me of shit-stained underpants because Jazzy likes to carry around pictures of me doing yoga. How dare you? Gossip and slander. Defamation of character. Defamation. A man is entitled to scratch his nose when it tickles. There was no booger. I picked no booger. There was no carry-on clinger booger. You are full of shit, Beamer, as usual.
I guess Boogergate.
I think you need to go in the nut house too, Adam.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Captain.
Up into space by some beam of light. It's crazy.
I wish I could learn how to do that. Like if I'm sick of having to go to truck stops and find fucking women that probably nobody are looking for anyways.
Pepe,
Much more
listen,
convenient.
And so what you're going to get is like a huge underclass of people that are, you know, I guess it's, you don't really. Easy. I think they'll be pretty easy to choke off, like financially. So
I don't think we're gonna do anything like militarily, right? Like just those.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Listen, I just want to say that America First is actually
usually the Israel.
So, do you think that there will be a ground invasion of Iran? That requires tens of thousands of men deploying to go conduct operations.
But it's a highly unpopular war, and Trump's approval ratings have fucking absolutely tanked. Yeah, I just don't see it happening.
You probably didn't see Maduro getting scooped up in the middle of the night by a griffin and flying him to Manhattan for justice. You probably didn't see that one, did you?
ISIS leaders.
No. These are Al Qaeda leaders. There's a difference between Al Qaeda and ISIS, Pepe.
And what is the first thing they started doing once they got power? They started fucking killing Druze, Christians, and Alawites. Like, these people are fucking terrorists.
They're just doing what Muhammad told them to do. But at the end of the day, our glorious president has won so much already that I can't believe there's even more winning to do. I'm actually, in many ways, a little terrified that I've supported Donald Trump this long because everybody I meet, no matter where I'm at, seems to hate Donald Trump. He's the opposite of people's non-enlightenment. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's why the Jesus meme is so funny, because this is and they fail to see the concept that there's
God,
No, it's not stupid. It's philosophy. You're stupid. The thing is, there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. And so even guys like Pepe that hate the Jews and hate Israel and hate Zionism and hate philosophy, they come on here and they just scream, N-word! 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 Because that's all they got. They don't got nothing but the N-word in their show. The R word. That's so ridiculous. I'm articulating because I want to get into the ejaculating. And what I'm trying to tell you is there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. If you have that reframe, even in your own personal life, it'll resolve a lot of, memories that might be a little traumatic. Hello?
What was that big word you used, John, for Bolton?
It's just verboten.
Can you spell that big word for me?
VERBOTEN.
Fucking the Trump. They fucking Concrete will use it 20 times next week.
Yeah, don't give me an idea.
Fucking hold up, you.
What's this guy up to? Let's let him talk. Hold on. Ah, shoot. Did someone move him? Yeah, I wanted to keep him up.
I did.
No children, and all I want is Danny, Jewish Danny on here, very annoying girl. If her and I have a kid, we will create a Super Saiyan annoying person. This could be the Messiah we're looking for. If you've seen the movie Dune, you got to understand genetic and understand and practice genetic organization. All I'm trying to say is, if I'm the most annoying person in the world and Danny is a close second, together we will create the most super annoying child you have ever heard in your lives. And we believe it will be just like Pepe. We think Pepe is actually a protean type of mutant that is emergent only when the internet came into existence. And so Pepe, in a way, like he doesn't like the fact that Donald Trump, I said, has divinity. Pepe, that's because they fail to see the divinity in themselves. So all I'm trying to say is, the more you think, the more truth you're going to get. Hello.
Protium? What was that word? What was that word you used? Earth to John. Come in, John.
He's picking his nose. By the way, I don't know the word. What does diabolical mean? I hear that all the time.
Like evil. Like a very. I only hear diabolical when it's used to describe like a plan or a plot. Generally, it's like a diabolical plan. In other words, like an evil plan.
Exactly.
Like, if you believe that the Zionists on 9/11, Shel Silverstein was involved, that would be diabolical, wouldn't it? Diabolical! Motherfuckers diabolical! Articulating, ejaculating, articulating and ejaculating. Diabolical, motherfucker!
What's that? It's when you burn your own house down and say that it's struck by lightning so you can get your insurance money. It's a Jewish thing to do.
All right. So I want to go back to what Vima asked about the hatred that people may have for one person. So I'm just going to run through a couple things, and you tell me what human being on planet Earth has been impeached twice, had a Russian collusion that did not turn out correctly, had 2 assassination attempts. Would even survive any of these. Between the popular vote, beat not only Hillary Clinton, also Harris, the whole Democratic regime. Tell me one person.
Biden.
No, Biden didn't do any of that.
Well,
so
Biden was part of that he lost. That Biden lost, so he didn't run.
Yeah, exactly. But you're correct, man.
definitely think that there's unwarranted hatred for Trump. I think a lot of it is blind. A lot of it's bandwagon appeal. But I have to be honest, I see that with every presidency that I've ever been alive to see and witness.
Because the people that's even running for all these offices know that it's a big thing. What do you want to say to the next person? Okay, it's the only place within 4 years you can go to become a millionaire. Because there's so many back channels, so many things. And they're just I don't think they have it. I don't think we have the stomach. I think we're afraid to really hold ourselves accountable, and then our
question out of it.
Yeah, that. It's every elected official. Do you know how many elected officials there are in the United States? Over 500,000. Okay, so this is the ultimate point.
500,000? Holy shit!
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. And so ultimately, what we're doing is we're just giving our direct agency over to somebody else to make these decisions. And I think that's I like the organization, but all I'm saying is we should have a little bit more ability to change it, to change the things that we could find more benefit to and live immediate, instead of have to wait every election. And then sometimes it doesn't matter, because if you're in a stronghold, you're a Republican living in a Democratic stronghold, and you're fucked. Oh, well, get to a better county, get to a Republican. One thing that
I get that.
Exactly. How much weed are you smoking?
I know. I'm really high right now, so what is going on? Like, what would happen? Does anybody know? I'm being serious.
You know, I know, but I think and right now we're paying for it. We're Yeah, so one thing that Bima said earlier, she said about, the taxes and all these things. Guys, 1913 is when they actually instituted the tax rate, okay, where we get taxed as Americans. Just think about that, 1913. We're only 250 years old as a country. But how did America survive before 1913? Think about it. We did that all through tariffs, export, import, and we still survived. And I don't think that today I mean, really, there's no real benefit. I also know that we have great roads out here. Our trees and everything are taken care of because we do have people in our city that we know personally, my wife and I, that are there because they care about the city of Cyprus. Okay? They care about our parks and recreation. They want to make sure that the sidewalks are balanced, everything. This, to me, is people who live in the same community versus people just going for power. And Bima, you know this. I'm around some of these people. They're just there for power. They don't care about nothing else. They just want to keep climbing the ladder, make as much money, meet as many networking people as they can, and get as many free meals and go on golf course.
Help the problems. And it's so interesting when we look at the left and the right. The left and the right have such positives and such cons. And I'm always forced to just side with the political right, even though I know that there are things that need to be done that the political left are saying, just because I know that it's not the government's job, And I wish that we just had a better opportunity to do that, or to teach people that it is up to us to build these solutions and to resolve this. But at the same time, we need legislation out of the way so we have the ability to do that. That's why I liked one thing Trump has made me very proud about is I always mention this. It's his eliminating his promise to of society. And that's the way it's supposed to be, though. And it's not to say, right, Democrats process it as, oh, you don't care. You don't care about education. You don't care about because we're going to come up with the better solutions versus a bunch of pencil neck bureaucrats that, you know, get together, they slap one thing together.
Do you ever do that, Edward?
deal with this a lot with ethnically black people because they want to Nelson Mandela, Malcolm X, Dr. King. Like my days is all the time. Didn't Dr. King say, "I have a dream"? I is a personal pronoun. In my days, tell me all the time. That's not my dream. That's his dream. I have my own wife. I have my own kids. I have my own house. That's my dream. So I've learned that from my father. So I'm going to take what my father, my grandfather taught me. Edward, you are responsible. Some white guy sitting around in their house thinking about you every day, you have mental issues. My daddy said I would have mental issues because no white guy is sitting around thinking about me. And if they are, my father said, you both got mental issues. But I'm not focused on that. For me,
in the legislative speak, what you just described about, those of us who choose to be left alone by our government and pursue the core tenets of the Constitution, we require people like him to basically put it in the context of nice about this because I don't know how his comments could have been at the university, which is the only liberal. Advice from your dad, by the way. I hope you think of your dad quite often. But that's the deal, man. I don't think
it's a man I respect. Him and my grandpa, I respect. They own property in America. And my grandpa, my dad always said they never met a slave and they never.
I listened to Thomas talk. He reminded me of how Abraham Lincoln told people to, you've heard the Gettysburg Address. That's just a few hundred words, and there's been very few messages ever better communicated than that. And that's what he sounded like. That's what just sounded like today. So I'm just going to say, for the last time I'll get lost, I'll go drink some beer or something. But the deal is, if you get a chance, go ahead and listen to Thomas. It's pretty good.
Can you drop that, Jebediah? In the chat?
Yeah. Say again? Yeah. Everybody said, yeah, put the link in the chat if you could. But the most important thing I want to say, and this is the part of your house that I like, is when we can actually hear each other and actually really come up with some good content of or some government entity decides to make some law to say that you can and cannot do this. Okay? So now we have to navigate all this stuff because someone thought that, hey, this is a good deal. Like we always say, who would have ever thought that the people that's most affected by law would think that people want someone to defund the police? Now, the people that's already having the most difficulty, right? And all of a sudden you would say, we're going to send social workers into the community when people are getting murdered and assaulted at the highest clip. Does anybody think that any of this stuff does not make sense? A lot of stuff sounds great on paper, but you still need people to be responsible to whatever they're doing. And the two words I do not hear often on Clubhouse,
No. People accountable for their crimes, okay? But what that requires is if you are not committing a crime that involves a person or person's property, then force be the solution to something that isn't a violent crime to begin with. Do you see what I'm saying? Like that's a problem. It's a contradiction, not even a hypocrisy. I don't know what we would. So we see how other countries, and I understand we have a large population, and I get that. And also there are different communities that are going to require whatever is happening at the time. But I think that we really need to start to and we're not helping. I mean, like I just
We solve it, we arm ourselves, obviously. Hello.
So you think with a debt problem, arm ourselves, and then what do we do with the army?
It's called making an adjustment to a budget. Hello? Again, I know you're not an accountant or an actuarial scientist.
Is participate in criminal behavior. That's a choice that Edward gets to make and everyone else gets to make. So, and we all know this, and you correct me if I'm wrong, if you're driving down the freeway and you happen to see a black and white, what happens to all of us?
Come on, Edward. We know you ran out of embalmer's fluid at some point and you used maple syrup. Come on, Edward. You cut some corners at the mortuary. We know, Edward.
Stop. Okay. What we all do is we slow down. We all know that. Okay. So the bottom line is most police officers, and again, look up the number. How many people who serve as a police officer, a sheriff, an FBI Secret Service in their whole career, 45 years, 40 years, 35 years, never use their firearm? Never.
Majority of them.
And I think
Exactly.
I think that's really good. See, and this is the thing.
Except for a lot of women that just pull it out.
If we have issues with police that can be improved, we should want to improve them. I've seen for myself how law enforcement,
People, how are you going to improve a cop? You've been on Clubhouse. People here have the emotional tolerance of a gnat. How are you going to change a whole culture, Bima? What are you going to do? Put them in police re-education camps, Bima? Hello?
State to state and culture to culture, like particularly with what type of area, what type of city, whatever type of scape, you know what I'm saying, right, environment, you might need more, you might need less, whatever. But in some areas, there are a lot more problems that are being, that they don't need to exist. And I want to point out.
There's a good chance you'll have one.
That's true.
And it is also true that if you look at a map of any given city, and sometimes the cities by and large, or towns even, can be a hot spot in and of themselves, but you are going to get police that live in, or that are working you're kind of asking for like a perfect system where you cannot have perfection. Without firearms, fine, nobody's allowed to own firearms. The cops can't own them. People can't own them. There's a complete abolition of firearms. Something tells me that
what Ed was talking about. Look, about the whole defund the police. Most people, especially black people, we're not yelling defund the police. Does a crime, they go to prison. Well, the cop who does it, the exact same thing, should be go to prison too.
Can you give examples though of like where? Because our police used to be far more corrupt. Like the special with the special something division, I forget what it was in New York City. More than half of them got arrested. And I think you'll always continue to hear about examples because people are corruptible. But you do see people getting caught. And I would say like those police body cams have been obviously a game changer. It makes it very hard for police to just,
If I come up with something, I'll definitely say.
All right, appreciate it, man. Also follow the house, by the way, if you don't mind. They appreciate it. Jennifer, you wanted to jump in? Hello.
Hi. Yeah, I don't really necessarily have anything to say about police, but I wanted to say in the aspect like contradiction as far as like human beings. They say things and do things that, you know, I don't know what the age wrong, and I don't know. So it's like it's challenging when it comes to younger adults and kids, and I don't know. So anyway, I just wanted to share that.
I was just trolling.
But yeah, I guess I'm a granny, Peppy.
I was trolling you. I'm sorry.
No, I know I'm not a granny, but thank you. Chicago, better Brandon Jackson is a fraud and a criminal.
The lecturer who knows all. The lecturer who knows all. Brandon is the text, Brandon is the scam. Brandon is the fraud.